Hey, Tony here, Random Adventures 2.0. Welcome to Sunday Night Live. Wait a minute. I better get back to the studio. All right. Which way is that? I'm out just looking for a spot to stealth camp because we need one for this Thursday. I don't know. I better hurry back. It's almost 8 o'clock. Well, oh well. Here we go.
Coming to you live from the RA 2.0 studios in Central PA in the good old US of A. It's the Sunday Night Live with Tony.
That was funny. 2.0, Tony here. Hey, everybody, thanks a lot for coming along. We were just, that was one of the brainchild things last night. Dave, thank you very much for participating in that. Yeah, here we are, right? I think that went all right. All right, so we got Alpine Warrior, Dennis. Hi, Dennis. We got Turan Studios. Hey, I haven't seen you in a while. How are you doing? Running Deer Outdoor Adventures. We got Frank. Hey, Frank, how are you doing? Brian is here. Wood 587, Camping All Out. Hey, buddy. Ulrich, the Blackheart. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Hey, Jess. Woohoo! Just me, KD. 2.0 fan. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Kathy loves camping. Hey, honey, how are you doing there? Playing with your minds blown. Aunt Jemima. Hey, Aunt Jemima. PC. Howdy, Dave. How you doing? Say hi to
doing great, Tony. How are you doing?
What's that?
Tony, I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic.
Good.
All righty. What's that?
Turn the light on. Hey, Alpine, how you doing, buddy?
There we go.
Woo! There you go.
All right, now you can see me?
I can see you.
All right, good. Good.
By the way, just so everybody knows, I am not live in the 2.0 studio.
No, you're out there in 2.0 Arizona, right?
2.0 AZ.
Yeah. Hey, Eric, how are you doing? Hello, all. He says, love that air compressor. Hey, thanks, Camping All Out. Yeah, that air compressor. Some of you may not have seen it yet. I just put it up about maybe 2 hours ago, hour and a half ago. But I did a review on this little tire compressor, and it charged up the Subaru tire. I actually got out. I thought, well, I'm going to try to charge up my tire. I'm going to go somewhere. So I went out to this one lake area, pulled down in the parking area, got out of the car, let the air out of the tire, and I got to about 12% or PSI. And I thought, wait, what if this doesn't work? I'll be stuck. And so I decided to not take it all the way down and go ahead and hook it up and pump up the tire. If you haven't seen that review yet, after we're all done here, depends on what time it is, go check it out. But that is a really neat unit. It's very, very handy. The Sandy 2000 is awesome. Yes, Alpine Warrior. And it basically charged my tire up from 12 PSI all the way up to 36 PSI, and then it's preset. And it shut off in about 5 minutes and 20 seconds, roughly. And it only went from 100% battery. Like, I haven't thrown it back on the charger yet. And it just charges with a, regular Type-C USB 20-watt wall charger. Just hooks in down here on the bottom. I'll do another unpackaging, but yeah, it's pretty cool. 4 different modes on it: car, motorcycle, bike, and then also a ball. So I pumped up a basketball, and then I went out there and pumped up my tire. But yeah, I thought that's going to be really useful for when I start doing a little bit of traveling. I get in some locations where maybe I'm going to need to pump up my tire or let the air out of the tires so I can go on a sandy road or something like that and then pump it back up. I don't know. There's different things you do, but
there's lots of sand down here.
Yeah.
You'll have to drop the tire pressure down a little bit so you can do some driving around here. So yeah, that's a plan.
Yeah, it's a plan. I'm only 10 minutes away from Tony. If you ever need me, just message away. All righty, old grunt. Hey, we ought to get together for coffee. Yeah, that's for sure. Speaking of coffee.
Hey, Camping with Endless Weekends. They are glad, Tony, you are feeling better. Yay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I am feeling better. If on our little pre-show, Dave and I were just talking behind the scenes. Let me say, in the green room, we were talking, and I was
somebody
drinking.
Stuck in on us too while we were fooling around a little bit, green hubs, and caught us fooling around.
Yeah. So I was drinking a little bit of cough medicine before we started because I do start coughing. But yes, I am feeling way better than I was. Hey, Backpacking Bible, how are you doing? So Camping with Endless Weekends, glad I'm feeling better. I've got my stickers. Awesome. Camping all out. I'll be sending you one soon. Let's say definitely old Grunt says for that coffee. And I was just going to say, I don't see Emma Brown on here yet, but once she comes on, I've got the coffee in here, and I made this coffee a little different tonight. It's still too hot. It's with that French press. But right before we went on live, the last couple of days I've been doing this. So you can see back here, I've got a little pot, and it's hooked to, it's electric. It's like a hot pot. I've been cooking meals in the studio. I've done breakfast, I made coffee, then oatmeal. And whereas Bailey's sleeping, Bailey's downstairs. You know what? Bailey's probably going to sneak in here in a little while for a pepperoni. She found out I got them up here in the refrigerator, and she pops her head in the door every once in a while and then comes looking for pepperonis. But I cooked oatmeal, made coffee the one morning. This morning I made scrambled eggs and then put it in a tortilla. I did make something else in there. What did I make? I made something. What I'm doing is I'm trying to figure that out because this is going to be a great option to do some cooking in the car. So, and I did it all. I unplugged the battery bank from the wall, the Alpha ESS, and used it to cook. Now, it is 600 watt pull, which is quite a bit. So it did use about 10% of the battery just to heat up those meals. So, Tony, I've been doing my coffee with a bit of caramel syrup, and a splash of heavy cream and some cinnamon. I'll go heavy on the cinnamon. Yes, it is delicious. Miss 2.0 is a big cinnamon in her coffee drinker as well. And I do have a half and half in here right now. Hey, Drew, how are you doing? Happy Sunday. Let's see. So Backpacking Bible, how is your week? Good. All righty. So, hey, Alpine, how are you doing? Yes.
Green Hubs popped in there. Hey, 2.0 fan, thank you for the reminder. Let's just throw this out real quick. If anybody has any questions, please put a couple of question marks in front of it so that we know it's a question and we can catch it a little bit easier in the comments as they scroll through kind of quickly on us. So thank you for that reminder there, 2.0 fan.
Yes, sirree. Yeah. And I'm just looking here. All right. So, one thing, that was an awesome camp the other night. And I want to do this early, Dave. I want to show this little clip that I showed you that I'm going to play. All right. So I know there's a lot of talk about trekking poles and how are trekking poles? Do you like them? Do you not like them? I've always been very skeptical of trekking poles. Me personally, I have been. until Johnny Torres got me a pair. So they're actually in the car. But trekking poles, I didn't ever think I really needed them. Now, I'm going to say, even without having a stroke, I still don't think I would have needed them or thought I needed them. But I want to show you an example of something. So when I went out for Thursday night's video this past week, so I'm just going to take a second to set this up. So I set the camera up, got the backpack on, hit record, and then I walk into the woods, all right, with the backpack. Yeah, Dennis, my eyes are doing better. Yeah, they are. So I'm still taking the drops. I don't know if it's viral or bacterial infection, but they are doing better as long as I keep putting the drops in. So I walk into the woods, and I go down just a little embankment, and then I get into the woods, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I forgot my trekking poles. So, and I know I want to use them in the rest of the filming of the intro. So I got to go all the way back to the car to get them. So I go back to the car. Now I'm walking back to the car, and I get to this spot. Now I'm going to show you what it's like without trekking poles, and then I'm going to pause it, and we're going to talk about it for a second. All right. So let me see if I get this playing here. All right. Everybody ready? All right, so I was not planning on using that footage for anything. That is a lot of B-roll that I just film, getting set up for shots. And then I take a slice or a picture of what I like, then I'm doing. Now, I didn't use any of this footage because it's not showing me hiking through the woods and stuff. But I was laying in bed the other night, and I thought, you know what? I want to, Alpine's asking a question. What have you learned from setting up the new hot hammock tent? Oh, remind me to go back to that. Sorry. So when I'm coming up the bank here, that's me struggling. And I wasn't even thinking that the camera's on me. I'm just thinking about, I got to get the trekking poles, but I got to get up this little bank. Now, the little embankment's not that high. It was maybe from here to down here. Now that right leg, you don't see if you look at the right leg, I have a leg brace on that brace. Not many people realize that, but I do wear a leg brace. But if you look at it, you can see my knee actually twisting in. So it's a good thing I have that leg brace on. But if I didn't have that leg brace, I wouldn't be able to step up with my toe would drag. All right. It's getting better. But so that's without trekking poles. So now I get the trekking poles. I film myself. I don't ever shut the camera off, but I film myself going. Now I spliced it just for me coming back to that bank to get the camera. So that's where we're going to go at right now. All right. I'm talking myself. Big difference coming up there with trekking poles. Yeah. So, and it was, and you see that handle just fly out. That's because I'm putting so much pressure down on it. But it gave me enough pressure on that left side to actually lift that right leg up to get up that bank a little bit. Hey, Tony, did you try the cracker recipe? Oh, yeah, yes, I want to say yes. And if you were on my Facebook Family 2.0 family page, you're going to see that cracker recipe on there, Carl. And yes. So let's see. Or no, you won't see that cracker recipe on there, but I know which one you're talking about. That I don't know if my figure will handle that one. So let's see. Alpine Warrior, I had a question. I'm going to scroll back up here. So let me know, what are your thoughts on on the trekking poles. Maybe throw a comment down there or what you think. Maybe after watching me, how I handled it with and without trekking poles, because I am one that thought I never needed trekking poles.
Before you go up to that Alpine Warrior, and we're going to get to it right away, but I just wanted to touch on something there really quick. But guys, you can see obviously from what do you want to say, the effects on Tony from his stroke, that he really loves doing what he's doing, and he's just out there trying really hard to do a lot of good videoing. It would be so much easier if he was just, like if he strapped a video camera on him and had the tracking poles and just was out stomping around doing his thing and everything else. But he loves to do the camera angle stuff, and kudos to him. Everybody can just give a round of applause if we could just go ahead and do that, And but no, I just wanted to let everybody know he really does work hard at this. But at the same token, I'm also going to say, be careful out there, buddy.
Yeah.
We love you, and we want you to be safe out there. So, anyways, back to the Alpine question here. Tony, he wants to know, what have you learned from setting up the new hut hammock tent?
All right. So, one, that it's huge and it's not heavy, and that's hanging up right here. But I do want to say, what's that?
There's room for me, right?
Yeah, if I could drag you out there, that would be. but it's hanging right here. I do want to say at the end of the video, I say, hey, I won't labor you at me folding this up and getting it back into the bag. Things are very difficult to get back in the bag, and that is not like folding up a normal tarp. A normal tarp is square. This is a tent, triangle, and it doesn't have a base in it. So I actually did the best I could to get it back in the bag. I wasn't able to zip it. I actually carried it in my one hand and had my backpack on my other hand and went that way. And then got all the way back to the car and then stuck it all in the car. However, that's when I got not feeling good then Sunday night. So I came back and I took it out of the bag, hung it up, but I strung it out, hung up. And I spent maybe 15, 20 minutes in the living room learning the best way to fold it up to get it back into that pack, because there is a technique to folding it up. And I think I'll get better at that, especially with folding it back up. So I'm seeing some question marks I'm missing.
Drew Barber has one down. When do you actually film the camping videos that you release on Thursdays, and how quick is your turnaround for the video?
All right. So that video,
lately they've been pretty close right now. He did have a lot stretched out, but
yeah. Every once in a while I like to be at least a week ahead, but with me getting sick and stuff, I'm behind. Like that one that I released for Thursday, fortunately, I was out Saturday night. I uploaded it Sunday morning. By 10 o'clock, if I go out stealth camping or camping, I will film and record and then edit in the evening. And then in the middle of the night, whatever I do in the middle of the night, in film, like when I filmed the moon and coming through, I was already edited up to that point. So whatever I filmed when I got up to water the trees, I went back in and I just edited that in, and then went back to bed, got up in the morning, set the camera up, edited or filmed again. And then when I was all done breaking down camp and everything, I went out. And then I drove out the gate, down the road and out the gate. And I went somewhere and I just pulled off the side of the road and finished editing. And that maybe takes about a half an hour. And I was just doing that to warm up and stuff. And then by 10 o'clock, I uploaded And then, so that was Saturday. I went out at maybe 1 o'clock, and I got uploaded at 10 a.m. the next morning. And then I just worked on my thumbnail and stuff Monday or Tuesday, and then it released Thursday. So now this week's video for this Thursday, I'm probably going to do Tuesday night, upload Wednesday morning, schedule for Thursday. So it's going to be a very fast turnaround on this one. So I have already done in one day, but I don't like to cut it that close. But I was sick.
Yep.
And yeah.
A lot of comments on tracking polls. A lot of people saying, Emma Brown says, don't leave home without them.
No, not anymore.
So there was something here from
Jess says he uses the trekking poles for his one tent as well. Yeah, they are. There are some tents out there when you're packing light. Now, that's a difference between bushcraft and backpacking distance. So bushcraft, or just going out camping and setting up a base camp, and then doing routes, always coming back to the same place. That's where the hot tent is good, or setting up base camp, where you're like backpacking Bible going to do the Appalachian Trail, or someone doing a distant going from point A to point B to point C to point D, always progressing forward. You will want a tent that you can maybe use just trekking poles for us to cut down on weight. And that's some differences. Eric asks, would it be easier to put it in a stuff sack or is it too big? No, actually, I was thinking, I wanted to put it back in the bag because I don't want to hang it up here. But when you see me going out, I have that in the backpack, squished down in there, along with a top quilt, an under quilt. Everything you saw I had was in that backpack. But when you in the nice and warm and can tuck it where you want it and do all that stuff, is a big difference than being at 22 degrees in the morning, trying to get everything back in there. It doesn't always fit like it fit when you were packing it in the warm. But a stuffed sack, I actually thought about doing a stuffed sack instead of that bag, because you can stuff it down in and then crank that tight and then clip it. I did think about that.
Woods 87 wants to know if you plan on getting a stove for the tent.
No, I don't plan on getting one. Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
Yeah. Stay tuned. Good one.
Yeah, stay tuned. I don't want to say any more than that. All right. But yes, tune in tomorrow. So
live on already 2. No, sorry.
So let's see. Trekking poles, hell on my hiking does hell on my ankles, knees, hips, and lower back, and I have sciatica. Sometimes I have to use a cane, and I'm only 32. Well, God bless you, Jess. Yeah, pain is never fun, is it? When it gets to springtime, any idea where you would want to stealth camp? That's a good one. 2.0 fan.
Before springtime, he needs to be planning a trip across country.
Yeah. Oh, yes, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, I do have a couple places in mind for and spring is a lot different. Things are coming alive. It's just so neat. Really the visuals. There's the filming. I'm looking forward to spring very much so. And as far, I want to get out of state. So hoping that I can do that very, very shortly. Old Grunt says, do you try to put heavier stuff in bottom of pack so it isn't so top heavy? I use old Army rucksack. Yeah, they're heavy rucksacks. So I don't have a choice. Was wondering if you balance out. Usually what I will do is I do have all this, I want to say pretty much everything that I have is fairly even in weight. Nothing's really overly heavy. Even the tarp tent isn't really that heavy. But what I do is I try to put like my bottled gas and kettle and coffee pot, all my cooking stuff at the bottom. Then I pack around that with my top quilt because that cinches it down and tightens it. Then I go, and it's going to be dependent on season as well. So then I go, I usually, if I'm taking the chair, that I can lay sideways, and I pretty much put that in next. And then I go under quilt and hammock. I stuff that in. And I don't like keeping those in the stuff sack because the stuff sack's round. If you keep it loose in your backpack, you can pack it into the crevices and crunches. I found anyhow, so it gives me more room. And then I just continue to layer from there. Usually, food on the very top. So the table I have been putting on the outside of the pack in the front sleeve. The you'll see it on the video. You'll see, what is that thing? That's the table. And then the knife and all that stuff go on the outside. Now, the very top, on the Osprey that pulls over, the rain protector pouch, it's a double pouch. The zipper on that, for the last 5 times I've been out, when I unzip it, it catches and it starts taking the material with it. And this time, the zipper separated. I'm very unhappy with that zipper. I should have never done that. But it's, how when you zip up a jacket, sometimes it catches the one side, and then you got to try to go up and down and get the material out from it. Yeah, there's a lot of questions flying here. Camping with endless weekends. Does your pack have an internal frame? Yes, mine does have an internal frame. Depending on which pack, they both do. Yeah. My 36 and also the 55. Now the Ascend backpack does not, and that's just like a day pack. Woods 87 asks, what is the biggest thing you look for when picking a spot, Tony? The biggest thing I look for is just 2 trees. Well, 2 trees with enough space in between that I can hang the hammock, and also enough clearing that I can move around. Well, again, it depends on what I'm doing, because if I'm trying to stealth camp, I want more cover. If I'm not stealth camping, I still want some cover, but I want to be able to see out a good distance. So for me, that's what I look for, and not too much ground cover. What's that, Dave? Oh, okay. So Eric asks, what does the pack weigh when you're done packing it? My backpack when I'm going out main camping is about 28 pounds on average. I would say I'm going to say probably around 30 pounds in the winter, maybe somewhere close to 28 pounds, but then less in the summer. But now that I'm adding like a chair, the table, even though they're light, they take up space and add a little bit of weight. But for me, I'm not hiking that far. I'm not going miles. Now, when I start doing some miles, I'm going to become more conscious of what I'm taking and drop weight more. How much does your pack weigh? All right, David. Yes, about 28 pounds. What I did is I got on a scale without the pack, and then I got on a scale with the pack. And so I saw at Walmart they have a chocolate cake next to where you get the crunch cakes. I wonder if that's a new thing. Oh, that might be. Yeah, I haven't. I was in Walmart actually last night. I went in there because I was looking for an electric blanket because I'm trying to get the car set up. All right, and there's some things I'm trying to do, and I wanted to look at just electric blankets and look on all the boxes and the panels and look at specs. I looked at 8 electric blankets, and not one of them had the amount of watts on draw on the outside of the package. I was getting so frustrated. I ended up, that was it. I didn't even find out anything that I went there to look for. But I did check the see for crunch cakes, and there was 0 in 2 of the spots. So there was no crunch cakes. It was just empty. Yeah. So let's see. We have like near us. Ramp. Always a nest of copperheads born. Ew. We're under the concrete every year. Always check every year. Yeah, one thing about trekking poles, one person said, one good thing about trekking poles that they like is that they're trekking along, they come up to a log. I think it was Dennis might have mentioned this. So he likes to tap the log with the trekking pole, because when you go to step over a log, there might be a rattlesnake or some snake on the other side. So he always uses the trekking pole for that purpose.
Good idea.
Yeah. So, hey, I want to say 50 people on. We've been on 32 minutes, but I wanted to try something a little simple, explo venturing. Formerly simply exploring with Lewis and adventuring with Lewis. That simplified the name last week. All right. So one thing I wanted to say is I wanted to try something new this week. If this is your first time on a Sunday Night Live, if you could type in there, hey, it's my first time on Sunday Night Live, put in there, if you're comfortable, where you're from. That would be awesome in the comments. Then we can say hi to you and welcome you to the 2.0 family. Yep. All right. So Jess asked a question here. So Tony, was it hard to get used to carrying heavy loads? I see people with enormous packs, and it's so hard for me to carry stuff. It feels impossible. Well, I'm going to say my little journey that I have with backpacks is first time. Alrighty, Eric, welcome from down there in Texas. Alrighty, Lori, first time from Wisconsin. Hey, Jess, we're gonna get back to you real quick. It's also good to say hello from Cornwall, Ontario, Canada. Tim, awesome. That's really cool. Yeah, keeps up on things like with Mike here, Florida. Yes,
Mike.
My mic. Okay.
So yeah, let's see. We got from Texas. I'll tell you what. This will be fun. Everybody, just type in there real quick where you're from. If you're new, just put down first time and where you're from. Let's just see. And nobody, I mean, just do the state. You don't have to give the town, if you don't want to make it a little bit safer, But yeah, go ahead. Everybody, throw it in there. When I seen somebody up here was from Florida. Who was that? Hike with Mike.
So how is the microphone, Dave?
Sounds good. North Carolina here, Virginia, Lancaster, PA. Woo!
Hey, wait a second. The 592 movement, welcome. They are getting ready to hike the Appalachian Trail. Yes, hey, Emerald from PA. And they are the husband and wife team I mentioned last week. And if you guys, Oh, Dave, keep saying where people are from.
Oh, you want me to keep going? We
Yeah.
Virginia, Pennsylvania, Oregon, Missouri, Lancaster, PA. We got North Texas. We got New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, West Virginia, Tennessee, California. Hey, another Pennsylvania. I guess GM just jumped in. Hey, GM, how you doing? Let's see. Massachusetts. Oh, he was born in Massachusetts. Woodsman.
Yeah, I can't kill them all from North Carolina. So I just want to say real quick, 592. I don't know if you're you want to. If you want to jump on, we'd like to talk to you here for a couple. So I just put a link in the comments section. You can follow along with that if you want to jump on our live here. But I had mentioned them last week. They are getting ready to hike the Appalachian Trail along with Backpack and Bible's also going to do it. But now 592, I would like him to come on and just give his testimony, but it's him and his wife. And so if you can jump on, I'll see you in the green room. But
we got Alabama, Mississippi. Oh boy, we got a lot in here. North Carolina.
Wow. All right.
All over.
Okay. All right. I see you there. So we got 592, Dave. I'm going to bring him on, and we're going to talk a little bit, but it looks like his mic might be off. Let me see. Unmute mic. Oh, I got him unmuted now. All right. So I'm going to bring him on. Looks like he's all ready. So here we go.
Yoo-hoo!
All right, buddy. How are you doing? You should be live. Can you hear me?
Live. Mike is back off. There he is. There we go. Can you hear? We can't hear him.
No. Okay.
You can't hear us?
If you've got the YouTube still on, maybe go off of YouTube, and then you'll just be on StreamYard. Sometimes that works. Oh, your mic's not connected, it's saying.
So while you're figuring that out, I'm going to go
through. Yeah. 592. Your mic isn't connected. Okay, he just jumped off. He might come back on. Hey, Lisa's day off. All right, and let's see. Hammock Mountain says, "Hey, 592. I'll be following your journey. That is awesome. Hopefully, he can get that figured out. But there's the mic just was not connected, unfortunately. So I'm going to put that link.
If he comes back on, we can work with him on the settings down here to try to help him get that turned on. So if you can, go ahead and jump back on, and we'll see if we can't help you get that fired up there then.
Yeah. So I just posted that link again.
Hey, GM, don't you leave. You need to come on and say hello.
Yeah. So, but 592, they're going to be starting in a couple weeks here.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Yeah. And I know there are a few people that started already. I am following one gentleman. I forget his name, though. But they're starting to pop up on my phone because there are people that have started as early as January 1st. And they're like, already 11 days in videoing, putting videos up so you can start watching their journey already. And cool. Yeah, and it's cold. You wouldn't think Georgia, to me, I think, Georgia, it's way warm down there, not where they're at. It's just like up here. Okay, we're going to try this again. Oh, it looks like his mic might be ready. All right, here we go.
Good.
All righty, 5-9. Are you good?
I'm much better. I can hear you now.
There you are.
Much better hiker than I am technology.
All right. Well, you're gonna have to get good at technology as you're doing your videos, right?
Yeah. Well, Felicia normally edits the videos, so if
Okay.
anything that looks polished and has great sound and everything, that's her. If it looks like a third grade project that we got to turn in, that's me.
Okay. well, that will be good to know. Yeah. So 592. I know this story, but how did that come about?
Yeah, great. We in August of 2021, I was just under 400 pounds, and I forget where Felicia was, but the combined weight that we were at when we started walking was 592 pounds.
That's awesome.
Oh
Wow. You're coming down though. That's awesome.
Yeah, so we've lost about 100, just over 100 pounds, but we started walking, half mile, and the first day I didn't die, right? So I was like, okay, good. I said, Felicia, get in the car. She hopped in, and we said, I handed her a can of orange spray paint. We live way out in the country, and I drove a quarter mile. Said, all right, put a line on the road. And she's like, you can't spray paint on the road. I said, nobody cares, right?
All right,
so
right.
Put a line. And then we went another quarter mile, put a line, and I realized, I could just have downloaded an app that told me mileage.
Right.
But so
That's that technology thing.
I know. It was weird. I didn't know about far out. I didn't know about some of the other stuff, So, and then we just did. We walked out a half mile and a half mile back. We did our first mile, and I came home. I was a sweaty mess. I tried to walk upstairs. My legs were shaky. It was crazy. But over the period of like maybe 2-3 months, we started clocking in some 5 and 6 mile days, and then that turned into like, hey, let's get some gear and plan a trip. And then like we went out on the first weekend, and you download far out, you do your research, you talk to folks, and you think you're ready.
Right.
So we went to we actually everyone's laughing because everyone's been through it, right? The very first weekend you go out, we load. I get a shuttle. Shuttle takes us out to the trailhead at Petite's Gap, and we're gonna walk from Petite's Gap back to Jennings. It's 20 miles, and we're with a big group of folks. And so I get out far out. We're taking film, shooting TikToks, like flexing and getting ready. And
in the beginning, right?
That's right. Like before you even take a step. So I get my phone out and I look at it, and I was like, okay, well, we're gonna go southbound, but there's north. And I look, and you're like, whew, man, I'm so glad we're not going that way. It's like straight uphill. And then I turn back around, and it's like another street, in a gap.
Right.
We had never experienced that, so I'm like, we're straight uphill again. So we get out on trail. We hike. I mean, it couldn't have been more than 100 yards. And are you guys married? Like,
what's that?
Are you married?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So you ever hike with your spouse, or not even hike, but just in general?
Oh yeah.
When you know that you make eye contact with your spouse, and both of you know exactly what you're thinking at the same time. That was our first break on the trail when we could still see the parking lot, and the shuttle driver is driving off. And we're looking at it going, we got 20 more miles this weekend, but so we hiked, I think, Thunder Hill Shelter, I think, is that first one you come to. It's about 5 miles in, and we had started kind of early afternoon, so we were done. We were gonna set up camp, and we get out there, and I checked the weather for Troutdale. I hadn't quite learned that you don't check the weather for the closest town. You load atweather.org and you look at the shelter weather. So It's supposed to be a 30% chance of rain, 35 degrees. We're like, okay, it's perfect. It's going to get a little chilly. We should be okay. True. At about 8 o'clock, we're laying in the tent, and I hear, and again, this is the first time I've camped in the tent. We set it up, but this is the first time we've actually been in the woods in it. And I hear, they go, oh, around the shelters, there's always mice, and there's animals and critters and da-da-da-da-da. And so I think I hear scurrying like mouse. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, hell no. There's no way I'm letting a mouse chew through this $500 Big Agnes tent, right? Like, so I'm like trying to find it, flashing like the headlamp and everything. I guess, Felicia, it's not in the tent. Like it's got to be outside. So I poke my head outside, it's snowing.
Oh,
And I look, and we have this little zip, like, a thermometer, you put it on a zipper. We
Yeah.
look at it, it's like 28, so way below. It was so much fun. But we get through the weekend. It's with a group of 12 of us that went. So
Okay.
they took us beginners out, and then on the way home, after just the 20 miles, everything hurt. Like I think I sprained my eyelids that weekend. It
Right,
was just
right.
hurt. We get in the car and drive an hour. And we get to the restaurant, and the three of us hop out of the car, barely able to make it into the restaurant, like the legs just on fire.
Right.
And I remember my wife looked over at me and she was like, "Man, I had the best weekend."
Ah,
And I said, "Oh man, I think we're gonna be okay. Like, to plan this through hike and to now go do more shakedowns and test more gear and get acclimated." But yeah, that's kind of like the beginning of it all for us.
Cool.
that's awesome.
Cool.
And what is your actual start date?
Yeah, so we are going to fly out on the 18th of February, and we wanted to kind of. I don't think we're going to be that couple that knocks it out in like 120 days, right? Like, it's just not going to be us. We're going to take our time. So we decided we were going to we'll get there kind of late Saturday, and actually somebody from the 2023 group on Facebook said, "Hey, if you guys are going, we'd love to give you a ride." And so we have somebody picking us up at the airport to take us to get our first resupply, because you can't fly with fuel and all the things that we had to research. Stay Saturday in the lodge. Sunday, we're going to get up, go to the leave no trace, weigh the bags, get the tags, take the classes. I think we're going to hike the falls. And then we actually have, so I work in real estate and have a peer group from around the country. They're going to come in Saturday night and spend Saturday and Sunday with us. So we're going to grab lunch and enjoy that area. And then the debate was, do you do the entire approach trail? Because, you leave the lodge, you're right at the entrance.
8 miles. Yeah.
Or do you shuttle? It's like somebody said it could take almost an hour to get up there to the Springer. Then you got to backtrack a mile to start the mile. And so I think we're going to do the approach trail on Monday morning.
Yeah. Have you ever seen Jay Wanders Out?
Yes. Yeah. I followed him last year. Loved it.
Perfect. I was going to say, his approach trail was the first time I ever saw anybody really, really film the approach trail. And he did such an amazing job with that. And it really helped me to know what that looked like. But definitely that approach trail, you kind of want to do that as like a different day.
Yeah. And even if we did it all in one day, we would probably just still stay at Springer and not try to push. We don't have any expectations of coming out of the gate really fast,
No, and I wouldn't. A lot of people do, and they end up they're done. They're like, that's it.
I'm out.
Just so you know, there's a lot of people laughing with your comment, sprained my eyelids.
We're gonna have a good time. We're that couple that lays in our tent, and we have to be careful because we're laughing and cracking up in our tent, and just having a good old time. And you don't want to you want to be respectful of Hiker Midnight,
Yeah. That's what you should get. That matching T-shirts, sprained our eyelids.
Yeah, we'll come up with some gear to sell.
Very good. I got the camp out along the wild horses of the West. Really amazing. Yeah. Says Eli. So at least your hair wasn't hurting.
That's right.
Says welcome to Young Homestead.
Yeah.
Their first night here on live from Maine, Young Homestead.
Nice. Oh, nice. Thank you. Yeah. Welcome. Yeah. So 592 Movement, that's the channel name, correct?
Correct. Like YouTube. We have a Facebook group.
We do
TikTok stuff too. Yeah. We started the Facebook really for friends and family, but then there were people that said, "Hey, I'd like to just follow along in there." So we let people in until they, it's okay until it's not, right?
Right.
There's a question here for, I think, 592 from PC. They wanted to know how do you prepare for that kind of a hike?
Oh, yeah. That's a great question, because there's a lot of different stuff, right? So you have to prepare physically, financially, and mentally. That's, I think, are the three big categories to prepare, and so my dad wanted to always go on this hike when I was in my 20s, because I'm a little bit older, right? I'm in a different zip code for age now. And my dad, when I was in my 20s, said, "Hey, I'd love to go and do this Appalachian Trail." He had taken me to whitewater canoeing in Shenandoah. We had done outdoors. I was Boy Scouts. My dad was a scout leader. Just love being in the woods. But, it's kind of, for me, I got adult age, and I wanted just to go and do the career thing and chase that and all that came along with it. And so he subsequently got MS, passed away in 2016, and never got to really go out and hike, just physically wasn't able, right? The older you get, the less physical ready you are, but the more financial ready you are. And the younger, right, sometimes it means that you're more physically ready, but financially, maybe not as much as when you're older,
Right,
so,
right.
So financially, we've spent the last year and a half saving money, foregoing vacations and luxuries and things that we would normally do. We normally would go to Jamaica every other year. We didn't go. We put that money to the hike, because being in that older category, I can't just break a lease and not have an expense for 6 months, right? I have a mortgage.
Right.
I've got things you got to pay for while you're gone. So on top of what it costs to hike, and we budgeted about $9,000 for each of us to hike for that 6 months.
Okay.
Everybody says 6, but with the inflation, we were like, I don't want to risk it. And
right.
leaving in February, we are probably going to have some extra hostel nights we didn't plan on, with weather stuff. So, So financially, we just wanted to take care of that. Mentally, I think we did a little bit of studying. I know I did a lot of studying on YouTube. We still watch a lot of other through hikers. We went through Jay Wanders. I really liked Alicia in the mountains. She didn't finish last year, but she really talked about, like, one of the very first through hikers that I watched, or attempted through hikers, that talked about the mental part of the trail and what she was experiencing. And, like, I never really thought about like homesickness in a way.
Right.
And so we actually, after watching that, we kind of have some family members that want to hike at different points in the hike with us and come visit. I think that would help,
Yeah.
Physically, we really just, the best way to get prepared to hike is to go hike, I think,
Yeah.
We did probably this year, I think we did 6 2 to 4 day weekends. And then I did a week in May from Front Royal to Penmar.
Nice.
Get ready. Yeah. About 100 miles. And that trip was where I realized that when I need to, I can do larger miles, but I don't prefer it.
Right.
Other than that, we did a lot of squats and single legged lunges around the yard after walking, to kind of, with our poles, right? Getting used to the 3-4 point contact with the poles and stabilizing, just to kind of, again, hiking is the best, but, like, I think the next best is to wear your gear and do that around your everyday.
Yeah. Now, have you always used trekking poles? That's one of the topics we got tonight.
Yeah. So we're actually partnered with Lecky too.
Okay.
And when I say partnered, like, we're not sponsored hike, we're not pro hikers, none of that stuff, right?
Right.
These are just some companies that I said, hey, we love your gear, we use your gear already. Would you consider partnering? And then if we have a gear failure, we could purchase at a discount. Most of them said we'll send you stuff, which was nice. But yeah, so we the first trip, that April trip that we took, I used poles and she didn't, right?
Okay.
She just did. We didn't know. My buddy said, hey, are you taking sticks? And I was like, do you want to take some? She was like, no, that kind of feels weird. I don't know if I could use them. Or do you go with them, or do you do one at a time? Like, and so then the next trip I bought her a set, and she said, gosh, these made a world of difference. I felt safer, with the poles and, those different points of contact, especially if you're going uphill, you shorten the sticks to get the uphill motion. If you're going downhill, you can lengthen them. And then that gives you a little bit more stability on a downhill.
Yeah.
I find that it really saves my knees on the downhill stretch. I usually tuck them underneath my arm on a flat stretch. I don't use them like, and you guys will know what I'm going to say, but when I'm outside of state or national parks, the terrain is rockier and crazier. In a state park or national park, it's like chipped mulch,
Right. Hey,
Yes, I prefer to use the trekking poles.
Yeah. We hike out here in Arizona often, and I won't go without them. I just won't. Too many rocks.
Yeah. I'm just older, that is one of the things that will knock you off trail is injury. And so I feel like that's something for me. And again, hiking is such a personal thing. It's like, the gear you choose, down to everything, but it's like shoes. Someone can, hey, what shoes do you wear? And I say, look, everyone's feet are different. My own 2 feet are different, right? Like when I go get them, if you go get them measured, you'll find out one's wider than the other, one's longer than the other. Yep. I said, I can't tell you. I can just tell you my experience in stuff with like shoes and poles and tent and bag and all that,
Yeah. Drew asked, do you need a Garmin for the AT? If so, which model? So, I'll let you answer that, but my experience is a lot of hikers will get the InReach. Did you get the InReach?
I'll tell you, Drew, it's that's a comfort thing, and if you feel like you want to have the SOS button, then I would absolutely get it and have that peace of mind. We have one for that particular reason, but we just upgraded the iPhone Pro 14. That does have the SOS capability. We are still going to take the Garmin as a backup. And then, of course, because we're hiking as a couple, we have 2 phones and a backup, right? So, like, I feel like we're covered. You won't need it for the GPS side because your phone, you use an app called Far Out, or that we've gotten off trail before. There's some of the water erosion control cutouts that look like the trail, like that will go straight, but the trail will turn. And then you get to hiking about 10 or 20 yards, and you're like, this doesn't look like the trail anymore, right?
Right. Where's the blazes?
I go, how does he blaze for, like 5 minutes? And you can pull your app out, and then it has an arrow that'll point you back to the trail. So at any point you can stop and, don't feed into some of the fear mongering with that. Like it's if you were to walk through the woods to the same point in the fence every day, you would wear a path walking there. And over time, that's what the AT does. The only time that I've found it to be difficult is when the leaves fall.
Yeah.
There hasn't been a lot of traffic, right? So.
Yeah. And real quick, Camping All Out, Elisa, hello. I want to say that real quick. That's his daughter, wanted to say hello to us. And so with the trekking poles, Backpack and Bible said her first trip out didn't use poles, killed her knees. Yeah. I was answering that about the backpack. My experience with backpacks, because I've added gear. Like if you go back to when I first started making the videos for the channel, and then as it's grown, more gear. But when I got my 55-liter pack, Lisa and I went to REI, and they said, hey, let's fit you for a pack. All right, fit me for a pack? So we went through the whole fitting process. They did the adjustments. They showed where the straps should be, your load bearing and unload uphills and downhills, the straps that you pull, where you can tighten it. So Jess, I would say, if you want to, or thinking of doing any kind of not so much heavier packing, but if you've never been fitted for a pack, get fitted. I was so impressed with the pack fitting that I went back the next day, took my backpack back in that I just purchased just to film them fitting me for that pack, because I wanted people to know that there's a process. And if you get fitted for it, it's going to sit. Even though you can have a 28-pound pack that's not fitted and put it on and feel like it's 40 pounds. You can have a 28-pound pack put on that's fitted and it feels like 10 pounds. Really amazing at just having a fitted pack. I mean, did you get your pack fitted at all?
Yeah, we did. I went in first, and I kind of did it backwards, right? So if I had to do it again, I would get all of my gear and weigh it and know what I needed for a pack, right? Like what it would handle. and then buy the pack. But I kind of,
Right.
I'm not the most patient person sometimes. And so I just like, I went berserk and I got everything. I was like, I need a pack. I needed this. I needed that. You know, I was like that perfect customer. They're like the dollar signs are flashing.
Right.
So the first pack I got was the Osprey Aether. It was a 65 liter. As
Okay.
a result, that first and fitted, that's where I found out that I need an actual extra large, tall or extra tall pack, right? Because of my measurement, they measure for that knob on your neck down to the base you wear on your hips, and I have a longer torso, so I needed a taller pack. If I hadn't done that and I just had bought what I thought might have been the right size, the fitting on the shoulders, it wouldn't ride at the right location, even with all the adjustments, you know. So because I had that big pack, though, when I went to go prepare for the first weekend, because there was extra space and because it would carry more weight, I packed, everyone says I packed my fears, you know?
Yeah.
And I weighed in, it was like 34 pounds, and then I had to put water on it. So it was a really heavy weekend.
Yeah.
And then over the summer, through the fall, I got like all the stuff that I wasn't using out of my loadout, right? And I used the lighter pack and all that. Actually, by the time between that 2-month window when I went in May, I had got my pack weight down to about 26 pounds. And so I was like, man, I'm heading towards ultralight. I'll buy a hyper light pack now because now I can shave 3 pounds of pack weight off too from this Osprey. Wrong. Another mistake I made. Because I packed out what should be an ultralight bag with a non-ultralight load in it, and the hyperlight pack only has shoulder straps and a hip belt. There's no loaders. There's no adjustments. You can't adjust the straps up or down like the Osprey or the hip belt in and out. And I was carrying with food and water, I think it was like 32 or 33 pounds.
Oh boy!
I could see the seams stretching, you know, like just, but it was sturdy.
Yeah,
I had developed a shoulder pain for that entire week carrying the bag because I was using a bag that wasn't intended for that load. So having a REI fit and do all that, I think that education for that piece of it made me realize that. Now my pack, the loadout that I have will be about 18 to 19 pounds.
Really?
Yeah. So, but again, that's a 9 month of shakedowns and getting rid of stuff and it's not cheap, you know?
No. And what's interesting is the lighter you go, the more expensive it is. You think, oh, light, less material. But it's
how we all say, lighter gear, lighter wallet.
Yeah, right. Yeah. That so what pack do you have now?
Yeah, I'm gonna use the Hyperlight pack for the trip.
Okay.
And they've actually partnered with us too, which is kind of neat. So if we have anything that we need, I use their pods. I don't know if you guys have ever done this, but they make these pods that you can separate in your pack, and they're stackable, and they're shaped like D's. And so the flat part sits on your back and makes the pack, it doesn't put weight on one side or the other. And so I use a large one for my tent, rain, fly, and footprint, and I put that in, and that goes in the bottom of my pack. And then the next one I do like my quilt inside of there, and I usually will put my quilt and my bag liner in there, and then it compresses. And then in the next one I'll put like all just my clothing that I need to keep dry, right? Because the Hyperlight pack is water resistant. I would say not it's not the best. I don't want to rely on that. But those little packs are water resistant too, and so we don't have condensation getting in. But so I'm gonna use that pack for the trip.
Yeah,
I have there's a thing here. I just got to read this because this is really good.
Yeah.
Okay.
It says, Olden Crackedate had said the Army fitted him too. They said, here's a pack and 110 pounds of gear. Welcome to the 101st.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
Mine was 5 pounds. Old Grunt says, simply, I'd love something lighter. So Drew is asking a very, 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 very common question.
Yes, very common.
Very common about the AT. Is the AT dangerous? ? Can you concealed carry when hiking it? So I'll probably answer that first. You will, I don't think I don't believe you would need a concealed carry. Just bring. I have a concealed carry license, and I never would take a gun on the AT. just because all the states would have different permitting. Now, I'm sure you could get different permitting to allow it and stuff like that, but a lot of people fear, and there's a lot of times for clicking reasons, I think somebody does this. There's a couple of YouTubers that'll do this around this time of year. They'll put out, dangerous AT,
Okay.
Most criminals on the AT. This is this person's story, and a lot of that's for views. Everything that I've found on the AT, doing the trail magic and all that over the last couple of years, and talking with hikers and things like that, and watching Ramdino, and talking about the community. The community is awesome. The community is always looking out for one another. The community will see and notice something that's suspicious on there and relay it to one another, which usually, I think last year there was somebody wandering around that was very suspicious, and they took care of it. Not that they took care of it, but he's nowhere to be found anymore. So, hey, I bring a stick. LOL. It depends on the rep of that state. So, anybody else want to answer that?
I'll chime in just a little bit with just a little bit of the gun laws, because trust me, that's something that I researched highly with us traveling the country. And yes, there are reciprocating states with your concealed carry, and coming up through, actually licensed in Pennsylvania, coming up through the AT. I think the only state that wouldn't be is Maryland, because you have to cross through Maryland, right, through the AT.
Yeah, and also New York.
Yeah, New York. I think.
But I mean, from coming up from down south up to Pennsylvania, the only one that would be Maryland, and then past that would be New York, and then there's probably some states up that way. So yes, it all depends on reciprocating states, on which ones on where you're licensed. Because each state it's completely different with each state and who reciprocates who and whatever and blah blah blah.
Old Grunt says Maryland is bad. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I just to tag on to the way information is passed on the trail. It's information travels extremely fast on the AT, from the hikers to the trail angels to, just support teams on there. And I know when we did the 100-mile stretch, even down to like, hey, there's a Boy Scout troop. There's like 30 of them. They're coming south. They're thinking about staying at one of these two shelters, and you just got to get before them, or I got to get to them and pass them,
Right.
But there's things like that that'll happen. And there are, I would say, between April to August, September, there are a lot of people on trail, and that's enough to keep some of the crazies out, because they stand out, But you always want to be safe, and you always want to be aware of your situation,
Obviously, it can happen anywhere. I mean, look at church. There was, things that happened in churches and different. So, it all depends on your comfortability, on what you want to do.
And people are just one element. I think that's probably the one that I'm the most cautious around. As far as animals, I think like they get a bear attack, like 1 in 8 to 10 million or something like that. Like, and it's usually, if you dig into it, that person was usually doing something they shouldn't have done, or they came around a corner and scared a bear, weren't making maybe their poles weren't clicking or whatever. And you just kind of surprise them. But every bear that I've surprised has jumped out of a tree, and just the only part I see is his butt running away, So
Right. Or they put a alpine meal in their shirt to stay warm, and it leaked, and they became a bear.
Yeah. Or if you leave wrappers in like hip belt pockets or shorts pockets or something like that, you'll get mice, or and then of course if you attract mice, you got to worry about the predators that come after mice, so you'll see all kinds of short 4-legged and the long skinny no-legged ones, right?
Yeah. So when you do get to Pennsylvania, so you'll have to send me, an email,
Yes.
so we can get contact information. I get you my phone and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, when you get up
I'll
here to
call you
Pennsylvania,
back
I
at
do
that time.
a 2.0 grilled cheese sandwich. Just saying, that's pretty darn good.
We're here for it.
Good. I take butter and I do it all around the pan. You have to watch one of the Trail Magic videos that this past year we did the made Jay wanders out one. But I had that stroke back in March and I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to do that and get out and see everybody, but I was able to, so that was really awesome. When you're out on the AT, would you call 911 or is there a dedicated line to calling a ranger?
There's a couple of things that happen with that. So I found that I probably have reception maybe about 60% of the time. But typically I would have my phone on airplane mode, right? So, and then at the shelters, if you're going into a gap to a shelter, you probably won't have service overnight. Although I had Verizon and in May, I had less reception. And then I go to I don't have anything. I go to the shelter. My buddy's on FaceTime with his girlfriend. I'm like, hey, what plan do you have that you're FaceTiming in this shelter? But, you would, if you had an emergency, you can SOS from the new iPhones, or if someone has a Garmin, you can SOS. If not, it's just probably most days you can walk like a mile or two and get a signal to get a call out.
Yeah. Dennis says, I'm back. I was watching a football game. All right, Dennis.
Old Grunt is asking a question also. He wanted to know, he missed this part. Where are you starting at your AT?
Yeah, we're going south from Amicalola Falls. We're going to go to the southern terminus and go northbound, right? So we would, hit the 14 states in order that way. Georgia, North Carolina, Tennessee, and it kind of follows a border, so you're in and out of those states a lot on the way up. But we are going to go northbound.
Okay. Which is a NOBO, Nobo. So he will be a Nobo. And I am looking, hopefully, during your, if anybody hasn't gone over and signed up to follow their journey, you've probably posted a few gear videos or getting ready to.
Yeah, we do. We have some. I went through my big 3. We just put up our tent, so like our house for the next 6 months. Did like an AT Cribs episode, I guess. But and then on our main channel, you'll see our announcement of who we are and some older pictures of us that are pretty fun. I'm a little plump in those, so don't be shocked.
Yeah.
So if you just search 592 Movement on YouTube, it'll pop up as a group, and you can come and check us out.
Yeah, and now on our 2.0 family Facebook page, we have a Facebook page as well. And I want to encourage you every so often to give us an update or post one of your videos so that we can have a link on there, and even maybe a gear video, or do that here soon so that maybe if people are on our Facebook group, they can go over there and click from there and go right to your videos and start following you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We're excited. We were just going to do it for friends and family, but then it started to becoming extended friends were asking questions. And when you tell someone, you're like, hey, we're going to go hike the Appalachian Trail, they're like, what is that, like 2 or 3 weeks long? And, and you go, well, it's actually going to be more like 6 months. And, we're going to do a video about the most common questions we get to, just because we get so many of the questions, like the gun question, what kind of food, where do you shower, do you stay, like, are you going to be in a tent for 6 straight months, or, how do you keep from getting lost? And we're going to do a video with all those questions.
Yeah. And Drew is asking a question right now. It says, are there parts of the AT where you hike through neighborhoods, towns, or along highways, or is it all trails? So it's not all trails, but it's all trails. I just want to say, when you get to Duncannon, Pennsylvania, you actually hike through the town, go up to a street above the town, in the town, and then hike out to the one end of the town, then back down the main street. So there's white blazes on sidewalks, on curbs, on telephone poles, and then you cross 2 bridges and then get back into the woods. So you go across the Susquehanna River. Just to let you know, you're going to cross the It's pronounced Juniata River, and then also Susquehanna River. So when you get to those, a lot of people will say Juanita River.
Juanita, yeah.
Yeah, they'll pronounce it all different ways. They're like, we think this is how it's pronounced. So when you get into town, I mean, that's the Doyle Hotel. But yes, to answer that question, you're going to go through a lot of towns. The trail is encompassing of all of those things. So it's not all in the woods.
Yep.
And about every 3 days, roughly, you can be in a town on average.
Yep. And I think we're going to stop in some of the towns like Gatlinburg. We're going to stay an extra night and just kind of enjoy like some of these, or like Damascus, that are trail towns, you know.
Yeah.
We want to stop and enjoy those.
Now, are you thinking of when Trail Days comes up, maybe going back down to Trail Days? That's a tough one.
It is.
It's too expensive, but there's a lot of people that go to it.
It would be great to see some of the other hikers that we might not be around too, that we know. Like Backpack and Bible's gonna hike this year too, and you know she had to delay her hike, I believe. If she's still around, she can talk to that. But she was gonna be closer to us, but now we're gonna be separated. And as we've gotten to message back and forth with her, I was looking forward to seeing her on trail, but we're gonna miss. So if we were able to swing back through for Trail Days, but I think it depends on how far we're past it when it happens.
Yeah, because I just know that a lot of people, they've got to travel back to Trail Days and then get a ride back to where they were at. And when you start out the trail and you're hiking with a group, you know, people, that's when you find your pace, you know, just like running a marathon. I remember, you know, a lot of people don't know this, but I ran a marathon. So my brother, my brother-in-law and called me up one day because Miss 2.0 ran a marathon. And I was like, oh, awesome, honey, this is so cool. So I was some of the support for that. But I don't like to run because I don't like being out of breath. So when she ran the next year, she was like, oh, I could. Well, they said. They called me and they said, hey, we signed you up for a marathon. I said, you did what? and I said, because we knew you always wanted to do one. I didn't always want to do one. So they said, well, we signed you up. I said, all right, well, when is it? They said, well, next weekend. And I was like, what? They said, we already paid for it. You just got to show up and run it. So that was the Harrisburg Marathon. I actually started out with the walkers. And I realized that there's some pretty darn fast walkers. But as I went through those 26.2 miles, we actually ended up being 27 point some miles because we took a wrong turn and had to go backwards. But while we were walking that, you know, people would pass me and then I'd pass them. Then they pass me again. And you basically see the same people for roughly about 26 miles, except for the real fast ones you see one time. Yeah. But then you start establishing that one couple people you see like, oh my gosh, I'm going to pass them. And then you pass them, then you're out of breath and you got to stop and walk. And then they come passing you. So I learned that if there was 4,000 people running in this marathon, I only saw about maybe 100 of them, you know, in the thing. And that's what I think hiking the Appalachian Trail is going to be a lot about.
Yeah, on some of the longer weekends, everyone eats lunch at a different time too. And so sometimes they won't go to a shelter, like hit a spur and go a quarter mile off track to a shelter. A lot of people will just, if it's a flat area, will sit down and cook lunch right there on the side of the trail. And so you'll pass somebody who's eating lunch, or maybe you went and looked at something like a scenic overlook and then they passed where your point was on the trail. Then you get back on and then, you know, you might see them taking a break.
How we doing?
Good.
Alpine.
How we doing? How's things going?
Good. We're just kind of 592 movement here.
Right. Hey, 592. How you doing, buddy?
Good.
Hey, real quick, just wanted you to know, 592, Eric Lawless said, good luck on your hike. And Tony, they want to thank you for answering their questions, and they are actually off right now. They said good night to all. So.
Oh, okay, definitely good night. Oh, I've got a couple questions here. There's one I want to get to because this is another common question, and also one that people think you just need one pair of shoes to hike the AT. So this question is, how many pairs of hiking shoes will you wear through on the AT from beginning to end? So it is about 500 miles on average for a pair of shoes on average. Some more, some less. It really depends on the shoe, but some people do not calculate that as an expense in the beginning. And they find out, the 500 miles in, and that $120 pair of shoes they got to drop another 120 pair dollars of shoes that are only going to last for another 500 miles. And if that's the case, 1,000 miles, you haven't even hit halfway yet.
That's right.
Yeah.
And we get that question a lot. That's a common question, because when you tell them that you're going to need 4 pairs of shoes, which is just the average. I've never done the through hike. I can only go off of through hikers that I've contacted. Like we had dinner with Tara Trex on Friday. She happens to live in our area. So I said, hey, I will buy you and Jonathan dinner if you come out, so we can ask you our 2.9 trillion questions that we have still, right? Like, And so we sat in the restaurant. It's kind of, as you're getting ready to leave where you live, you may have your favorite spots, and so Felicia and I are doing a farewell tour of our favorite places. Trying to hit them all. And so we went to a place with them, and they talked specifically about shoes, and they were saying, it so depends on the terrain in the different states too, on if you're going to truly get the 500 miles. I think they said one of their pairs lasted like 300, and they couldn't believe they were already ready for a new pair. So, we've budgeted to buy 4 pairs. I actually went from Hokas to Ultras to Topos, and so I'm going to wear the Ultra Venture 3s. I just kind of settled on that. It has enough cushion for my old man feet. So that I did the Lone Peaks, and that's a young man's game for me. My feet were so sore after 10, 12 miles. I needed something with more cushion,
Yeah.
And I wrote Topo to partner with them, and they told me no. So I was like, well, man, do I go write Ultra now and see if they'll partner with me, give me a discount code or something? So.
Yeah. I'm trying to look at the comments here, but yes, shoes are very, very important. And if you haven't gotten a brand new pair of shoes, by the time you get to PA, you're going to want to think about getting a pair of shoes before you get to PA. First part of Pennsylvania, okay, start hitting 501 Shelter and beyond. I always get them at 501 Shelter. They're like, oh, yeah. I say, how's it been going? Man, I love Pennsylvania. Man, this is so awesome.
It's not what I thought.
And I'm like, here's another grilled cheese. And then I say, okay, I know you're enthused about it, but after you get down the trail, after you spend the night here, it's going to progressively get worse. Make sure you post when you hit the New Jersey, Pennsylvania line how much you love Pennsylvania. Yes. And everybody's like, my God, I can't wait to get out of Pennsylvania. It's like the comments are like this. And then, oh, it's so happy. Then it drops off the cliff right after 501 Shelter. Port Clinton usually. Then it's downhill from there. But yeah. Tony and 592. What's your must-have thing to have on you when you hike the AT? If you had to pick one single thing. Great question, Drew.
Like a luxury item or a necessity? Like luxury, probably.
I would think go with one of each.
I would say on the luxury side, I carry a pillow, and that's debatable. Some people say, well, just use your puffy and sleep on that. But I learned the hard way that I need to sleep comfortable to recover, to keep going, right? And so something as simple as a pillow, it may seem crazy, but I have like the little Nemo pillow, and I can let a little air out of it and fold it in half because I'm a side sleeper. And it's just a perfect size to right underneath there, and I'm out cold. So I would say the pillow is the number one. I don't know if this is necessarily luxury because a lot of people carry them, but then the ability to heat up water to have my wife loves coffee, and happy wife, happy life, right? And then for me, a good hot meal at the end of the day, I can cold soak for probably 5, 6, 7 days, but I'm eventually going to want that hot meal, so.
Yeah.
Well, 592. What's your favorite hot meal?
Favorite hot? That's a good question too. Alpine Air makes a Thai stir fry dish that is just absolutely incredible. Some of those repacked meals are cardboardy and flavorless, but the Alpine Air, they've got it made. And then if I'm not doing a freeze dried meal, it would be some sort of a ramen and mashed potato, and probably a beef stick cut up is kind of the go-to for me.
Right.
Very good.
Yeah, that Nemo pillow like a cartoon fish. Yeah. Emma Brown says Nemo pillow like a cartoon fish.
It's an orange and white fluffy fish. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Little Nemo pillow.
Little Nemo. I like that. Yeah.
And then Felicia has the Dora one. It's blue and yellow. I'm kidding.
Right. And then Dory comes by. Yeah. As far as me, luxury item. I don't know. I don't know that I have one. I'd say every item that I take is a luxury. Every item that you can carry and not go, why did I bring this, is a luxury. Yeah. One of the things that last year there was a group of three hikers. They all had chairs. They all had chairs, and there was a couple other hikers with them, and they had little fold-out chairs, and they would go take a break, and they would pull out their chair and sit down. When they came up to have to eat at Trail Magic, they pulled out their little chairs and sat down, and I had never seen that before. And a couple of the other hikers were like, yeah, they are doing this the whole time. They always got these little chairs. I don't know. And then one of the hikers, I had my little chair with me. I had just gotten it, and I had my little chair set up, and I said, hey, go ahead and sit in it. And he sat in that. He didn't want to get up. But he's like, oh, this is nice. Now I see why they break it out. But it does take time, and it is a little extra weight. But, yeah. I would say that the chair, I would be debatable whether or not I would take the chair or not. Not sure. So do you have plans on hiking so far? And then you're going to have gear, obviously, that you're going to mail home.
Yeah. So we're going to have a package. I have some medications I have to send, and I don't want to take so much. So we have a package that will come out like kind of halfway through for us. And in that, I'm going to send some stuff home that would be more for cold weather, like the bag liner and some other things. Or I may move to like a higher quilt, like a 40-degree quilt or something like that, to sleep a little bit easier. But we're going to pretty much take what we take, we're going to keep for the trail. Like I've gotten it kind of narrowed down. For instance, like on the bottoms, I've really trained myself to hike in colder weather. And so I've gotten shorts all the way down to where it's 40. And if I'm hiking and it's 40 with shorts, I'm okay.
Okay.
But I don't want to I have a base layer to put on. If it gets cold, I'd rather save that for sleeping. And so I've got these rain pants that if it gets windy or colder than that, then I'll wear the rain pants over top of shorts to extend that. So I'm not going to really have like hiking pants that I'm going to send home. On the top, I have a shirt. I have a hoodie. I have a really heavy rain jacket because I'm not taking, the hoodie and the shirt are good for me down into the 30s. And again, if it's rainy or if it's windy or if it's super cold, I'll put the rain jacket on over. It's just a really heavy duty one. And then at night I have a puffy jacket. And so I would probably keep all of those for the trail, right? So because if it dips down and we're hiking, you want to have the hoodie to sweat in. And then when you get to camp, you don't want to have to wear something that's going to chill you off. And so I'll take that off and put the puffy over it, and then rain. I mean, just we go back and forth on the rain thing. I'm like, do I want to keep that rain jacket and move to a poncho, something lighter?
Right.
Wait, so I'm not gonna say we won't send something home, but the plan right now is just to keep what we have and just have multi-purpose for each layer,
Yeah. 592. I would suggest the quilted poncho.
Yeah, I've thought about a couple different variations on that too, because a poncho would also give you some protection over your pack too, and so I debate back and forth. You would know for sure that nothing in there's getting wet.
Right.
Hey,
You can use a quilted poncho as a blanket. You can also use it as a shelter if you had to. I mean, it has multiple uses. And the newer ones that they have now are windproof, waterproof, and they keep you warm, which is real nice.
Oh yeah.
Hey, I'm going to jump off here, Tony. If that's
Okay.
Your mic is going bad, by the way. You need to switch around.
Okay.
But I wanted to say to 592. Down there.
Yeah.
Just wanted to say good luck on your trip. I see that you posted, or somebody did over in the private chat, and there's a link over there, guys, that you can go to his YouTube channel there. And I think that's you, right? It says Buddy.
It is.
So. Okay, so you guys can go over there to the private. That's on.
Yeah, I can't post it in the comments.
On StreamYard. So. Okay, that's on StreamYard. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and copy that link if you don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll put it into the chat so people can go ahead and click on that and check that out. But I just want to say good luck on that. I'll be following you guys, and hopefully I'll be able to meet you in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, we'll let you know a couple weeks ahead of time, kind of what the schedule is. What we'd absolutely love to see.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Familiar faces coming
also,
today.
Once you get into what area was that we checked? Hamburg, PA. Once you get up in that area, also
Fort Clinton.
Tony can run up there and grab you guys off the trail and get you over to Cabela's and get you out for dinner and stuff like that.
Thank you so much. I mean, we'll take advantage of all of that for sure.
Yeah, and we might even get this guy over here.
He's over there for me. No, over
might
there.
get him to come along. Yeah.
But we'd love it too if you guys, if it worked out time wise, if you guys wanted to hop on trail for a day or two, if it's a weekend, and we would certainly be. I mean, we're relaxed. We've got no agenda just to beat miles out at that point. We're going to be slow and steady the whole way. So
absolutely, yeah.
But we got a guy flying in from Pennsylvania, and we got to get ourselves ready to go get him. So I just want to say, God bless. We will be praying for you guys. Good job. Good job. And everybody have a good one. I'll be posting a link then over in the comment for his channel. Yeah. Okay.
Let me see if I can post it, Dave. I think I can. Okay. Yep. I think I just did.
Okay. All right, guys. God bless, man. Thank you, GM. See you guys later. Alpine, love you, brother. Tony, love you, man.
Buddy.
Yep.
Buddy, love you guys. Take care and have a good one. Bye-bye.
See ya. All righty. So I've got some questions to get to here. So I did just post the link in the comment section. Anybody wants to go over, and please go over, subscribe. Doesn't cost anything to subscribe. That's the freest thing we can do. So go on over and subscribe and follow his journey. And he's going to be coming on periodically and telling us how the trail is going. So PC says, so it is like NASCAR and you can do a pit stop. Yes. So it is, you're going to go into town. Sometimes you're going to do a zero, but you got to do a resupply. What's the most days do you think you're going to carry food? 4?
Probably 5 in the 100-mile wilderness. It just depends on what our mileage looks like at that point. If we're doing larger miles and we get through it in a certain amount of days, because right now I would say that we're probably going to fall into like the 15 to 18 in our prime, right? Like in the long stretch as we get our trail legs, that's probably where we'll end up,
Yeah. And
how much water are you going to carry?
We use the Be Free filter, and so normally 2 liters. And then if I have a long stretch, we'll fill the bag on the Be Free and just keep that in the mesh in the back of the pack, just in case. Because I drink a lot of water. I'm really, I'm a little long in the tooth, in life, and I know that I need to hydrate, and I can't do what I did when I was 20. Like 50 and 20 is two different millenniums for me. So.
Yes,
Absolutely.
and on the water too. There's a lot of in the Gut Hook app and stuff like that. It's telling you where the water, what it was like, how the flow was, and where your next water could come from. Because a lot of people think you got to carry a ton of water from point A to point B,
right?
But usually about 2 liters.
It depends. So if you cook at night and you have the rehydrated meals, you're going to burn through more water. If you're like, if you have a really elongated nighttime sequence, right? Like, and you're really scrubbing and washing up, you're going to use a lot more water, And I would say that, you're supposed to go 200 feet away from a water source to do your cleanup. Like, so don't do it in the creek. And for me, I don't want to go back and make multiple trips, right? And so, especially when you're doing your nighttime stuff. So,
right. So Drew is asking, are there showers along the AT, or do you need to go to somewhere like a truck stop for that?
Yeah. So if you ask any thru hiker that shower question and ask them how many days they've gone without a shower, you're normally going to go somewhere between 6 and 10 is going to be their longest day without showering. So, but there is even, I think there's 2 showers on the AT at shelters. I know there's one for sure that is a solar shower. And so, if you do hit one of those, and I can't remember what stretch that is, it's north of Front Royal, probably 2 shelters in or 1 shelter in from the entrance of the road crossing in Front Royal. And I stopped there and I was like, oh, hey, the AT has a shower. Cool. Didn't know that.
Yeah. 501 has a little shower, but I think they shut it down because last year you couldn't use it.
Yeah. So just north of the Washington Monument in a place called the Dahlgren Campground, there's a guy who built it. I'm assuming it was a guy. Don't get mad at me. A person built an outdoor facility, and it has showers and bathrooms and really nice camping pads. And so I'm assuming there would be more of those along the trail as well.
Yeah. And, you're just going to have different alternatives for making sure, hygiene and stuff. It's a lot different. And you're not out there to impress anybody. You're just there to make miles, So you're going to see a lot of times you only have, like you're saying, you don't got a pair of clothes for every day of the week. You have your shirt that you're going to use for 2,000 miles. And there are places where you can, some of the hostels that you stay at, you can, they've got borrowed clothes. You can borrow those clothes while you wash your clothes.
That's right. I mean, you won't be stylish at all, some people sit in their rain gear and do laundry, right? So
right.
There's different ways to get it done. And I'm glad you said that about the shirt, because I'm taking a heavier shirt for the beginning, just because I do hike with less on in the cold weather. And then at some point, probably around the end of April, I'll toss that one and pick up a lighter weight one for the summer, the summer hikes.
The merino wool, they've come a long way with merino wool.
Yeah, I have
insulated underwear.
Yeah, we have that for the base layers.
Great stuff.
There's
Tony,
the smart wool.
You were talking about before about the pack situation.
Yeah.
I just wanted to bring up the fact that what's important when you're wearing a backpack for long hikes and doing the AT, the cross piece that connects the 2 shoulder straps together.
Yeah, the classical strap.
That adjusts, that you have an adjustment on that, because that's a big thing. And the web belt, the belt on the hip belt, how that adjusts and how that feels, that's very important too with your pack. So those are 2 things to really look into when you're looking to try to buy a new pack, to make sure that those adjustments on those 2 things are, work for you. They're coming all the way with the padding on these packs, where they're cutting holes in them like diamond holes. You can breathe, so it breathes, so your back isn't getting all sweaty and everything, which is a great thing. Definitely.
Very
and my entire body sweats when I'm hiking too. So like a little, my back sweat is like, it's just another piece of it, but that is a good point. The clavicle strap, that chest strap that goes right across here on my Osprey pack has sliders that go up and down. So you can put it in very comfortable.
Exactly.
It's and like the way it pinches in,
almost. It's the tubing on the side.
That's right. And the way it pinches in, it makes it more comfortable for you, like when you have an adjustable like that. On my Hyperlight pack, I don't have that capability. It is where it is, and you have one thing, you can tighten it or loosen it, and so you want to make sure that if you're going to buy a pack that is a ultralight pack, make sure that you have an ultralight loadout, or you're losing the benefit of it.
Yeah. Emma Brown is asking a question. Would you recommend a tent or a hammock? I'm going to say that's going to be personal preference.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And if you have a tent, do you have a single wall or a double wall is another personal. We're going to use the Big Agnes, the Tiger Wall UL3. It's 2 pounds, 12 ounces. And Felicia will carry the poles and stakes, and I carry the tent. Now, we're never more than 50 yards from each other, so like I don't mind splitting those two components up. If she's not going to make it, then I'm not going to make it. I can guarantee you, right? So if I was hiking with a buddy of mine, I would be like, okay, how about you carry the stove and I'll carry the tent, and then so that way I always know I have a shelter. But single wall is good, and a lot of through hikers will carry like a Gossamer Gear the One or like a Z-Pack's Duplex, and their single wall. The drawback is if you touch the sides, you're going to get that condensation through whatever fabric it is going to come through. So like you have a quilt or a bag and you touch the side, and it will actually happen in the double walls too. If you touch where it's not, like if certain parts will still get wet and condensation, but you can vent those and decrease the condensation, but you'll never get rid of it, right? Then you have the hammock side where, at most points you're going to be able to throw a hammock up anywhere. Whereas a tent, you need a flat spot that's not in a spillway of rain or anything, So there's a lot of different pros and cons.
Yeah.
What's funny with those higher end tents, though, like the Hillebergs that are double walled, especially for the winter ones, even their solo one that they make, they're really hard to get now. Mm-hmm. Even from the company themselves, they're all sold out. People buy them as soon as they come on the market, and they're very expensive.
When 2020 hit and we were told to shelter in, right? Like meaning everyone was at home, right? The only time that you can go outside is if you were doing some sort of a fitness. And so a lot of people returned back to backpacking and returned back to hiking and camping. And because of that, it pushed more people outdoors. It was really a weird thing. And a lot of the big gear companies went through the shortages of components to make things too, right? Just like computer chips and everything. So I think that did cause a huge, where like if you want to get like a really high-end Durston tent, like you can't get it. It's like you have to find one
you're on a waiting list.
That's right.
Absolutely. That's right. Yeah.
Well, and I think, people have also the follow-up question that I get to is how do you, hey Jay, how's it going, man? I think the follow-up question too is like, how can you afford all the gear, or where can you find good gear deals? And I'll tell you, there's a lot of places. There are Facebook groups that are pretty good for finding gear on. They're specifically for like gear. You can go, any holiday is a good time to buy. And there's always % off on holidays. You can go to any of the social media outlets. If you go to TikTok or Instagram, they're always putting coupons out on those. If you follow the manufacturers, you can either find some hikers too that have tried out new things and have old gear that they're willing to offload to you as well. And so there's a lot of ways to find gear at not having to buy it like at the retail price.
That's a very good point. And as time goes by, more and more of these companies are coming out and they're trying to compete with the higher end companies. So there's a lot of competition going on. So as long as you keep in tune and you keep in the loop, you can definitely find some great deals.
Absolutely. I don't think I would pay full price, now that I can, I'm learning patience, right? Like if I see something, I'm just not going to go get it, because then what'll happen is on Memorial Day, I'll see the same thing for 30% off. And then I'm mad at myself because I was too impatient,
Right. Yeah. I was going to say, also, with the, I don't know if y'all mentioned it or not, but REI, I believe, has their garage sales too.
Yeah. Oh,
Yes.
yeah. That's a great one. And I want to say just a quick thing about REI, and I'm not sponsored by REI, right?
Right.
It's directly related to the shoes questions from earlier. Because I went through so many pairs of shoes, REI was incredibly patient with me and explained everything to me. But I bought a pair of Hokas that I didn't like. I walked 50 miles in them, and then I came back. They gave me the full price back, and I bought a pair of Lone Peaks. And I went out for a weekend in those and backpacked. I didn't like them. I brought them back, traded those in for some Olympus 4s to try that out. And so at no point did I lose any of that money. They were willing to then. But what happened is they take those very same shoes and they put them on the discount rack and they tag them and they sell them at a huge discount. And so if you're willing to take something slightly used, I check the shoe rack, I check the clothing rack, and I check the equipment rack every time I walk in there, because there's always something.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Definitely.
And if you remember for like $30 for a lifetime or whatever it is, you get money back. That's actually part of the money that we are going to fund our trip with. Those dividends are going to hit like probably in a couple of weeks. And then that will be what we shop with when we land in Atlanta and go get like our fuel and some of the meals and things that we're going to go on the approach trail with, a couple of days later. And so that's not going to be an out-of-pocket expense. It'll be from what we've already bought previously.
Yeah, somebody said the trio, the bearded trio. I didn't realize we're all different shades.
So, it's now a good time to announce that we actually started a hiking group called Three Beards. Is now the right time to say that?
Oh, did you really? Oh, cool. Yeah.
No, I meant like us on the call.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, let's see. Hey,
that's a good one,
guess who's in here? Jay wanders out.
Oh, Jay.
Yeah. Hey, Jay, good evening. All the way from over in Germany, I believe you're at right now. So it's pretty early in the morning over there right now. And if you want, I can post the link. And if you want to, if you've got any advice to give our hiker here.
Jay, you don't know this, but we're kind of friends because I've seen all your videos. So I know, I feel like we're old friends.
Yes. And that's great. So Jay, I just posted that in if you wanted to pop on and say hi. Three Beards. Hey, Josh from Hidden Hammock. Oh, Hidden Hammock's on here as well. Hey, buddy. I do want to show this clip because it's been a while. But this is me out filming for Thursday night's video last week. I had gone out and I started the camera roll, and then I'm got so far in away from the camera because I like to do walk by shots. Oh yeah, still in the U.S. Oh, mother passed away last month. Yeah, definitely sorry to hear that, Jay. Wow. Yeah, our prayers, Jay, definitely for you. That's a rough thing right now. Sorry to hear that.
Losing a parent's not easy. So
no, not at all. Yeah.
That's the other part of what we're gonna do on the hike is we're taking my dad's ashes with me to put in all 14 states too. So yeah.
I saw that.
Very
I
nice.
saw you talked
about
it.
Very nice.
So
yeah, and because obviously he wanted to hike the AT too, right?
Never had the chance. Yeah, when the MS progressed, he started having the problem, like, you kind of revert when you're a kid and you're trying to walk, you start hanging on to things. And it's cute when you're a kid, not so cute when you're like, in your 60s, so. But that's the way to honor him. The hike was really, when I knew I was going to get back into shape and I knew I had to have a bigger, compelling why to go to the Appalachian Trail and to actually finish. I think this is probably, there's a couple of motivators, but this is probably the biggest one. So losing a parent tough, Jay, and I, there is a lot to figure out, and it's been a month, and it never gets easy. It just kind of gets less tough, I would say.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, definitely. Camp Killamall is asking, are camping item prices inflated in towns along the AT Trail? I'm going to say the items.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll tell you in a couple months.
Well, Jay,
33 days. I'll let you know for sure.
Let us know, but I think I remember.
It will be on video if it is, because I'll be complaining about it. I'm that guy. So.
Yeah, you know what? If I remember just watching a couple and then talking to a few through hikers, they were saying that the on the southern states things were a lot cheaper. As they moved north, things got more expensive. I've heard quite a few say that, and I think Jay, you mentioned that on one of your
I think that
videos.
was when when the economy was really, the inflation was hitting, was as those hikers were getting further north too, and so things were naturally getting more expensive, I believe, last year. But Jay could probably
Yeah.
speak to that.
Yeah, and so this video that I want to play, it goes back to the trekking poles. So I was always very skeptical about using trekking poles, and I'm sorry if you're on here and you're going to watch this again, but we did have, it's been over, been over an hour probably since we played this video. But as many of you know, you know, or don't know, is the struggles that sometimes I still have walking, because you don't see it because I don't show it on the videos. But this happened to me last Thursday when I was recording for Thursday. I set the camera up to do a walk away with the backpack on into the woods. So the camera is rolling and it's rolling, and I get so far and I think, oh my gosh, I forgot my trekking poles. And I want to use them on the next shot. So I need them in my hands for this shot. I got to walk all the way back and get it, which is no problem because I was planning on going back for the camera anyhow. But that just meant I got to the little, there's a little incline that I had to go up, and I struggled getting up it. And it's all caught on film. And this is not me like playing to the camera or anything like that. I'm not even paying attention to the camera. I'm thinking, I got to get up this little bank. I got to get them trekking poles, turn around, walk again into the woods, and then come back to get my camera. So, because I want to get filming. So you're going to see me walking without trekking poles. And then you're going to see me just cut to me walking in to get the camera with trekking poles. I just want to play this real quick just so you guys can kind of see. And it made me a believer in trekking poles. That's for sure. All right, hold on here. Here we go. I'm talking to myself. Big difference coming up there with trekking poles. So that made me a believer in trekking poles. And part of the recovery for me, I don't know if you know, most of you don't know, but I wear a brace on this right leg just because I have a drop foot still. I'm working on it. It's getting better. But a lot of these videos, you don't ever see me. You don't see that part of it. I cut all of that out, and I'm just walking along in a lot of my videos. But the other day I was thinking, you know what, I'm going to show that because I want people to see just some of the struggles, but also that was a good way to show how that converted me to using trekking poles. I don't have the rhythm down yet. I've got to work on that, but it's certainly much more stable. I felt a lot less without that, and but yeah, that's one of the things. I was very skeptical with the with using trekking poles. I thought, it looks, make you look weak. I didn't necessarily think that, but I thought it's just going to get in the way. And but thanks to
it definitely gives you a better stable platform when you have a heavier pack on, without a doubt.
Yeah, and that pack there was about just under 30 pounds, I believe, because I had that tent in it, the hammock tent,
right,
in it as well. But that's not much of an incline. That wasn't
No,
much
it
of
doesn't
a
take much.
no. And you saw how much I was struggling to get that right leg up there because I had to lift it. Now, I probably should have started stepping with my good leg first. Instead, I was using my other leg, and you could see my knee, going flopping around. But yeah, I mean that's what you got to do, right? You just keep pushing, and if you want to get better, you push. Yeah. So that's. I just wanted to share that real quick. Yeah. But for me,
Another good
I'm
point,
sold on
Tony,
trekking
with
poles.
the trekking poles, though, and another good way to use them, which is really starting to gain popularity, is like when you're setting up an A-frame, like you set up your hammock tent, use them to spread out the tent. Put them
Oh,
across the ridge line, and it
yeah,
helps spread the tent out, make it wider.
yeah,
Especially
yeah.
if you have one that doesn't have a lot of pullouts on the sides. You can crisscross them on the top of the ridge line, and it'll
Okay.
spread the tent out. Or
Oh,
your
nice.
tarp, one
The
or the
tarp,
other.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I tell you what, they are and it was so nice going downhill too. I'm better going downhill than I am going up because I've got to lift that leg, and I try not to hike this hip, but I end up. So, what's the weight of that OneTigris tarp tent? I forget. I forget how much it weighs. It's not very heavy.
No, I think it's maybe
Three?
four something, 3 something, or 4 something pounds.
It's big. I think between 3 and 4 pounds. It's not
Yeah.
very heavy. I was
Yeah.
surprised how light it is. And it's not, there's no tarp poles. Jay, I don't know if you're going to jump on or not. I'm not seeing you in the thing here. But jump on if you want. I'll put my little link in here again.
Yeah, I think you posted my YouTube link the last time.
Oh, yes, I did.
Yeah.
I was getting ready to do that again. Let's see.
And I'm going to take off. I'm going to run, but man, I really appreciate all the questions and support, and I'm definitely going to let you guys know when we're coming through PA. It'll be nice to see some familiar faces. So
Great to see you, 592.
thanks,
Absolutely.
man.
Good luck to you.
Have a great night.
Absolutely. Thank you, buddy, for coming on. Greatly appreciate that. And man, loved having you on. I had reached out to him the other day on one of his videos and said I would like to have him on. So I am so happy he came on and really looking forward to seeing his journey. And like I said, I think he said he's getting ready to start February 18th. So
Okay.
592 movement. Thank you very much for coming on. And like I said, I just put in there, Jay, and backpack and Bible. You got to come on when you're ready too. Eventually here for a Sunday. I'm not sure about tonight. If you want to, you can. I posted a link, and we'd love to say hi.
But that would be great.
Yeah, we'll make this a regular Appalachian Trail through hiker night. Yeah, we got past through hikers that might jump on. Jay, really glad you stopped in, Jay. And again, sorry to hear about your mom. And if you think about it, brother, and you want to give me a call, certainly give me a call. Definitely, I'd love to talk to you and just fellowship a little bit here. Let's see. Does anybody have any more questions? OneTigris, the combo tent for the hammock or the tent, $49. So possibly next week for me. Absolutely. Would love to have you on Backpacking Bible. Definitely. So maybe next weekend, if you can, would love to have you on. Definitely. And so, yes. So, again, if anybody's got any questions, just throw 3 question marks up beforehand, and then we will answer them. And we got 53 people on here still, and our comments are going. All right.
So, Tony, why don't you ask your viewers a question?
Okay.
Ask them what they think would be the best way for you to light up the inside of that hammock hot tent the next time you use it.
Oh yeah, yeah. Because I know you and I were talking about that. And I noticed it too. I mean, I use these light bulbs when I'm close and talking, but like there, um, the inside of it was. You'll notice. Well, we noticed when I was cooking and stuff. It just this wasn't doing it enough. So, has anybody got any ideas? Throw them in the comments section. How to light that tent up, and what did you think about the tent and the hammock tent? How much room there was. I was shocked at how much room there was in there. Like I said, I could
have a party in there.
Yeah, I could. Like I said, I could get the hammock and then 2 cots in there for 2 other people could all hop in there with me. And we could that would be so wild to have a good overnight like that. One Wind has a hammock tent. And the eBay has out your OneTigris for $210. Yeah. Yeah. That, if you're interested in the OneTigris, anything that you see on the channel, I always put in storefront. So under different things, even like this, that video I put out today of this Sandy 2000 pump that I pumped the tire up. Like I said, I got out to that one location. My idea was to go pump up a flat tire. Well, I ain't going to run over anything and make a flat. So I thought, well, I'll let the air out of the tire. So I get out to this Weiser Forest State Park. And I thought, oh, this is a great place. It looks very nice. I'll let the air out of this tire. Ike was going like, waiting, and it's going down and down and down. And I started thinking, oh, wait a minute. What if this doesn't work? I can't pump it back up. I'm going to be stuck here with a flat tire. So I went down so far, and I ended up putting only going down to 12 pounds so I could drive out on that tire real low. But within 5 minutes, and I think it was like 10 seconds, this thing took it from 12 pounds all the way up to the preset that comes on it, preset 36 pounds.
It was
in
pretty
5
quiet.
minutes. Yeah, it wasn't really loud.
No.
I mean, I'm going to put it's 80 decimals, but I don't know decimals. So, I got to turn it on. I'm just going to run it here for a second so you can hear the how. So it's set at car right now. So then you just hit the power button and then you walk away from it. So it's not bad, but it goes up to 150 pounds. Now I couldn't pump anything up at 150 pounds because I don't know what takes 150 PSI. So I had no way of testing that. I just have to take the word for it. But it did that 5 minutes. I had it at 100% when I went out there, and it took the battery down to 75%. So I've still got 75%, which means typically I can do that 3 more times, pump up my tire 3 more times with that. Dennis says,
each tire.
Yeah.
Right.
Dennis says, can you run a ridge line in the tent? Yeah, I mean, you could probably hook it onto the hammock strap a little higher than the hammock,
Right.
but I didn't see anywhere on there where there's a toggle up high where I'll have to look at it again because I really wasn't looking for that to do. Old Kraken Dated says the hammock tent is 6.8 pounds. All right, it's a little heavier than I thought it was.
Yeah,
I'm getting stronger. So, yeah, but I didn't think it was that heavy. Yeah. Okay. I am interested in it for winter. I go for a week in April if would be great. Yeah, Old Grunt says he goes camping. That would be great. Yeah. Did the hammock tent go back in the bag easily? So I did answer that earlier on the question, but let me just tell you, no. So Yeah, I was so cold. It was 22 degrees when I got up in the morning. And even though those gloves did amazing, I was still, my hands get cold. But they didn't get as cold. But when you start breaking things down and it's not square, it's not like shaking out a tarp on the ground, folding it in half again,
Right.
folding it in half again, then rolling it from the end. No. So you've got your point at the top. So both when you look at it, it's a tent triangle at the top. And then you got your sides and then it goes down. Then there's no floor. So I thought, well, you collapse it together and then lay it on its side, flip that over. No, you actually pull the corners, unhook the top, let the top drop down underneath through the corners to the bottom. So then you bring your corners together and your top is now on the bottom. So now that kind of triangles it out. Then you can flip it on its side, but you still have those ends, that you got to tuck in. So you got it takes some getting used to. And
Now,
what I did, yes.
Tony, do you think, in your opinion, playing with that thing, is it pliable enough to put it into a snakeskin?
I was thinking of that. If they make one big enough for it, you know what? It might. I would like to try it. I definitely would. Yeah, because if it can go on a snakeskin, that's key. That would be awesome. But when you think about it, that's gonna have to be a pretty big snakeskin. That's a pretty big unit there to get in there. So what I did is I just took the corners, the two corners on the ends, and I just took and just tied it a little bit so it wouldn't come apart when I tried to fold it. But it took me about maybe 20 minutes on my hands and knees crawling around the living room floor because I just stuffed it in there, but I didn't close the zipper. I couldn't because I had it all balled up in there, but I was just anxious to get out of the woods at that point because I was cold, wasn't feeling good, and it was last Sunday morning, and I knew I was going to do Sunday Night Live later on that evening. And but when I did get it closed, strung out in the living room, and then I started playing with it. How am I going to fold this? So I will do better next time at folding it. But I would like to be able, if I had a dry sack, I thought, that I could just stuff it in from one end. I think that might be better than having that bag, even though the bag's really cool. But, so I do have some more questions. How about using your trekking poles with a cord tied to each one and hanging a light on it? Yeah, that might be an idea.
Do that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So I know on my tripod, I've taken a can lid. In fact, Dennis, you had sent me that can lid to put that gas stove on. I took my light bulb. I think it was in the Thanksgiving video, Bug Out Dugout. And Alpine Warrior, you commented on that. I had that one tripod, and I had that little can lid, and I had my light bulb stuck to it, and I was using it as a light close by. The other night, I was just so cold in the beginning, and I didn't have a lot of options. I didn't want to do a lot of camera work, and you can see in my camera work is a little lacking on some of the videos as of late because it's just cold. It's just cold, and I don't like cold. I hate cold. I can't wait till it starts warming up. So this next video, just to let you know, is not going to be a in the woods camping video. It's going to be a car camp. Just to give you a heads up. So because I'm still not over this cold yet, I'm congested still, and I still have a cough. So Hammock Mountain says, have a large snakeskin from Hennessy. I think that will fit. Okay. One Wind had a hammock sleeve that might work, Dennis says.
Now, just to mention One Wind, okay?
Yes.
One Wind makes a hammock hot tent just like the one you have.
Okay.
Just like the Tigris. The difference is the Tigris has the 2 holes for the stovepipe. The One Wind only has 1. And it has a couple of different, I think, tie-out points on it. But that's the biggest competition. The 2 of them look very similar alike.
Yeah. Yeah, the relaxation nurse has not 3 question marks, but multiple. And says, you need to be careful. Big letters, careful, Mr. Tony, cold camping. Yeah, and when I am like this hand, my stroke hand, I don't know if it's based on circulation or what, but this one just goes to nothing, pretty much. It's really hard for me to use this one when it's cold, and it makes I got to do a lot more, say, left-handed than I do right-handed. In fact, sometimes I got to film from the chest up, only because going to use the restroom, I have a lot of trouble getting out into the woods fast enough, and I may spill some water on my pants. So just putting it out there. But does that tent come with a fireproof cover for the pipe hole? Emma Brown, yes, it actually, that tent has 2 where you can come out the side or out the top. It has 2, and those there are 2 vent pipe fireproof covers, Velcro, that go in that spot. And I showed them, but I actually didn't hook them up because I didn't have, I wasn't going to be doing that part of it yet. GM Outdoors, hey, Tony, what is the link to hop on the stream? All right, let me post that here. GM's going to hop on. All right. So I'm going to post it in the comment section. There we go. Let me get down here. So Jess says, has a question. What camping pillows do y'all like? I got one from Outdoor Vitals that was free.
That one's very good.
With $6 shipping handle, but it's not very comfortable and too small. It also has an ear cutout, but it's not in the right spot. Too much information, Tony. Laugh out loud. Yeah, just kidding. Relax. For me, I don't use a pillow. Dennis asked me about that recently, or what? I think it was Dennis asked me about a pillow, or it might have been Johnny D. Torres. Somebody asked me about a pillow recently, and I just can't remember. But I don't use a pillow. Or did you ask me about a pillow, brother?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know, but I hear a lot of people say Sea to Summit is a good pillow.
They make great ones too. Yes.
Yeah. Now I don't use one. I don't use a pillow. I like to get an ear hole to match with an ear. And have to press onto my neck too hard. Yeah, I found probably with pillows that if you, it's really about air, how filled or non-filled, because there is a pillow that came with the car mattress, and it is small. But I noticed with that, the first time that I blew that up, I tried to use it, and I filled it up too hard. And I'm like, I can't. And every time I moved, it would pop out. So I let the air out of it, not all the way, but I let a lot of air out. And alrighty, so I let a lot of air out, and that way it fit better. Okay, let me. Alrighty, Dave. I'm going to bring Dave on real quick. Yeah.
Is he coming on?
Yep, he's.
I'm sorry. Yep, I don't have to leave for 2.5 hours.
Oh, yeah. Is he delayed?
Well, no, I
No.
I'm messed up with the time zone thing.
Got it. Yep. I was wondering you were leaving really early because he's coming in, what, midnight?
11 o'clock.
Mm.
Oh, Tony, if I could share a story with you with
Yes,
the pillow
please.
situation.
Yes.
Okay. What I used to do in the military, we got issued field jackets, and the field jackets have a liner inside.
Okay.
I would take the liner out at night and stuff the whole thing into one of the sleeves. Fill a sleeve. Now you have a round pillow. That's what I used in the military.
Okay.
And it worked. I mean, so if you have like a whoopee coat or something like that, a woolly whoopee, you know, people in the military know what that is. Just stuff it into one of the sleeves, and you can use that as a pillow. Works good.
I know the puffy jacket. I did use that already once. My puffy. How did
that work for you?
It worked pretty good. I just stuffed it in the thing. It just slides around in the hammock for me. Well, it slid around in the old hammocks for me because I didn't know what a good hammock was until Dennis started sending me good hammocks. Because I thought that those hammocks that I bought originally, those hammocks, I thought, because I've never experienced a good hammock. But now, my goodness, that hammock I'm using right now, that E&O, the Eagle's Nest Outfitters.
Yes.
Well, you saw me in that hammock tent. I laid down in that thing and I loved it. Loved it. Hey, we got GM just jumped in. Jumped in the green room. So you ready? Give me a thumbs up, brother. I see the thumbs up. Here we go. All right.
Hey,
there he is.
There
what's
he
going
is.
on, y'all?
Good.
How you doing?
Doing great. This is like a Bass Pro reunion.
Right. Yeah, I was just gonna say that I haven't talked to you face to face since Cabela's.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, y'all been doing good?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
real good.
Good. Great.
How about yourself?
Oh, doing all right. Trying to stay warm. It's super cold down this way.
Oh,
Yeah, because you're pretty Hammock. I think it was Hammock Mountain mentioned to me the other day. You guys are pretty close.
Yeah, I think he's North Carolina, if I ain't mistaken. He's just a little bit below me there.
Okay, yeah. And he was saying you guys are pretty close, and it's been cold.
Yeah, it's been really cold. There was a day there it didn't get above 5 degrees last week.
Oh my goodness!
The wind chill was like negative 24. It was miserable.
Yeah, and that's always not fun.
Yeah. You could. I would walk across the parking lot and go into Walmart, and I'd have icicles in my beard by the time I hit the front door.
Yeah. I was actually when I was at Walmart. I'm leaving Walmart. I'm gonna have to take you guys on this little tour. It's so neat. I don't know if I should say it or not until I actually do it. There's that little.
I'm going to be dark for a little bit, Tony. Okay.
Okay, sounds good. So there's that little area between the doors. You got your outdoors, and then you go outdoors. So that's where they have the ice machine and all those little games and stuff. I was walking yesterday in the store. I was a little disgruntled because I couldn't find anything in there that I was actually looking for. And then they didn't have any crunch cakes. So I'm walking out those doors and I thought, hey, I've never really looked over in this area. I walked over in that area and there was enough room between two machines that I snuck back in there and I stood there for 20 minutes. There is a receptacle right there. And I'm thinking, I wonder how upset they would be, with me sitting up in there, just sitting in there. And I thought I should do a little video of that. Me sitting in there.
You can put you a little ground blind there and just sit in it.
Right.
Yeah.
I had power. It was perfect. And it was really neat. So B says, hey, Tony. Hey, GM. This is Bradley. How are you guys? Haven't texted in a while. Hope all is well with you both. Thank you very much, Bradley. Glad to see you on here. Definitely. Yeah. I'm 2 hours away in Southwest Virginia, Hammock Mountain says.
Yeah. He's not far from me.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah.
I would love to do a meetup, maybe, one time, get a collaboration going there or something.
Yeah, that would be really cool if you guys did that.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually went on a hike today around a lake. I made a video today of it. It'll be on this coming Wednesday. I talk about it in the video why I didn't have one last week because I dropped my phone in the river, basically.
Yeah, I saw that message.
I was so bummed out, and thankfully, I use an external hard drive and I plug up my phone to the hard drive, and I'll just, because recording in 4K takes up quite a bit of space. So, what I do is I will take everything off of my phone, go out and just record, and the only thing that's on my phone is the video I'm currently making.
Yes.
So thankfully, I had recorded Saturday, and then we went out, me and my wife and my youngin, we have a swinging bridge. It's like the swinging bridge of the county, and everybody goes out to it and hangs out. It's a big, long one.
Yeah.
We got there jumping around playing, and I was like, oh, let's take a picture, and I have pants, these Wrangler jeans that I always wear. There's a side pocket in them where I can put my phone in there, real comfortable. And I thought I was putting my phone in it, but I just rubbed my leg with it and bloop, there it went. I was like, no, slow motion. And I tried to catch it, which made it worse. So I ended up throwing it like 30 foot.
Right. You start bobbling.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it was a disaster. But I was like, oh no, my video, everything, but none of my memory, I have it all in the hard drive except for that video. So
yeah, very fortunate. Yeah, I don't record in 4K, believe it or not. I'm just do the 180p and 30 frames per second, I believe.
Yeah. I normally wouldn't. I mean, I don't guess, but whenever my drone records in 4K, so I like for the whole video to be 4K. So it kind of, and if I don't upload it as 4K, when the drone footage comes along, it's not as clear as it normally would be.
Really?
It would be processed in 1080. So I just said, well, I'll just record the whole thing in 4K, and it'll just be that much better.
Really? Yeah. I'll tell you what, we got Simply Exploring and Venturing with Lewis, but it doesn't say with Lewis anymore. So I am going to bring him on. Hey, I do want to, let me just do this real quick. Before I bring him on, I want to say thank you to Scott, Natalia, actually goes by Tally, and Warren. That's Scott's two children. They actually bought me 5 coffees.
Yeah, your mic's messing up again. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, usually happens. Try to bring some audio.
So Grant, you happy with that new truck?
Oh, I love it. Yeah.
Nice.
I thought I just miss a camper shell so badly. It was my first one I had, and man, it spoiled me. You got that heater in there going. Oh, I could camp out in negative 50. I tell you, man, it was nice. And I'm man alive. I had priced. I've never bought a camper shell. I had priced. I was like, I seen a bunch of used ones. For $2,000. And then I'd have to strip it down and repaint it. That would be another $1,500 or more. And I was like, I wonder how much a brand new one costs. Well, they hit me up, $3,900. And I thought, I could buy a slide-in camper for like $6,500. And I'm thinking, man. So I tell you, actually, what I have done, my wife's not here right now, so I can speak.
Okay.
But I would like to, I'm trying to convince her that I need this inflatable or flated, get flated. They make a product. It's a new company, newish company, and it's actually a very ingenious thing they've done. They have made it's a blow up, and it's going to sound kind of gimmicky when I say it's an inflatable camper shell, but it's made out of the stand-up paddleboard material. You can punch that stuff. It is stout. You can walk on the top of it. Like, it's very stout, and it's
how much does it weigh?
40 pounds, and you can strap it down. It's got the Velcro like a Jeep. It's got the Velcro windows that open up, and it's also got a screen inside too. And it's super tall. It's above the cab, so you've got plenty of headroom, which would be awesome.
You just have to watch the wind in that thing. because it's
Absolutely. You know,
light.
it's on there, man. It's held down by, there's 3 tie downs on each side, and then there's 2 more in the front. And they drove it down the interstate at 100 miles an hour, and it don't budge. It does
Wow.
not. You know, you need to check it out. If it's the full size standard bed is $1,900. You know, but you know that actually it's more. It's not for someone who wants to leave it on all year round and use it.
Right.
It would be more for like, well, I want to go camp this weekend, or I'm going to Lowe's and it's raining and I want to load something back. You know, it's not going to get wet. Something along them terms. You know.
How long does it take to blow up?
It takes, you can have it on the truck in 5 minutes if you have the pump that comes with it. It only holds like 8 psi or something. And man, you watch the videos on that thing, and it's absolutely awesome. I reached out to them, you know. I was like, hey, I really like your product. You know, I'll be more than happy to do a product review for you. You know,
Right.
and, you know, I'm not big enough. they're way past.
Real quick, I just want to say, hey, Ian, or Pastor Ian, RIG Outdoors is here. Thank you very much for jumping on. And right before I bring Simply Explo Venturing on, the reason I wanted to say this here is thank you, Scott, Natalia, and Warren for the 5 coffees, because that actually paid for this month StreamYard, so we don't have the duck up in the corner, which is okay. You know, I don't mind having the duck, but what it does is it allows us to have more than 4 people, up to 10 people on here at once. So I am very thankful for you guys donating the coffees for that, so we could do this month without having, because we were going to run out of time anyhow. So because these go fairly longer than
Really?
fairly.
I've gone to work many a time half asleep. I'm like, man, I got to get in the bed.
All right, so let's welcome Lewis to the panel here. All righty.
There he is.
Hey, Lewis.
Hey, buddy.
Great reunion, guys.
I was just going to say it's like a little reunion. We just need a couple jump on and a couple others that were there with us at Cabela's. Yeah.
Yeah, I had the night off because of Martin Luther King Day tomorrow from work. So I figured I'd jump in and, you know, chat with you guys too and stuff.
Yes,
How you doing, Dave?
yes.
Doing
How
good?
you been doing?
I'm doing Alpine.
How are you? How's
I'm
things
doing
been
well.
going, all right?
Way over there's Tony.
And
Yeah.
Tony,
Camping All Out is saying good night. Good night, brother.
Good night, buddy.
Joining
Take care.
and coming on. Good night.
Good night, man.
Hammock Mountain says, hey, Lewis. So I know GM Grant just said he's got a video coming out on Wednesday. Lewis, are you working on anything?
I've been doing a lot of little small hikes in a local, there's a local conservancy here in Lancaster County. And I've been starting to hike all their conservancy trails and stuff like that. So I'm going to start posting them, I think, in February on my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I've
Like I
already
said,
done,
you just changed the name.
Yes, I also changed my name back. I actually changed it a week before the new year. I was going to wait till the new year to do it, but I figured, why not? And I changed it then, and that's why. When was it? A week or two ago, when I was on your show, you didn't recognize my name, and I had to say, "Hey, Tony, it's me, Lewis."
Yeah, that was last Sunday. Yeah. Dave needs a bigger beard. Hammock Mountain says Dave needs a bigger
Hey,
beard.
I do feel kind of left out here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just not a bigger stomach, right?
Yeah, no, we're gonna stay away from that. Just man, I feel left out.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we are a bearded crew here tonight. Yeah, I was just thinking about trimming mine. I don't know. Yeah, let's see. Whiskey Adventures. Hey, brother, how you doing? Have a good night camping all out. So Whiskey Adventures, I just want to say that Whiskey Adventures just put a video out, and I believe you're down in Florida, right? But you went back near that cemetery. And I know you just posted about Yoast. You did a thing for Yoast. Yoast is on, our. Okay, I can't think of the name of Stealth Camping Alliance. Whoa, that was weird. That's part of the stroke stuff. Stealth Camping Alliance, you posted.
That's old stuff, not stroke stuff.
It's a little bit of both. Come on. So, but you had posted just recently, in fact, today, you're doing a collection for Yoast, a hammock for Yoast. For his channel. So if anybody's thinking about, would like to contribute to that, go on over and check out Whiskey Adventures and see that. I think that's in the comments. Carolina. Yeah.
They're in North Carolina.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
Yeah. Let's see.
So anyways, I'm sorry, I had to take care of some, we're taking care of some pooches for a friend of ours that he flew down to Mexico for 2 weeks. And we got 2 little wiener dogs here. And they were starting to do some whining and whatnot. So I had to get my wife and we had to take them outside for a little bit. So I apologize for that. So I missed some conversations going on with this guy down here. So I've been watching quite a few of his videos, and I've been noticing that something new is what's going on with the channel. I see him hiking going on, and some different things. Like what are you going to start stealth camping again? I know it's cold. By the way, I'm jealous of that truck.
Oh, you're talking to me. Okay, see, I'm in a different spot, and I'm like, wait a minute. That sounds like me you're talking about.
But I'm very jealous of that truck.
I tell you, man, that camper shell spoiled me. Like I said earlier, I really, it's just been so cold. I watched Tony's video the other day, wherever he was out there, and his fingers. I was just like, oh man, I can relate to that. It's just you just can't shake it off. Like it's so cold. When that sun goes down, I went on a hike today. Today the high was like, let's see, I think it was like 32. The high was today, and I went on a hike, for a little bit around the lake, and when that sun goes down, it's so cold, and I was wearing thermals and everything, and it was just cold. And I thought, man, I was thinking of Tony. I said, man, he just slept in this the other night, like, golly.
It's cold out here when it hits 50.
Yeah. Well, when I was telling him earlier there, it's the other day, it was the high was 5 and the wind chill was -24. And I believe every bit of it because I was sticking to the parking lots, man. It was crazy.
Yeah, I was laying in the hammock and you see me, I'm laying on my side and I got the little old bulb like this and I'm talking and I said, well, I don't have the jacket on yet, but I'll probably get it in a little while. I'm really not that cold. And if you look, my hand's going like, shaking. I noticed that whenever I filmed it, but I'm hyped up whenever I'm filming, and I don't really think about it too much. But when I was watching, I was like, oh, you're lying through your teeth.
It's like whenever my youngest jump in the swimming pool and her lips are blue and she's like, it's warm, Dad, get on in, I promise, right.
Yeah,
I was watching that and I'm like, you liar, Tony.
I wasn't cold talking about it, but watching it, I was cold.
You just gotta say it real quick.
What's that?
I said, you just got to say it real fast. So I'm warm. I'm warm.
Yes. Hey, we got Whiskey Adventures coming on here. Here we go. Hey, brother. How you doing?
What's up, fellas?
How we doing?
Good. How you guys doing?
Yeah, good.
Great. Awesome.
Wow. I mean, I really feel left out now.
Yeah, I think you came on just to show your beard off, didn't you?
Well, actually, yeah. I want to be part of the club,
Yeah. And I'm sorry when I was saying about the about Yoast doing that collection, it wasn't Whiskey Adventures. So I was thinking of that as I was saying it. It's somebody else did that, but yeah. But yeah, how's it going?
Going good, going good. Just got back from doing a river trip with my daughter. So
yes.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. She loves to go hammocking with you. I love that one where you guys hung off that bridge.
right, yeah, that was a fun one.
Yeah. Now was there
all the kids in that neighborhood go to, and she brought me to it.
Okay. Yeah, and that your closet tour of all the gear you've got in that closet is pretty awesome.
Yeah. Everything you can get off Amazon or at Walmart, basically.
Yeah. Well, you can gear up the whole family to go.
Yeah, I think I can take about 10 people out at one time with what I got my whiskey's camping closet.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, it's very organized too. Very, very organized.
That's the OCD in me.
Yeah, right. That's a good thing, though. That is a good thing. I had to hike 3 miles out before the woods at 2 a.m. last Sunday night because it was too cold to even sleep. Yeah, Backpacking Bible says she had to hike out 3 miles out before of the woods the other night at 2 a.m. last Sunday night because it was too cold. I'll tell you what, there's been a couple times I don't know if this was such a good idea.
Yeah,
Now, that's not on film, but I'm laying there going, I don't know if this was such a good idea.
You went out and called me, and I said, make sure you call me if things get a little bit out of hand.
Yeah. And jumping jacks help if you can do jumping jacks.
I want to see that on video, Tony.
Well, my right side doesn't go as good as my left side. So it's like one side moves real fast, the other one's a little slower.
Just use your trekking poles.
Yeah, I could do that. You want to keep growing my beard. PC says Whiskey Adventures, you make me want to keep growing my beard.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So how many years is that beard, Whiskey?
Well, how many years, huh?
A lot.
What, maybe I'm going about a year now, I think, with the beard. I mean, I've 4 years with the hair and about a year with the beard.
Oh, wow. This, mine wouldn't do that in a year, I don't think. Hey, mine, I tried. I just can't get it to go like you got it going.
Normally when it gets this long, my face gets itching and I end up shaving it all off, and then my kids don't recognize me no more. So
right. Yeah. I've always find it comes a time when I go to trim it, especially around my top lip, I'll mess something up and then it's like, just forget it. And I just shave it off.
Yeah.
And what's funny is now you can either see me with or without a beard, and you wouldn't. For some reason, people don't recognize me they don't recognize that I shaved it off. For
That's
some
funny.
reason, I can have a beard or not have a beard, and some people don't even know they don't say, "Oh, you shaved your beard." No, oh, you had a beard. It's like
I had a beard for like 7 years, and then my work made me shave it off, and I've lost my chin somewhere in those 7 years. I don't know where it went. So I have to have this.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, when you shave it off, you realize how narrow, how shorter your face is. And it's like, I need a longer face.
That's what my wife says. She says I look too skinny and I'm about 20 years younger when I get rid of all this. I don't call it gray. I call it chrome.
Chrome. There you go.
There you go.
If my collar was too low, it irritates me. Yeah, probably because it's light. Yep. Here we go. I'm trying to catch up on comments while in your hammock, Tony. I'm not sure what that was. I do want to say hi, Stitch. Stitch is in here in the comment section.
Stitch.
Hey, Stitch.
Get Stitch to come on.
Yeah, he should. We can fit him now.
We can fit him in.
We should try to see how many people we can. If we can really do 10 people
I'll
on
tell you
here.
what, if you bring any more on, I think everybody just needs to take your volume and just bring it down maybe 1 or 2 notches.
Yeah, probably.
On your machine, because every time we bring more people on, we're getting just a little bit more of a echo.
Okay.
Picking up, you know what I mean? Our mics are picking up our speakers. I actually turned my volume down quite a bit. So
yeah, let me ask, Whiskey Adventures, you said you just recently went out on a river camp. Are you planning on posting that video?
Yeah, that'll be out this coming Thursday on my channel.
Okay,
nice. On the 19th.
Good.
Okay.
I just uploaded it not too long ago because I just got back today, did all the editing, spent 4, 5, 6 hours editing, and I got it set for a premiere Thursday morning.
Now, how do you do your editing?
And then I won't have another video for probably 2, maybe 3 weeks because I'm leaving next week, and I'm leaving for a 9-day, 8-night trip up to the National Forest.
Oh, beautiful.
So,
Nice.
How do you do your editing, Whiskey?
So I actually do everything on my phone. I record everything on my iPhone. I do all the editing on my iPhone. Because the channel's so small and the amount of what cameras cost and laptops and everything, the wife and I just figured, if I buy a camera, I have to buy a laptop, and then I need the bigger, more expensive batteries, and I could probably record 20 hours of video on my iPhone and maintain a battery the whole time. So I'm just doing everything through my iPhone right now.
Me too.
Talking about batteries, whenever I went out and recorded today where it's so cold, I was recording, when I went in, I had like 98% on my phone. And then probably 4 hours later, it was showing me 1%, and I had to plug up my Anchor power station. That cold weather really knocks the fire out of them batteries, man.
So you should get some hand warmers, Grant.
Yeah, I was going to say
Keep them in your pocket, put them in between the batteries, and they'll keep them warm.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah.
When we climbed cell phone towers, we taped the hand warmers to the back of our phones.
Yeah.
And that does the same principle.
And it's a good size for it too. Yeah, it's a perfect size for it. Yeah. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
I usually take my 10,000 milliamp battery bank along when I record.
I always have my Anchor with. If I didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to finish my video today because that was, you get to filming and you don't, you get, you think, oh, I had 90%, 95%. And then because it doesn't show me notifications on my phone, I've got it set to don't disturb. And then it said 1%. And I was like, oh, man.
Hey, good night, Holly. Backpack and Bible, and hopefully you'll jump on next week. So good night to you, and God bless you very much. Thanks for coming on. And I do want to say, Stitch is not going to jump on. It looks like, but I'm going to tell him jump on anyway. He said,
"Jump on anyways." I see that comment. Yeah, get on here.
He said, "There's way too much manliness already on Yard Street for me to join. At least pop on and say hi. We want to see how many people we can fit on here."
Come on.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, you get 10 people on here, we're going to have to start raising our hands to talk.
Yeah. I really want to see what it looks like. That would be a goal here. So yeah, Hammock Mountain, jump on. You can't kill them all. Anybody, jump on. I'll post the thing in here. Like I said, I would
like a color frame around each of our pictures.
Yeah.
When we want to talk.
Yeah.
Hello.
Well, guys, I'm going to jump off and spend some time with my wife. Tony, before I get off here, I just want to say, man, you're a true inspiration with everything you've gone through with your health, and you're still out there doing what you have passion for.
Yeah.
So you keep doing what you're doing, brother. You're a true inspiration.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for that, brother. And it takes one to inspire one. So we're there to encourage one another. And, there's things that just come about in one's life that you can either do or not do. But, just live your life, and live it for the glory of God is all as I'm trying to do. Is He's blessed me with this, and I could have been dead. Right. We couldn't be sitting here talking right now. I literally could have died during that stroke, but he gave me this 2.0 chance, right? So we're just going to continue to live life and live it to the fullest. And I am very, very thankful that you are sharing that with me, that it's an inspiration. Because it's him through me that it's inspiring others. Like if you truly knew me, especially in my BC days, and people say, well, what's BC days? I said my before Christ days. That's my BC days. If you knew me, you wouldn't have said that. But since August of 91, when I received Christ, it's his life through me. So it's really all glory goes to him if you're definitely inspired. So thank you so much for that.
Amen.
All right, guys. You guys
Whiskey,
have a good
looking
one.
forward to your video, buddy.
Take care, bud.
Thank you, guys.
See you, brother.
Yeah.
Later.
Yeah. Take care, brother. Space aliens landed, said, take me to your leader. They took him to Tony. Old Kraken dated. He comes up with some good ones.
I'm telling you. I laugh at some of his comments. They're just so funny.
Tony, I sent you a text message. I think you have lights that will work for your videos. Oh, nice. We can talk about them soon. Perfect. Yeah. So that, like Alpine Warrior said earlier in our conversations, and God bless you, Whiskey. Thanks a lot, and enjoy that fellowship with your wife here tonight. And thanks a lot for jumping on, definitely, and looking forward to seeing that video. So, yeah, with the light situation, just the filming, when it got dark, I wanted a little bit, come up with some creative ways to get more lit in there, especially on the darker situations. But so when it stays out lighter longer, and you guys all know this, but it's gonna be so much easier when it's lighter longer.
No. I am so ready for that time change, man.
Right? I mean, 5 o'clock.
I know.
Came fast.
Yeah. Today it got a little. I think we're in a stage now where we gain like 3 or 4 minutes every day. That goes by. Yeah.
It's after 5
starting
o'clock.
to swing the other way.
Yep.
Yeah.
I am so ready for this warmer weather and get back on the lake, doing some island camping. I love the lake. I am so ready to get back out there.
Good.
How big is that lake, Grant?
Oh, I've got 3 or 4 of them. It's located around me. I wouldn't even know they're over 1,100, 1,200 plus acres. I mean, they're huge. They're enormous
Really?
lakes. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I wouldn't even know where to begin to tell you.
Wow. That's nice.
Yeah, I love them. Me and we love them. We all love them.
Yeah, so I just put a comment on the screen down there. It says, hey, brother, I've watched you a long time. I was wondering if you could say hi to my daughter, Kinsley. So I'm going to say hi to Kinsley. Hi, Kinsley. And if you guys want to say hi to Kinsley as well.
Hey, Kinsley.
Kinsley is a 3-year-old and always ask, can we watch camping videos? That is so awesome. So awesome. So hi, Kinsley.
Nice.
And we are glad you were watching. That is for sure. And hey, Wayne, thanks a lot for posting that too.
It's funny. That makes me think of, my daughter's, 4.5, whatever. And she, all I watch on TV is either YouTube, Gunsmoke, or Andy Griffith. And that's basically it. And so we were watching YouTube, and I always watch your videos, Tony. And she came walking through the bedroom or the living room the other morning. She said, "What?" She goes, "You're watching. Why are you obsessed with Tony?" She's like 4.5. She said, "Why are you obsessed with Tony?" I just laughed. Yeah. And then she come up next to me. She said, "Daddy, I love your videos. Can we watch some of your videos?" And I was just like, "Oh yeah, we can watch some." Yeah.
That's my daughter.
Yeah. Hey, Hammock Mountain just jumped in. And Dave, you're not going to be alone.
Yeah, I just came
buddy.
to give Dave. I came to give Dave a little bit of company.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think you've got even less than Dave's got. Dave's got a little beard going there.
Yeah.
Well, I had quite a bit more yesterday, but I shaved it off.
Yes, yes.
A little bit, not much, but
Thank you so much. Make her a day tomorrow. So Wayne just said, thank you so much, everyone. This will make her day tomorrow. I wish you knew how much. Thank you.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Awesome.
good.
Awesome.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Last time I seen you on here, Hammock Milton, you had a suit on. You look a little more dressed for the occasion this time.
Yeah, I know.
that's right. He did, didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he came on since then on a dress down. I think the next week he was dressed down to show us that he's not dressed like that all the time.
Yeah, my daughter won't let me live that one down. She saw it. She said, "That's not how you get on a camping shows," what she called it.
Well, did you tell her that you were in
the
disguise?
office, right?
You never know where I'm going to go camping.
Right? Yeah, that was your disguise.
It's like today. I done a day camp. I was actually in my neighbor's yard. They just didn't know it.
Oh, nice.
So that video will be coming out on the January challenge for Stealth Camping Alliance.
Okay, yeah, which is the 5 goals for this year, right?
By the way, they know now because they're watching.
No, my neighbors have no idea.
And that's really stealth.
Yeah,
I'm waiting for Stitch to jump on. I don't know what's up with that. Come on, man.
Old Bracken Dated says Hammock is the only one that owns a razor. I own one. It lasts a long time too, and I just go from here to here.
Yeah, you got the little patches.
Yeah. And it's not even a masculine one. I use my wife's pink daisy. It's good enough for her legs. Good enough for my
you got hair all over your face.
Yeah. I would say if that's the only one I could use, I would probably have a beard too.
Yeah. I actually used the old. You remember the old barn doors with the double bladed, the old Gillette double. I actually still use the old Badger brush and the wet shave. I do the wet shave.
Old school.
I used one this morning.
It's hard to get those razor blades, Dave.
No.
No?
No. You can find them on Amazon all day long. Yep.
Can you?
Okay. I order them all the time.
Yep. Bye.
I actually do not use shaving cream or soap. I dry shave.
Ooh.
Yeah, I dry shave. Yeah.
Just use water when I do shave.
Stitch says Tony with the pink daisy for the win.
High five, Stitch.
He's looking for a sponsorship.
Old and craggy dated. Very good. Oh, I'm sorry. That was Stitch. Yeah.
Yeah, old Chim's warmer. Yeah, Frank says, laugh out loud, the beers keep the old chins warmer.
Yeah, I need to talk to my wife about that. She don't like me to have one. So when it starts getting longer, she kind of suggests a little bit that I get rid of it.
Yeah.
How's that go? That kind of suggests. How's that?
She said, she looks at me, she says, "You need shave."
Yeah.
Well, that was gentle.
Yeah, so it happens pretty quick.
He said, "She's sitting beside me." I can't say much. She's sitting beside me. He said.
No,
see that hand coming across the screen there.
No, she's at work tonight, so.
Hey, Trapper 4235 says, "Hey, Tony, just joined. Love your channel."
Hey,
Thank
welcome.
you very much, Trapper. Definitely. Thank you, and welcome to part of the 2.0 family. Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. Earlier we did. We said if you were new and this was your first time on, jump on. Say your name. Say where you're from. What state? And we had a lot of people jumping on and say, "Hey, this is my first time on." So that is great. Running Deer Outdoor Adventures. How you doing, brother? But he said his dad taught him that dry shaving was quicker. It is a lot quicker.
Yeah.
Let's see. I've been dry shaving since
when you're learning, though.
Closer shave, it seems. Yeah, I think I dry shaved. I used to shave with shaving cream, but I just, when I started getting a beard, I just thought, I'll just do my neck quick. And I just haven't. It works out really good for me. They don't go, like they say, your razor's going to go dull. They do, but those pink daisies don't. I'm telling you, they don't. That's the best dang razor I ever used. I've tried getting different ones like those Mach 5s and all that stuff.
Your wife's probably somewhere like, man, why are my blades so dull?
Right?
Yeah.
I try
to puts a new one every time. After that, he's like, these things are super sharp. And no, it's a new one. He just don't know it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah.
Usually I get it. I wait till I see that, there's above the razor part, there's a little strip on there that's got like aloe or something like that. It does.
You're just saving your hide. Yeah, you wait until that's wore down a little bit. Is what you're going to say?
I actually do.
Yeah. He's watching. He's like, honey, I'm not using your new blades.
If I dry shaved, my razor would look like a hacksaw.
Yeah.
Hey Tony, now she's gonna start hiding them.
Yeah. So I'll have to start doing some stealthing now. I don't know if she's still on down. She's home tonight. She's this is like the first Sunday night she's been off in a long time. She just put 3 days in and she's off and she's in her jammies most of the night reading her books, getting caught up on things. So she's downstairs. I don't know.
So another bearded question here.
Okay.
So do you brush your teeth in the shower or do you do it out of the shower?
Okay.
I always brush my teeth in the shower because if I don't, it gets all in your beard. You can't. I always brush my teeth in the shower, and it saves time.
I'm gonna have to try that.
I don't have that problem.
I'll let you know next week.
Yeah.
No one wants
That's a good point, Grant. That's a very good point.
It saves time. You'll get to work 3 minutes quicker, guaranteed.
That's a good point. Yes,
and ain't that new truck getting you there faster, right?
Yeah.
So Carrie says my husband does it in the shower. So that's Whiskey Outdoors, I believe, his wife, Carrie.
Be careful answering that.
Beards are sexy. Hear that, Dave? Carrie says men with beards are sexy.
I kind of got one. Come on now.
Yeah.
All it matters is she over there thinks I'm sexy.
The mirror.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need that mirror in front of me and the sink. I don't know why. I'm so accustomed to it.
You mean brushing your teeth or what?
No, well, yeah, that too.
Oh, I gotta shave. I have to shave looking in the mirror. I can't do it without.
You gotta clean the mirror after you're done.
This would all be messed up.
Does it get all over the mirror too?
What's that?
Does it get all over the mirror too after you're done brushing your teeth? Usually you got to clean the mirror after you're done.
Well, come on. What? Alpine, what do you think we are?
There's another 3 minutes. He's 6 minutes late now. He's 6 minutes late for work now.
Yeah.
Hey, Stitch says, I have a beard and a tractor, double sexy. We wouldn't know, Stitch. You're not on here.
Stable horse riding cowboy. Is that what he's
trying to do?
You go. You got to ask him to prove that.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Huh?
So, Trapper 4235 says you need a store or heater for your new hammock tent. I am going to say
keep watching
tomorrow. Make sure you watch me on Monday.
Yeah. Keep watching.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, yeah. So I got I got 6 tractors. So what does that do? All cracking dated. He's got
man.
tractors. Old cracking dated got a beard.
On a Mail Monday.
I'm sorry. Old and cracking dated after 5, it just doesn't mean anything. So I get you. What happened?
I don't know. Who did we lose? Let's see. Oh, okay. So we lost one. Hammock. So I'm trying to look at the comments down here. It says Stitch says at least you still have a beard at Running Deer Adventures.
Yeah.
I had a Golden Jubilee old Kraken dated. Let's see. Hi everyone. Simple Outdoors just jumped on. Hey buddy. So we got. I saw something up here. Oh, did anybody see Blot Outdoors shaving on his stealth camp? Laugh out loud. Halfway through, his hair got shorter. He showed the shaving clip at the very end. No, I didn't see that. Yeah, but I know Stitch said, Tony, I don't want to see you stealth shaving. You know what? I don't shave in the mirror. If I had a razor right now, I mean, I just know where the feeling is, and I know where I can do the razor, but I can shave blind. Yeah.
Hey Tony, didn't you get one of those tent stoves the other day on one of your Mail Mondays?
I got the tent hammock last Monday, and then we went out and we tent hammocked. And
I saw that one.
Yeah, and then this Mail Monday is tomorrow. So let's see. Yeah. Let's see. Hey, there he's back.
Hey.
I'm back. I have Spectrum internet.
Oh, I thought you went to try to draw some whiskers on.
No.
Trying to glue something in there. Okay.
Yeah.
He says, why is there dog hair on your face?
Right?
No.
I think I have.
I can't grow one very long anyway because I have to be in uniform on Tuesday, so I have to be shaved anyway.
Got it. Now, when you say uniform, Hammock Mountain, what do you mean?
I'm in the Civil Air Patrol, so it's an auxiliary of the Air Force.
Oh, very nice.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I thought you were National Guard or reserves.
No, it's Civil Air Patrol. That's the cadets I take out for search and rescue training and all that. That's all. It all has to do with Civil Air Patrol.
Oh,
that's what you were telling me about up at near Dolly Sod.
Yeah, Cranberry Glades and all up through there.
Oh, very cool. That is really, really neat. Yeah, so you've got a good excuse. We'll let you buy on that one.
Yeah.
Well, how many weeks is it between times that you have to do that?
Well, as far as going out, we normally do that during the spring, early summer.
Okay.
And then once a month, we actually do training, but we do it in different areas, but not out in the Monongahela National Forest.
Oh, wow. Okay. Very interesting. I like that. Dolly Sogs. You mean Dolly Sogs? I'm not sure what that is. What's Dolly Sogs?
Dolly Sods is about 112 miles north of Cranberry Glades. It's both in Monongahela National Forest, though.
Okay. Yeah.
I was commenting to him that maybe about 4 years ago, 4 or 5 almost, I went as a chaperone with my youth group. My pastor that in charge of the youth group had asked me if I wanted to join, and that was like my very first major hike. That it was like 8 miles out, 8 miles back into the parking lot. So,
wow,
awesome!
It's beautiful in there, though.
That's where I made the comment to Tony about that. I hadn't used trekking poles until there when I went there because it's pretty rocky in a lot of the trails, and when we went a week prior, it had rained. I mean, rained. They said the other folks that went out to check out the trail before we went a week. They said there was at least a foot of water on that trail easily. But by the time we got there, a couple of inches a week later.
Oh, wow.
So a lot of places we had to use the trekking pole to get around from like rock to rock on the trail. But it wasn't too bad.
Wow. Hey, I got.
Yeah, I would say if you've never used trekking poles, give it a try. Give it a try. It's really, really beneficial. So Stitch says Dolly Boggs or Dolly Sods. So it's. He said, you all missed the joke, but that's okay. Dolly Sods is typically a muddy mess in parts. Yes. Well, we wouldn't have missed the joke if you were online there, Stitch.
Hey, yeah, that's right, Stitch. You could have explained that to us. Anyways, hey, listen, I got a quick question for you, Tony. I just thought of this here.
Okay.
Do you remember when we met up there at Cabela's and whatnot? There was a guy that started the channel up, Something Gourmet.
Yeah.
Has anybody heard from him at all?
No.
He posted that one video, and it was an awesome video, and I hadn't heard from him ever since.
You're talking about Camp Gourmet.
Yeah, Camp Gourmet. Yep, Camp Gourmet. Yep.
Right.
Yeah. Well, if anybody,
that one video.
Well, he mentioned real quick. He mentioned something about that was going to be his only video for a little while.
Right.
Yeah.
And he was going to post another one, I think, when it got warmer.
Yeah, but I haven't seen him commenting or joining online here with the 2.0 family for a while.
It's been a while.
If anybody knows if he's okay or not, just let us know, and let him know that we're thinking about him.
Yeah, he's been here a few times on the Sunday night on Sunday Live. But he's been here a few times on Sunday Live, but he comments very little.
Okay, well, if he's out there listening, just wondering about you, buddy. Just making sure you're doing good. So comment, say you're doing all right.
I love that video he made. That video really hit home. There's a lot of you could really relate to it.
I called Tony up right away that first video he did, and I said,
I loved it.
At the end, he was saying, I need to educate a little bit more or whatever, more practice or whatever. And I am like, dude, you don't need any more. I called up Tony. I said, he doesn't need any more practice. He did great.
Yeah, he did great.
He did great. So
describing it, everything down to a T, like I was just so worried about rushing into the woods and nobody saw me. I was laughing.
It was so good. It was good. It was really good. Yeah.
Yeah. Damn it, Mountain. You have been.
Anyways, let's see. I think he added it into the show that he actually shaved on the camp, and it wasn't like different days of footage spliced together. Whoops, it keeps moving on me.
Yeah, he's talking about Blot Outdoors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he said somewhere during the video he must have shaved during it. To be honest, I don't watch Blot Outdoors that often. I do watch some of his stuff, some of his things.
Tony barely has time to watch his own stuff.
I don't. I don't have time. But I do watch some of his stuff, but I maybe not when they come right out. So
yeah.
Hey Tony, when your mic went crazy, you was trying to ask me something.
Yeah, do you have a video coming out soon?
I filmed one today. I'm still editing.
Okay.
But that's going to be for the January challenge, so it'll be like the 27th, 28th, or 29th.
That's right. You mentioned about that.
Yep.
About the challenge.
I did have a question for you, though.
Yes.
You were talking about trail days. Are you going to be able to come to trail days this year?
I didn't think about that. I thought about it last year, but, obviously I was, just had the stroke when they were doing trail days.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I've never been to trail days. That I might have to consider that, because now that I'm I'm gearing the car up. I'm gearing it up. I just built something yesterday for the passenger seat in the front where I can see. As you know, I've got this boom right here. So I built something to attach this boom to on the passenger seat so that I can swing it around in the car to have it in the back, have it in the front, have it on the side, have it point down. I can hit any area in the car. I'm trying to get the car set up for when I do the eventual travel. Not sure when, but when I do, I want to have it set up. And that's why I was saying I was cooked my last couple meals in the studio up here because I want to test out a couple things, see how this draws down on the battery, that kind of stuff for when I got it in the car. Just doing some different things.
Yeah, the reason I ask is I'm thinking about I'm going to be at Trail Days, but I'm thinking about doing the Grayson's Highland hike.
Oh, nice!
And then spend the night for Trail Days the next day.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah. That's a good idea, and that's probably not too far from you, is it?
Hour and a half, maybe.
Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, when you think about it. Let's see. Stitch says, question for you all. What are some of your favorite outdoor content providers? And you can leave me out of it. So.
He said, oh, stop it. Oh, stop it.
I watch GM.
The equation.
I watch GM. I watch Tony. And I'm sorry, but I cannot forget the what's the other guy's name? Oh my gosh, he met us up at Cabela's, and he does those awesome intros.
Walter.
Walter.
Yes, Walter.
Zona.
Yeah, amazing cinematography. Yeah.
But I'm in a whole different group, guys. I'm in the RV side of things, not the stealth camping and all that. So those are mine.
Well, you probably still have an interesting perspective that none of us here do have.
I have a different perspective. Let me say that. Tony's been after me to go out camping with him for how long, and I haven't done that. I haven't done camping in a long time, and I think one of the things that's kind of drawing me back a little bit is because of my back surgery, and sleeping in on the ground and whatnot. I'll tell you what, just me going from our bed here to a different bed will put me out of commission for the next day. So
I do want to say real quick. Let's say goodnight. Goodnight, Emma Brown.
Good night, Emma.
Good night, Emma. Take care.
So, but anyways, but my perspective is completely different. For the past 7 years, we've been traveling around in the motorhome.
So somebody knew that I just started watching, and if you guys haven't started watching them yet, maybe you can check them out. It's BAUM Outdoors. I believe that's how it's. Yeah. BAUM Outdoors. Alpine Warrior told me about them. And then just today, I was talking to Johnny D. Torres, and he had called me earlier today when I was out pumping up the tire at State Park and filming. And him and I were talking. He said, "Did you see his new video?" And as a Christian, as a born-again Christian believer and so forth, I do want to say that he is as well. I didn't know this channel existed, and I went over and signed up with him the other night. I subscribed to his channel. He just put out a beautiful video. He's up in, is it Oregon? Just near Oregon or Washington State, southern part of Washington State. But he's a born-again believer. Great camera work. There's snow on the ground, and I made a comment immediately. Even before I finished watching it, he started. He cooked chicken wings in like an oven, like this oven that I have. He cooked them chicken wings, and then he said he made a bed for the little chicken wings of lettuce. But then the camera cut to scenes just of God's creation. and he began to thank God for his meal.
Yeah.
Online on his video, he praised God and thanked him for the food in Jesus' name. And I immediately commented, man, thank you for sharing your faith and not being ashamed of your faith in the gospel of Christ. And I just was so blessed to see that.
Yeah, you do watch Jay Wanders Out.
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do watch Jay Wanders Out. So Jay Wanders Out and my new one that is, I'm going to say, Bomb Outdoors. I really enjoyed that. If you guys haven't checked it out, go check him out. I think he's got like 90-some thousand.
He did a great job on that last one. He really
I'll
did.
tell you one more great channel is RNRV Chronicles. Awesome channel.
I have not heard of that one yet. Now, how do you spell that?
What's that?
Because I haven't heard of that one yet.
R.
Okay. Is there like a dash between the two?
Between the RN and RV.
It's a good kid.
And his Chronicles.
The Relaxation Nurse is a pretty cool channel too, but that's not. It'll help you go to sleep.
Hey, Dave.
Hey,
I will
Dan,
tell
just
you,
telling you, Dan, this is that floppy hat there. Dan, thank you so much. Can't kill me.
Hey, Dave, I will tell you, I asked my wife earlier today, would she go camping with me? And she turned around and looked at me. She said, what, did you buy an RV?
Yeah.
So that would be a no.
Yeah.
Hey, Yost. Yost is on line. He just came on. Stitch, Stitch says RNRV Chronicles is cray. I have to agree just a little bit. But so, hey, I want to say hi, Yost. Thank you for coming on. Yeah, very much so. I hear you're in need of a hammock. For GM Outdoors, when will you be doing another camping trip? Simple Outdoors asks.
Oh, I would love to be doing another camping trip. It's just the way the weather's been lately and my time schedule. I've been doing these hike videos because it hasn't. Well, the video that I lost in the river, if you could find my phone, I'd be more happy to show you a camping video. I finally made time to go camping and lost it in the river, and now I can't wait. It just I'm not a cold weather person. I'm just ready to get back out there in the winter and the summertime. I just can't. Like I said, that camper shell really spoiled me there a little bit.
Yeah, I noticed that when you started doing that. I said, "Oh, he's gonna like that thing." And you even commented, "I'm liking this." But I do want to say, Yost just said I survived the night in my curtain hammock. So, Yost made a hammock out of an old curtain. What country are you in again, Yost? Post that in the comments. And I am going to put, if you want to jump on, I'm going to put my link down in here again. Come on, then jump on here.
While you're posting that, back to you, GM. I really liked that whenever you were on your first camping in the back of the truck there with the shell.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm telling you. And you were so tickled pink. You were just so tickled.
Oh,
pink.
I was, man.
So nice
I basically stole that camper shell. I found it, and it was just down the road under some leaves and stuff. I cleaned it up, and I'm like, man, I've just turned this into this is gold. And now I got that full size, which now, man, it's a 6'4" bed. So I mean, I can stretch out and I can stand on my tippy toes back there laying down. So I'm going to talk her into this inflatable camper shell here. I'm going to get it for too long. You watch the thing.
Yeah, Yost is from the Netherlands. So just to let you guys know, Netherlands. And go check his channel out as well. But if you want to jump on Yost and say hi all the way over from the Netherlands, jump on and say hi. So there is a link there. I'll see you pop up in the green room. Hammock Mountain, anybody that you're watching?
Well, I like to watch Grant's channel. He does awesome drone work.
Thank you, buddy.
I like that. And of course, I think all of us like to watch your channel, Tony.
Well, yeah, you're supposed to keep me out of it, but no, thank you. Thank you
Can't
much.
help it, my wife just rolls her eyes and walks on through. She knows what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
she says, I had a thing pop up on my phone that said YouTube notification. That was a couple days ago, and she looked at my phone. She said, "What? Did Tony put out another video?"
My wife says that to me all the time. I'll be on the phone and just talking. She's like, "Tony again?" Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, with me, I have about all the channels. Anything to do with Appalachian Trail, I like to watch, and then anything to do with stealth camping, which I've got certain ones that I've got marked. I get a notification when they post, and I try to watch every single one of them.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah,
That's why I don't sleep a lot at night.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I just see. Old Kraken Dated said, "Don't forget Corporal's." Corporal's Corner.
Yep.
Yes, and some guy named Tony made a video one time. Yeah. Let's see. It's 5:05. So Yo says it's 5:20 a.m. here. Woke up at 4 to be home before the rain starts at 6. Have to get some more sleep. Oh man! So you were out camping last night? Wow!
5 minutes, Yos. Come on, 5 minutes. Jump on.
Yeah, KN, hey, welcome, and thanks for that. But KN says, I'm just going to put a comment up here, too. That's about the worst. Let's see. KN says, like this channel the most because of the community feel. And I couldn't agree more. I am just really blessed by everyone. And this community, like I said, is just amazing. I have to say, I've got some of the just awesome subscribers and not, I don't want to say subscribers. I just seem so impersonal. But that's why I like to say 2.0 family members. We just have a great building a great family.
We are. We're good people. Yeah. We are.
Awesome community. Awesome.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a few people that,
Okay. Hey, Tony, that there Simple Outdoors that you did pop up there, throw that
Yes.
out. That's interesting. Throw that.
Oh, I didn't get the chance to read it. It popped up right when I clicked it, jumped into the thing. I can't see.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah.
They're going to Hawaii in February.
Nice.
So, yeah. We're jealous.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. You feeling that a little rubbed in there? Let's see.
Oh, so Grant, let me tell you something. In the future, Tony and I were talking about cold weather stuff because you were bringing up, you don't really like to get cold, stuff like that. But in the future, if you ever get like an underquilt or an overquilt and you want to see how good it works, a good way to test that, because you got to keep in mind, not only does it need to breathe, it's got to be waterproof and it's got to be windproof. Go outside when it's like 20 degrees or colder and just a T-shirt. Wrap the thing around you and see if it keeps the wind off you. If that works, then you'll be fine. I've tested some stuff like that. Some work, some don't. But when it works, you're like, oh, wow, this is awesome. And then you can believe in it.
That's a good idea. Yeah, until most of the time I'll get out there and I'm stuck with it. I guess is it. But I use the AMA quilt that Tony's got there, and it's an awesome underquilt.
It is an awesome underquilt.
It's awesome, and it's made so heavy duty, and it doesn't get wet really easy. Like I've touched the ground with it, sitting in it, and it doesn't draw moisture or nothing. It makes a world of difference.
Yeah,
that's good.
And I don't feel the cold radiating up from the bottom.
No.
All with that. And but behind this jacket, you can see it down here a little bit. So this is an underquilt that I haven't taken out yet. That is one you'll see that tomorrow on Mail Monday. so Yeah, that one will be tomorrow on Mail Monday. I forgot I had it hanging up there. But so that one, that is one of the things we were talking about. Is I want to go outside with that and test it with just a t-shirt on and see how it feels, because this one is lighter. I mean, when I took it out of the sack to let it fluff out, I'm like, that is like very light. The material is light. This is probably, Grant, this is probably half the weight, if not less than half the weight.
So kind of, it feels like a top quilt, I guess.
Yeah, it's like a top quilt, but it's light. It's light.
Really?
Yeah, and you can hear the material kind of crackling a little bit. So I don't know what's in between the layers in there, but that is. It actually matches the one hammock.
Hold on, you forgot something. Hold on. Welcome to Mail Monday on Sunday.
Wait. Mail Monday.
It's a prequel.
Yeah. I mean, we only got 30 people watching, so.
You only have 35 minutes, Tony.
What's that?
You only have 35 minutes till Mail Monday anyway.
Oh, yeah, true.
That's true, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Here it's only 9:30.
Hike with Mike says, Stitcho, no, I am a reptile. I like my warm weather. Yeah. Don't fall out of the trees like a iguana. Mike Stitch says, yeah, when iguanas get cold, they kind of just drop. So give me 90 degrees and 90% humidity, and I am in paradise. Hike with Mike says,
hey.
Yeah. So, Grant, did you say who you like to watch on YouTube?
Oh, yeah, no. I really, of course, Camping with Steve. Everybody knows Camping with Steve.
Yeah.
I follow Outdoor Boys, too. I don't know if you all are familiar with him or not. He does a lot of camping. He used to be an attorney in the state of Virginia here, and he quit that. He was a defense attorney. He quit that and does full YouTube now, and he goes all over the world with his kids, and it's just a really good family, really good show. Swede Woods is another one.
Yeah, he's very good.
He does some good stuff on there. Of course, your channel, Tony. And there's just so many. I sit here and I just draw a blank. I've got so many, but everything outdoors related, everything fishing related, anything. I just follow all that stuff. Really have a good time with it. It's because that's all I watch. There's nothing on TV worth looking at anymore. That's all I do.
Not cable anymore. We got rid of that.
Yeah, we don't either. I just do everything internet. That's it.
Yeah, everything is internet for us. In fact, we just recently started watching Chosen. I don't know if anybody has ever heard of that, but we just recently started watching that Chosen. And there are a couple little different shows that we do watch. Some of them that are pretty decently clean from out of Canada. But there's just nothing on anymore. There's
nothing. And, I was thinking today, I was doing my walk. I don't know if I said it in my video or not that I made today. But, everything on TV is always so, dreary and just kind of just bad, puts a bad spotlight on everything. It kind of just shows how bad the world is. And it never really talks about how good the world is. This community really restores your faith in humanity. This whole community that I've been a part of on this channel, it really, you're like, well, not everybody is bad. This news is it's just all the time something going on, and just meeting you all and talking with you all, it really, shows that, that's not the world, that's just what they want you to see, And,
it's the minority that are in control of certain things that are being blown out of proportion.
Yep.
The majority is not what you're seeing.
I know it.
That stuff.
I know
it. Take hope, take faith.
Yep. Oh yeah, Lord, yeah.
Yeah, and they want to keep us separated, and that's one nice thing about YouTube is it allows us to get outside of the mainstream and create those connections where we can build that community that we all yearn for.
Yeah.
And it's truly a yearning. It's a deep down yearning that we may not admit it, but it's a yearning that we want to have fellowship. We want to have good, clean fellowship with people. And this is a great way to do it. Yep. And definitely, as it says, as the time here were to encourage one another,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
To be an encouragement.
Yes.
And if
Yep.
we're so isolated, and they got us isolated because of the media that we're bombarded with,
Yep.
if you tap into that, you will be divided, and you won't be able to have those reach out moments.
Right.
So yeah, definitely good to find. It says where 2 or 3 are gathered together. There he is in the midst.
Yep.
And that's what I find with our community here is that we do care about one another.
Yeah.
And this is just a tip of the iceberg. It's going to get more as people feel comfortable that if I share this, is it going to be accepted and also held up in prayer? Is it truly, it's not just like, oh, did you hear about so-and-so? It's not like that at all. And I think as more of us kind of, get to that point, we will personally, one-on-one. Like I said, my email, you know where it's at. Send me an email. We'll talk on the phone. And I have had lots of conversations with people on the phone where they've shared things with me, and we've prayed, and off online, we prayed and lifted it up before prayer. And there has already been God's answered prayers. And I'm not going to mention a name, but somebody's heart was to be stopped the other day.
Yes.
And we prayed about it, and it takes multiple times, the doctor said. Well, we committed it to prayer, said, commit your self unto the Lord, fear. He hadn't given us a spirit of fear. So we went through all those scriptures, and they drove 3.5 hours to this facility, went in. He said he was in the visiting room or waiting room for like 5 minutes. Doctor came out and said, hey, it went first time. And we were like, okay, of course it would be, because we committed it unto the Lord, and he's going to take care of it. But that's somebody's heart being stopped, and restarted, jump-started. And just to give a good report, that person is doing fabulous, better than they've done in years. So, it's like a little jump start. And without sharing names and things like that, and just sharing the experience. But that's some of the stuff that we're going to experience more and more of, I'm hoping, within this channel, and get to share about God's goodness and what he's done and is doing through many people's lives. And I say, if anybody's out there struggling, with anything, I'm sure there's someone here that's gone through it already. You're not going through anything new that someone hasn't already gone through, realized that they can't do it, turned it over to the Lord, and he's now doing it through them. And now they're delivered of that and are resting more joyfully. And, that can't happen. It can.
That's so true, Tony. Me and Alpine were actually talking a little bit earlier today, and we were sharing basically the same thing, that God hasn't created us to go through things by ourselves, really. He wants us not only to turn to him, but to each other to help us through a lot of different things. And so it's really good, and I pray that everybody's channel that has a channel, I don't care who you are, whether you're on here with us right now or you're over in the comment section, my prayer is that every channel is successful in the maximum way that God wants it to be. Just do your part and let God worry about the rest. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I remember years and years ago, Dave, us up walking around in that church that we used to clean together, and used to stop by and out. And I was just walking around, and we got into prayer. Sometimes we get into prayer for like 3 and 4 hours.
Yeah, we stay out there till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning sometimes, just praying away.
Yeah, and just the two of us walking around this sanctuary praying. And there were times it was just really, really amazing. And God showed some things back then that I think he's going to do a lot with. GM, do you watch Donnie Laws? I think he is in the same area as you are.
What's the name? Donnie Laws?
Yeah,
Laws.
Donnie and then Laws, Laws.
Okay, yeah. Is that his actual channel name?
I'm not sure. It's
Donnie
just,
Laws.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll write it down here and have to look him up.
It might be. I'll
Yeah.
check it out here real quick and let you know then.
Donnie
Yeah,
Laws.
I've got it right here. I've got DONNIELAWS, Donnie Laws, East Tennessee.
Okay,
got
yeah.
that? Okay.
Yeah, East Tennessee, that's 45 minutes for me.
Yeah, because you were telling me about Tennessee, GM.
Yeah.
That there's a lake over there. That
Oh,
you got a
yeah,
little
yeah,
house
yeah.
with, and you
I
and
could
I
talk
can
to you
go
for
over and-
days on that lake. That's my favorite place on planet Earth is the lake. I love
Yeah,
it.
that
Can't
was
get
your
enough
first
of it.
video on your channel is going on that lake, and you
Yeah.
and I talked right before you
Yeah.
shot that
Yeah.
because you were having trouble with the computer editing was taking away time from the family, and I said, "Hey, you got to get on the
I
phone.
know.
Just get on the phone. Just trust in that, and just let it
Yep.
go and get it done." And you did that one weekend. You went up to Tennessee and
Yep.
took the
Yep.
houseboat over for the weekend.
Yep.
Yeah.
I love that. I'm so thankful for you telling me about this whole, because like I told you before, I used to do GoPros, and that is extraordinarily expensive. Batteries, SD cards, all that, mounts, all that stuff. It's just so crazy priced. And then, not to mention, after that you got to bring it all back and then plug it all up and edit it all on the computer, and that takes. That you have to have a really good computer to do that. Not only that, but that takes a lot of, you spend 6 hours, 7 hours editing something, and then, it just takes forever. But like, we do that Power Director now, and it's made a world of difference, absolute world of difference.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can go on your way home, stop, get a cup of coffee, warm up a little bit, sit in the car for 5 more minutes, and do a couple more edits.
Yeah. Now, did you seems like I always want to proof watch mine afterwards. Do you do that a lot?
Well, actually, as I film, I'll take a second because a lot of times the longest clip is maybe a minute.
Yeah.
And so I'll watch it just to make sure because I've already done this.
Yeah.
Thought I had a scene, and I ended up hitting stop.
Then you got to walk all the way back and do it all over again. Yeah.
No, I'm too far past that point. When I realized it, so now I watch them as I film them.
I do that. I probably watch too much because I just do a lot of different. I just know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I get that right? My favorite place on the planet Earth is the swamp. It says
Swamp?
Hike with Mike. The challenges we all face in the long run make us stronger. Yes, absolutely.
Yep.
I edit my clip by clip for that reason.
Yeah.
Donnie Laws does a lot of history in that area.
Awesome. Yeah. I love history. Yeah. I like to know.
Yeah.
Dave, you touched on something before, which is important too, since Tony has started up this channel and we've developed into the 2.0 family here. What I think is really nice is the fact that, a lot of these people are inspired to go out and make a channel for themselves or just to go outdoors, just enjoy the outdoors and go out, maybe do some camping on their own. Not necessarily stealth camping, but any kind of camping, whether it's hiking or camping, and just try to enjoy the outdoors and
Most
have
definitely.
fun. And there's a lot of people inspired to do that. In fact, tonight while we were talking, I think there was somebody on there, Woods 87, talking about he wants to start up another channel. So every time one of these Sundays comes on and we're talking, people, are coming on and talking about it. So, it's a wonderful thing. It's really developed.
It is.
It's a blessing. It really is,
Yes.
Yeah, I commented him to as soon as he gets his first video edited, just post it here.
Yes,
Yeah.
Lewis,
Yeah,
exactly.
absolutely.
Right. That's right. Yes.
Yep. Just post it.
Yeah. Go
that's great.
on over to the Family 2.0 family Facebook page, Random Adventures 2.0 family, and put your video on there. And people will click on there and don't worry about what it looks like.
Right.
No, because you know what? Let's be honest. Okay, we're all going to be honest. Every one of us, we all started a channel up, right? Okay. The first one, you're going to look back in a year and say, "OMG, what was I thinking?" It's okay, really.
Yeah.
It is. But you'll never, if you try to be like this guy down here, or this guy way over here, or even the one right next to me, or Lewis, or any of us, it's not going to happen the first one. Just trust us on that. Just do it. Like we told GM, right, GM?
Yeah.
Just or not GM, I'm sorry, Alpine. Go ahead. Just post that first video. Just post it. Put it together and post it. And if he's still watching, I don't know if he is or not. I think he had to go. But go ahead and post it. Hopefully he'll see this later on or something. Just go do it. Go do it. Post it. Put it up. Because once you start, you're not going to be able to stop, and you'll keep on going.
Yeah. Especially when you start meeting everybody and start talking with everybody. Because, when like I've said before, I had like 5 subscribers, and they were like family, and half of them, like Memo, don't even know how to use a phone, but I'm like, hey, get subscribed, And so, like, you get out there and, as the channel grows, I feel like each and every one of you are right there with me, and I'm talking with you. So you don't really feel alone. Like you feel, and you get more natural talking on the phone. And because that's one of the most questions I get at work, they're like, well, it's just weird. I'm like, yeah, I talk to my phone, but I'm not, I'm not talking just to my phone. I'm talking to everybody as a whole.
Yeah, it's the way it is. It just seems that way. Yeah. I know way back when we started up our NRV Chronicles channel, and we really haven't been posting much on that here lately. It just seems like it kind of went a little bit stale on us, and it's really hard for me to pick it back up. Me and Tony, talk about it quite often. But the when we first started it, I mean, when we were talking, it was like when we would go certain places and we were showing certain things of what we were doing and our lifestyle and everything that was just going on. It really was like we were talking to somebody right there.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's really cool. You're not alone,
right.
And it is. It's just, I just really want to see if anybody's thinking about doing a channel, just start it. I remember when I was on Tony for the longest time to start a channel, up and whatever. He was busy, doing certain things. And we actually, when we were in business, kind of that thing together, Tony, you remember that? We went out into the desert out here in Arizona when he came out, and we did a really nice video clip. I filmed him and did the video and put it all together. We edited it and everything else, and we put it together, and we were using it for our business. And that was great. And that was his first taste of YouTube.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's not made public or anything like that. It was specifically set up for private viewing, whoever we gave the link to. But it was really, really interesting to him, I think, and that's eventually what kind of little by little kind of might have worked on him to go ahead and start up.
Yeah, and then watching, coming back and then wanting to see more about Arizona, and then finding Jay and watching Jay wanders out, and him traveling through Arizona, places that we had seen and wanted to actually eventually get back to, and seeing him do his videos and posting every day, like, how's he doing this? And then Lisa then encouraging me a little bit more. And then I went out and we went for a walk in spring and March of 2021. And I filmed a little bit on our walk. And I came back with, we had Bailey and her in the car, and I dropped both of them off. And I said, hey, I'm going to go back into the woods and just make a cup of coffee. And then that was my very first post of Coffee in the Woods.
And it was funny because he was posting. You remember you sent me that one post where you were talking in the car as you were driving?
Yeah.
I don't think you posted that.
No.
But he sent me this video, and he's like, check this out. And I'm like, yeah, that's pretty good. It wasn't, but it was pretty good, I'm just saying that for everybody else. I mean, it wasn't bad, but it's nothing compared to what he's doing right now. I literally have watched Tony he puts so much, because he's an artist. I don't know if people know that about him, but he really is an artist. He has certain talents with drawing and different things like that. And but he has this knack to take something that he really doesn't know, unless it's electronics. He won't go there. But he has this knack of taking something that he really enjoys and he likes, and he'll take it to the fullest and perfect it. that's just who he is, and he'll do whatever he can to make it better and better and better. Kind of gets obsessed with it sometimes.
Yeah. A little bit. Yeah. But, and that's some of the stuff is, when you do something, you want to continue to improve on it. You want to, you want to do better. And like you said, Jim, the other day when I was, if you watch the video when I take Bailey car camping for the first time, we just come back and I get it all set up, and I sat down in the chair. She's in the car, and I'm just sitting there looking. The wind's blowing and stuff, and I go, "Here's a trail right over there. Hey, you guys want to go along? I'm gonna take Bailey on this trail." I didn't realize that I said, "Hey, you guys want to go along?"
Yeah.
It's like you guys were already there. And I was saying, "Hey, you guys want to go along?" Because generally I wouldn't say that because, you're not there. But in my mind, you're there.
It just seems so natural to say that.
Yeah. Because it's like you were really there.
Yeah, come along with me. I always say, come along with me.
Yeah.
Walk up there together.
Yeah.
Well, I'm also gonna say that was the first time you took Bailey car camping, and according to her, it might be the last time.
Yeah. Well,
she's like running from the car now. He told me he's like opening the doors and she's running the other way.
The other day, I thought, well, I'll just take her. I'm going to go to the post office. I'll just take her for I opened the gate. And she wanted to go out the gate. I'm like, all right, come on along. So we're walking out to the road. She's all happy. Her tail's up in the air. She's trotting along. And I opened the passenger door, the door, and I look at her, and her tail goes boop down between her legs. She did a 180 and ran back to the house. I'm like, it wasn't that bad. But she didn't. So I don't know if she's going to want to go along again or not. If I got a pepperoni, I might have to make a little trail of pepperonis. But yeah, she climbed into the car, and she thought she was going back home. And I'm like, she thinks she's going home, but we're not going home tonight. Yeah. And so she had a fun time. I hope. We'll see. If she'll be out again. I got to get her out there again.
Real quick before I
didn't see Stitch in the green room.
In the green room. Hold on, Hammock. Hold on, Hammock.
Wait, how do I get that down here? Let's see. Because he's making little ears.
There he is.
Now I feel left out again.
Yeah.
Okay, so it works. Yeah. You can put 7 people on here.
Yes.
There you go.
That's good.
That's good. And you're holding it all up. You can see that. You're like the pillar.
Yeah.
Don't give him that.
You got on your shoulders, Stitch. So
I think you just harshed my mellow.
You got us all on your shoulders.
I've been a pillar for too long. I retired from pillaring.
There you go.
If we get 2 more on here, we'll be like Hollywood Squares.
There you go.
It's pretty much Hollywood Squares. Yeah.
Or the Brady Bunch.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
We did do that one live stream. That was kind of fun.
That was what.
Hammock, you were going to say something?
I was going to say I have to get off here. My wife will be calling me from work here in a few minutes, so I'll have to get off. But going back to before when we were talking about channels that we do like,
yes,
this guy right here. If you're not subscribed,
Alpine Warrior.
Yeah, Alpine Warrior.
Yeah, he's the best. Absolute best.
The other way, Dave.
Subscribe to him. Yeah, he's right here.
Oh, this way.
Yeah, but yeah, subscribe to him. He does some really good. He does some really good video shorts.
I haven't seen one in a while though. Alpine, what's
that's one
up?
I enjoy watching, along with everybody else.
They'll
you very much.
They'll
I
be coming
appreciate
shortly
that.
again.
Okay.
And then the guy here.
I'm going to try to do one soon. I've been having some issues with different things, but yeah, I'm going to try to do one soon.
You got to get rid of the GoPro, bro.
Without ever getting into anything, just keep Alpine in your prayers. So
yeah.
All right. Fair enough.
Anyways,
And then
thank you.
This guy right here, he does some good exploring videos. And then the guy way over on the other side, he does some amazing outdoor stuff.
I appreciate it.
Along with everybody else in here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right. And so does he, wherever you are, Alpine or Hammock.
Jess just said, I wish there was a site with a list of every channel in the RA 2.0 and the S.
Your mic's going out, Tony. Your mic.
Okay.
Mike. So while Tony's fixing his mic, Hammock, thanks for doing what you do with the Civil Air Patrol. That's certainly appreciated.
Amen to that, Stitch.
Yep.
You weren't going to find me in the middle of the Atlantic, but I do appreciate it for the other aviators that are out there.
Yeah.
Stitch, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Were you ever in Guantanamo Bay?
Yes, I was actually. Yeah.
The reason I ask is because you mentioned iguanas before, and they walk around there like dogs do here.
Yeah.
They're all over the place.
Well, I think it was Mad Mike? Mad Mike, yeah. So he's down in Florida, and that's where the iguanas, it freezes and they drop out of the trees. That was what I was bringing up.
Yeah, that happened right where we were at down there last year. Yeah.
And then people pick them up and put them in their cars to take them home, and then they warm up and wake up, and then it's a giant iguana attack. It's the best thing ever. Somebody should video that.
Oh, look at this cute little iguana.
It turns into a crocodile.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wild iguanas can be mean.
Oh, yeah.
Now, when they wake up and they're like, what the heck is going on? Yeah, they're not to be trifled with.
Right. The Kraken dated says the Magnificent Seven. Magnificent Seven.
Hey.
Yeah.
I'm just glad to be a part of that. Thank
Which
you.
one's Yul Brenner? That's what I want to know.
Yul Brenner. Yeah. We need an 8th on here.
Hammock.
Old Kraken dated.
We'll see you.
All right.
I know you're
you take
All
right.
See you, man. Be
I've got
blessed.
a couple minutes. So.
Be blessed.
Mate.
All
Okay.
right, you all have a good night.
See you too. Tell your wife we said hi.
I'll do it.
I'm going to be heading out too shortly. I'll keep watching the broadcast.
Okay, Louis. Yeah, we were
take
trying
care,
to get 9.
Tony, I'm driving people away, bro. What
No,
Next thing I know, Grant's going to go, well,
45 minutes ago.
we got to
Things
give
to do.
people like
Things to
you
do,
more
I got.
chance to be out here.
I like how Stitch waited to come on until half the people left before he came back on here. So
Yeah.
what's up with that, Stitch?
Well, he
Well,
was
the one-
probably in the green room for like 20 minutes.
Although he is only showing it from here up, so he's like, are you sure you're fully dressed? Or okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I'm not just a headless horseman.
Right. He just says
No, the
PJs.
wife and I were sitting in the living room. She was reading. I didn't want to disturb her. She took off to bed. So that's
Wow.
why I'm just being.
That was nice of you.
I'm just being
Courteous.
just trying to stay out of trouble.
What a sweetheart. What a sweetheart.
Yeah.
Have you cooked any ducks lately?
No, I did a goose though for Christmas. We did a goose. It
Oh, did
turned
you
out
end up
pretty
doing a
well?
goose?
Yeah.
Nice.
I did do a cassoulet the other day, which normally uses duck, but I couldn't find duck legs for whatever reason. I was having a rough time, so I went with chicken, and it worked out fine. So
Oh, nice.
good.
Wow.
I guess I got to do a duck sometime soon. The wife likes duck when I do it. So
Yeah.
Ah, no, okay.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, you got to do it in order, though. You got to do 2 ducks, then a goose, then 2 ducks and a goose. You can't do them all just duck.
no, that's right. No. That's very true, Tony. And then when you do the goose, you got to run around.
Yeah, you got to
the
taste
circle.
it. You got to taste it.
You got to go. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Yeah,
Just
first
gotta
time
do it.
serving.
Goose, I gotta go. I've gotta go.
Yeah.
Southern. Let's see.
Hey,
Old
by the way,
Kraken
I
David
appreciate
says,
everybody. Sorry.
I just want to read Kraken David's comment here. I don't fly anymore. I flew on the Southern Airways 2 weeks before the crash in Georgia. On that plane.
Wow, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, gave the pilot and co-pilot a ride home. Haven't flown since. Ah, yeah.
Wow.
Wow. No, I did want to thank all of you, all y'all. I know where I'm from.
There you go. There you go.
I want to thank all y'all for answering my question about who you liked as you. I think that's an interesting question because everyone here enjoys these types of videos, and it's good to give us leads to other videos that are good. You know, so I appreciate it. Donnie Laws, I'll have to check that out. So
yeah, I'll have to check him out too. Yeah, I never heard of it.
But if you're
I haven't either. I'll have to check him out.
Yeah, if you're a wannabe hammock guy, I mean, Shug Emery has a great channel.
He's unbelievable, that guy.
Yeah, he's
God,
awesome.
For his age, going out 30
Yeah.
below.
He did that Wisconsin Frozen Butt weekend here last weekend, I reckon. Yeah.
Go ahead.
And he used to be a clown.
Yeah, he was.
He's
He was
hysterical, that guy.
Barnum and Bailey certified, went to college school and clown college, and he was a Barnum and Bailey clown for many years.
Wow.
And then did his own show after that for a bunch of years.
Unreal, his story.
But great, as far as tutorials on hammock camping, he's absolutely superb. So
cool.
It's worth it if you're interested in hammock. Anybody out there, all 30 of you, if that's how many's left, if you're interested in hammock camping, then he's a great resource for it. So I direct
He's the
him.
one, Stitch, that I was telling Tony about.
Yeah.
He was talking about that pole. That company that makes that pole that you can put the hammock
pole
to.
or
You only
something
need
like
the one
that.
tree
then. Yep. The one tree, and then take the pole, set yourself up.
Right.
Boom. Good.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's very informative, and it's always entertaining.
Yes, definitely.
Sorry, I pressed the wrong button here by accident. But I wanted to mention that the channel that brought me over to this guy was The Wandering Woodsman.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we watched him a little bit, Tony, back.
Yeah, and the Wandering Woodsman, he did when I had the stroke, I didn't know he was even watching my channel, but he had did it dedicated because I was telling people, hey, I can't do an adventure, but can you do one for me? And he actually went out and did an adventure for me. And I think he's got 59,000 subscribers.
Wow.
Cliff is his name. And he just answered a question that I had. He's hard to get a hold of, but he answered a question for me recently directly that he said, because I said I wanted to do a collaboration video with some local people. And he said he's working on getting the guys together this summer. Yeah.
Girl or a boy?
Hopefully, I'll be able to join you guys for that one too.
Yeah, that would be awesome, Lewis.
I've been wanting to meet him too for the longest since I started watching his channel. Like 3 or 4 years ago, I started watching his channel.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, I was just on his channel today. He does 3 and 4 videos a week.
Yeah.
He puts videos out there. He's a great historian because he is a teacher, but he's a younger guy, but he is a teacher, and he teaches mostly to homeschool. Goes around as a homeschooling circuit that he does. But he just gets out there and he puts the videos. He's got so many different. He does covered bridges. He does. State parks, state high points, county high points. He's just got it all. Yeah. In fact, I just watched one of his today. He's doing a folklore. He's got a folklore book of stories about the area. And some of those stories about the area, it was stories about frogmen. People seeing frogmen, off of Frog Road or something like that. But he says it's kind of a worldwide thing. There's little stories of people doing that kind of stuff. Tony and Scrib is why.
Another good channel, Lewis and Grant, for you guys to check out. would be Woods Walker 1965.
Oh, wait a minute. I got to do this here quick. Let me
He's
post
excellent.
Come on, Jess, get on.
this. Yeah. Come on, Jess. You got to jump on. Here's this.
Yeah, just come on.
Nope, there is no anxiety here. Yeah. This is how we deal with anxiety. We click the link.
Yeah.
So Camping All Out says Tony and Squib got me started on my channel. So Camping All Out, yes.
Yeah.
What happened to Stitch? Stitch, where'd you
What
go?
was that channel again, Alpine?
What was that?
What was the channel again?
Woods Walker 1965.
Yes.
Woods Walker 1965. Okay.
Okay.
He comes
Okay,
out of
then.
Canada. His name's Wade, and he has some excellent videos.
Very
humble guy,
Right
very
through the
nice. He's
season.
very knowledgeable in woodcraft. I think you guys would really enjoy watching him.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I've
Thanks,
talked to
man.
Tony about him. Tony's actually commented. He's gone back and forth. He's a really super guy, and he has a lot of great knowledge on woodwork.
Oh, there you are.
Stitch, have you
Yes.
ever seen him? He's not. No mic? Okay.
Can you hear Stitch?
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
wife
hey,
is-
Lou. I see Lou in the comment. Oh.
He's playing with the dog.
Oh,
Let's see.
in the other room.
He's saying it says error occurred. Let me click on this here again. I'm going to post the link again here. Hopefully, Jess,
I'm good.
it won't be an error.
You good now?
Yeah, I can hear now.
Okay.
Cool.
Hey, Jess.
So I do want to say hi to Lou. Lou is.
I do too. Hi, Lou.
Hi, Lou.
Yes.
Hey, Lou.
And K.N. says, same wandering woodsman. He was over here in Western PA, my hometown too. Wish I knew before to point out a couple of places. Yeah. Wandering woodsman. I really enjoy Wandering's Woodsman. Really do enjoy his channel.
He never lets anybody know when he's going to be in an area. He just goes there and that's it.
Yeah.
To bump into him here. He's been here in Lancaster County several times and have yet to bump into him at all.
Yeah.
Where's Jess? I thought you were trying to get Jess on.
Yeah, it says that he got an error occurred. So I reposted the link again. I don't think my phone can handle it.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. I have no idea what happened to me. So that's It's all.
We don't either.
My dog
Having Wi-Fi works too, so I'm sure.
What kind of phone you got, Jess?
Belay Nishi Tube. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes.
Hey.
How are you, friend? Yep. We are doing good. And is that the channel from Indonesia?
Mm-hmm. I believe I recall that name.
Yeah, me too. It says if Jess is saying if Chrome updates, I'll try again.
Okay.
Please.
Yeah, we want you on, Jess.
Yes.
What phone do you have?
Yeah, I was gonna say if you're not too far, Dave, run over there and get him on with you.
He's about an hour and a half away, maybe. Well, actually, probably a little further than that. And I got to keep an eye on my time here too.
I know you do. Yeah, because it's 10 o'clock there, right?
Yeah, it's about 4 after, 3 minutes after or something like that.
Okay, yeah, 12:02 here.
Yep.
Yeah. So, let's see.
Oh, it's time for Mail Monday.
Ethiopia. That channel is from Ethiopia, Tony.
Yes, Ethiopia. I'm from Ethiopia. Yes. I do remember that.
Welcome.
Yeah. And let's see. Just going down. Yeah, Lou. You're welcome to jump on too, Lou.
Yeah, come on, Lou.
Yeah, bring back the Magnificent
We can fit
Seven.
some more in here.
Well, if Lou jumps on, we'll all be on Lou's shoulders this time.
Yeah.
So that'll save you a little bit.
Good, Lou. Be the pillar.
Give
Be
Stitch a
the
break.
pillar.
Come on down.
Be the pillar, Lou.
I'm jumping off. Okay.
Okay,
All right.
Louis.
All right,
Lou
Louis, you
can't
take
be the
care.
pillar if
See you,
you
Louis.
jump off.
Nice to
Good
have
to
Your
see you,
brother.
man.
Cheers.
Good night.
Everybody.
Good
Good
night.
night now.
Let's see.
Yep. Blaney She Tube says, "You got this. You got this. You got this. You got this." Thank you. Yep.
Woo. Peer pressure.
Peer
You bet,
pressure.
Lou. Come on, Lou.
Don't play that card,
Lou,
Lou.
Lou.
LLEW.
What's the dog's name?
Hey, wait, that's right. Lou's got a beard, old silver beard.
Ruffles.
Get on here.
Rumples.
Ruffles, yeah.
Ah.
Yeah.
She's an old
cool.
girl. She's on chemo right now, but she's doing
Aw.
good. So
Good. How old is she?
she's 13.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, but
Okay.
she's doing good. She's doing
Good.
She
And what-
she tends to hang out with me wherever I.
Oh, I hear ya.
That's just like our dog used to. Well,
Yeah.
This guy here, he's got to be next
Is
to me
that-
all the time too. That's
Is that
Gunther.
Gunther? Is that Gunther?
That's
Yeah.
Gunther. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's snoring
Gunther.
right now.
come on,
I
Lou.
thought that was you.
Hey,
Get like snoring on Sunday Night Live? What?
Yeah, he's snoring loud.
Yeah, and actually, your sound cancellation must be blocking it because I don't really hear it at all.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
ASMR, dog snoring.
Yeah, there you go.
right.
There you
Hashtag.
go. Right.
So Blaney, she is going to jump on here.
Okay.
So give me a thumbs up if you're ready.
Yep. Oh, not me. I'm ready.
Okay. All right. So we're going to add her to the stream. All righty. Hey, how are you?
How are you? Good morning, and my Dubai is sleeping up.
Good morning. Good morning.
Welcome back.
Good to have you on.
Good morning.
I'm working in Dubai. I'm from Ethiopia. Only my friend, how are you?
Very good. Very good. And we haven't seen you for a couple weeks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Are you doing good?
Yeah, good.
Good. Good.
Awesome. Awesome.
Yeah. And my father, how are you? Only good morning.
We're all
Yeah.
doing good. Great to see you on.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. What time
Yes.
is it there?
Oh,
Time
geez.
10 o'clock in Dubai. AM.
What time again?
9 o'clock.
Oh, okay. AM.
Okay.
AM.
Yeah.
Nice. 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 Yeah. Now, what does your typical day look like?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. What do you have planned for today?
You speaking me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. What do you have planned for today?
Flying. I don't know speak. No, cause you speak English.
Okay.
Later,
yes.
later.
Just a little English.
Speaking
Okay.
Arabic only.
Hey, I'm gonna bring desert pack rat. Here we go. Come on. Yay, there he is, Jess. All righty. We got you on here, brother. How are you doing?
Hey.
Hey.
How you doing?
Yeah. Okay, you come. Yeah, speak Arabic more and speak English. No understand. Later.
It's okay, Belenesh.
Okay, you find my family in the Rodim subscribe channel. Okay.
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 Thank you.
Yeah, thanks
Thank
for
you.
stopping by.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Glad you
Thank
came.
you.
Bye-bye.
Bye
Yeah,
now.
I am not end out in room.
Okay. See ya.
Okay.
Bye-bye. All righty, Jess.
Okay, there's Jess.
So
How
we're
you
going to
doing,
see.
Jess?
Hey, can you hear
What's
me?
up, buddy?
You're freezing
Yeah,
up.
It's
it's a
okay.
little
He's gonna.
slow.
Yeah, you're gonna have a little. Your throughput's not the greatest, but you knew that already. But
Yeah.
thank you for showing
For
up.
trying.
Yep.
Yes, yes.
Great to
Trying,
see
brother.
you.
Yeah, it's going to be delayed, but keep trying.
Tony, I wonder if like he turned his camera off, if that wouldn't be pushing that information, and he could speak, and he would just show up like a little.
Yeah.
Oh, a circle?
You know what I
That
mean?
may be-
So if
Go
your
down
throughput's
below,
not
Jess.
that great,
Go
Jess,
down
if you
below,
just-
Jess, and push stop cam.
yeah, and your throughput might come through, and we can hear you.
Yeah.
There,
Give it a go.
Yeah, wait, you got to push
You might
on
mute. I
mute.
think.
oh, his mic's muted. Yeah, so go to settings and turn the mic on.
No, he just needs to click it right down below there.
Oh, click it on your name, next to your name.
Yeah.
No, down low.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Or press Command plus D.
Wow. Look at Tony go.
Yeah.
I put my cursor on it and it came up, says press Command D.
You know,
I'm like,
shortcut.
where's Command?
Yeah, he's on a phone though, I think. Are you on
Yeah,
a
he's on a
Oh.
phone, so it's a mobile deal.
Yeah.
But my suggestion is turn your camera off, but just leave your mic on, and we can probably hear you because your throughput's going to be limited. So you should be able to stream at least your voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately,
I
his
still
mic-
see you. I still see you muted though. From
Yeah, his
what I'm
mic's
looking
muted.
Yeah.
at. Mm. It's all right. I go through this every time.
Right. Well, Dave and I went through this right before we went on live. We were like, "Oh no!" And I'm like, "Oh, we shouldn't have done that."
It was pretty bad. I'm actually surprised I'm streaming right
Hey,
now.
there you go.
There you go.
Mike,
Yeah,
Mike is no longer muted, so you should be good. Can we hear you, Jess?
Are you there,
Can
Jess?
you hear me right now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I hear you.
Yeah, there you are. Yeah.
there you are.
This may be the
How
way
you
to
doing?
go if
Does
you want to
it sound
participate.
like my voice is really close to the mic or further away? Because I don't know
Yeah,
if
No,
the
it
mic is on my
sounds
That's
good.
the
I
same as
was
the rest of
just,
us. Sounds okay.
Yep, you're good.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, when I clicked on camera, it kept clicking on mic, so I couldn't turn the mic back on.
okay.
Well, whatever you
Okay.
did, it's working now.
Yep,
Yes,
it's
it is.
good now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just whatever you do, don't turn your camera back on for right now. But we can at least
It's
hear
not
you.
because Dave doesn't want to see it. It's just we know the
Well,
throughput's
actually, I'm
limited.
jealous because he has a beard.
Yeah, we
We
got
all
one
have
more bearded
beards. What
guy
are you
on here.
talking about?
Yeah, this is what happens if you get Metro PCS.
Yeah, I'm
I
starting
call them
to.
Metro POS.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm starting to feel a little unmanly now.
A little. Just a little? It should be a lot there,
Don't
buddy.
you have some,
I was thinking the same thing, you know.
you got some
Selling yourself
scruffage
short.
going on, Dave.
Well, I used to like you too, Sam.
Don't lean like that, Dave. We see that might be a little light there.
Actually, it's a little bit thicker than what y'all think.
No, just kidding. Just kidding.
That's a good thing. That's just cut too short. That's what the problem is.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Lou says Dave's got some beard envy. Definitely, if you jump on Silverbeard.
I guarantee it. I'm leaving. He jumps on. I'm leaving now. You come on.
Oh.
Come on, Lou. But anyways, so Pack Rat, Desert, Pack Rat, you down in Tucson, correct?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm up in Mesa right now, right beside 202 from Apache Junction, and yeah, I'm actually surprised. I was just going to say this a little bit earlier. I'm actually surprised because once we got here, my internet. I have the T-Mobile home internet, and I also have a couple little pucks around that I'm actually using right now to be streaming here through Visible, which is part of Verizon. And I'm going to tell you what, it's just terrible here because the snowbirds have just overwhelmed the area, and it's just pulling down all the systems, all of them. But I go 2 miles up the road, and I got speeds over 300 megabytes a second. But I come here, and sometimes I'm barely getting 0.037. It's like it's slower than dial-up. You know, so it's really weird. But hey,
you're gonna have to move, Dave. You're gonna have to move.
I got too much mucho into this park, man. I ain't moving.
Gotta move. That's me. I moved here in this house thinking, the internet would be the last thing, right? We got people orbiting the Earth, Right. And I came here, and we didn't have internet for 7 years. There's like green acres out here, man. I had to climb up on the pole, talking to people.
Well, right. Memories. Green acres is the
fun living is a time for me.
Yeah, that Suggest says my phone is pretty old too. Yes.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
So, anyways, yeah, great.
We kind of got you, Jess.
Yeah, Jess, do you have a video coming out anytime soon?
Not like a particular one, but I'm making some ASMR rain videos.
Okay, iguanas dropping on tarps. That's a good one, man. Iguanas dropping on tarps. ASMR.
That would be good.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jess, I want to do a couple.
As a kid.
What was that?
Huh?
And my mom said she had a pet iguana when she was a kid, and when it got mad, it would whip people with its tail.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just gonna say you should do some cooking videos, ASMR cooking videos, because I always see you talking about some really, really good cooking stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
definitely.
I'm gonna do some
sizzle and spam.
Maybe like some sizzle.
There you go.
There you go.
Cool.
1 hour of sizzling bacon sounds.
Yeah. 10-hour loop.
Yeah,
10-hour loop.
Bacon.
Put yourself to sleep with
I'll
it.
just have a whole radio station.
Name that
I'll
spam.
just have like a radio station, like one of those jazz stations. Coming to you now, the smooth sound of sizzling bacon.
For the next hour, kick back and close your eyes. You'll even smell it. So,
I want to invent smell-o-vision.
Yeah.
Enjoy the dulcet tones of chopping onions.
See,
Right.
he's coming up with ideas.
Right.
It's just that I'm going to start crying on that one.
Yeah. You had to chew gum when you listened to it.
Yeah, I have a lot of trouble cutting onions because I guess I'm more sensitive than other people for some reason.
Yeah.
Like they literally blind me. I have to finish chopping the onions completely blind.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and hope you have fingers by the time you get done.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, I've gotten good at it. At least know if I ever go blind, I can still chop onions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many people do we still have on?
21 and Simple Explo Venturing just said maybe you can get a little closer to the mic, Jess, just a little bit closer to the mic, just having a little trouble hearing you. We now have Camping All Out says we now have a Monday morning live.
There you go. Yeah.
It's official.
It's official.
It's
Yeah.
official.
Mail Monday.
I'm going to tell you what. This guy is going to have to get going because I need to be getting ready here in about less than half an hour to go pick up this guy.
Yep.
Coming in. So you guys have an awesome night.
Good luck, Dave.
Yep. It's been a blast. It's been a blast being around y'all.
Good talking to you.
Drive safe.
Thanks for jumping on, GM and
Yeah, Lord, yeah.
And Pack Rat. Hey, everybody else that came on, Alpine, and you guys all have a blessed day today.
Yeah.
You made it to the next day. I still got another. Well, me and Stitch still have a little longer to go yet before we get to the next.
It's about an hour and 40 minutes, maybe.
Yeah, something like that. So
I can tell your future for you.
Right.
And
give me the lottery numbers, Grant.
Probably in an hour.
Please tell us those lottery numbers.
Yeah. Within an hour, you'll be at the airport.
You going to Sky Harbor, Dave?
Correct. Yeah. Sky Harbor. Yeah, he's flying in on AA, American Airlines. So been to that airport more times than I can count. But anyways, I don't know why everybody loves to fly in so late.
I think the rates.
Yeah. Not just the rates, but they all leave at like 5 o'clock back here. And by the time they get out here, it's, Anyways, all right, guys. Have a great one. Love you all. Talk to you later.
You too. Take care, brother.
Be careful.
Later.
Bye.
Or not later. We'll see you.
Yeah, I'll be talking to you tomorrow. So.
Or today. Later today.
No, it's not today. It's today for you.
It's my today.
It's my tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, your tomorrow, my today.
Okay.
Tomato, tomato, right?
Just roll your eyes.
All right. Okay, doke.
Hey, I got promoted, top row, top tier.
Yeah, there you go. You went up. So, Jess, right over there. So, Jess, do you have a channel maybe that we haven't mentioned tonight that you like to see?
I don't know. I watch so many. I'm probably subscribed to like over 100 channels, just camping and outdoor stuff. It's like let's see. There's one. It's not like camping related, but it's kind of like an like variety. This guy just in the trees. It's all one word. He started off doing a lot of like woodworking and like teaching people facts about trees and stuff.
Oh wow!
And then he started like doing woodworking and then cooking stuff with the spoon that he made from oak, and he'd like make something with like the pine cone syrup and the spoon made out of oak, like he's using the different parts of the tree, and he made like the pine needle tea like you did, Tony. I actually saw him do a video about that before you did that in your video, and I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
But he shows a lot of cool stuff like that. And then one that someone else mentioned earlier in the chat is the outdoor gear review with Luke.
Yeah, that's another one. You're right.
He does a little bit of stealth camping, some bushcraft, and like wild camping, everything. And that, like, he does some pretty cool stuff.
Nice variety.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and having a variety actually gives you options, believe it or not.
Yep.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do a channel with just one thing.
No. Yeah, and some people can, but I think it would get boring just doing the same thing over and over again. You know, being able to change it up a little bit. Yeah, one of the things.
I can't even play a video game for too long.
Yeah. Yeah, one thing you mentioned about the ASMR. Not a lot of people realize what those initials stand for. In fact, if I were to say it, we probably
Audio sensory meridian response.
yes, and that's very big right now. Well, has been growing over the year or two, but I notice when I go out now, I did it last year when I was gold panning. Just the sound of the rocks within my when I'm uh, sifting the rocks or anything like that, it makes so much sound that I started doing those ASMR videos. But recently, I've started doing. If I'm out camping, some of my B-roll. You can a lot of times get something out of your B-roll for
Yep.
an ASMR,
Yep.
and now I maybe lose a subscriber every time I put an ASMR video out, or I do something other than say camping. I will lose a subscriber or two, but then you gain views though, and you never know when a video is going to take off.
Yeah.
So, and I do it just to put material out because I enjoy it.
And me
And
too. No, yeah.
yeah,
I
and
know
that
a lot of times, my channel's kind of slowed down a little bit because I've not camped in a little while. People tend to lean towards this camping aspect more than the outdoors and the hiking. But there's something for everybody. I mean, there's things, groups.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's good to be versatile.
Yeah, yeah.
It is.
Like I post, that when I worked on my truck, for example, I posted that on a whole, like a round forum and a whole different group of people, and I gained several subscribers from that aspect of a whole nother thing,
Yeah. Yeah. Old
Yeah,
Kraken David
I
says if I'm
noticed.
ever killed by a plane that fell on top of me.
What?
Yeah, he said if I ever get killed by a plane,
catch me
it fell on top of him. Meaning he ain't ever gonna get in the air in a plane.
Me neither. Yeah, I noticed.
Lou said Tabby IE. What's that?
I noticed that some of the most famous YouTubers, they're starting to do like variety and stuff because they had started off like that single group thing, but then people love them so much that they can do whatever they want, and people are like, I want to watch this guy have fun. I don't care what he's doing. And those are like the real fans, and they're in the millions,
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, and a lot of times it's just because it's not so much of what they're doing anymore. It's just that people want to see what they're doing.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
And what's fans grow older and have new like ideas and hobbies and stuff themselves, and change and stuff, and change with you.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, like you said, it's good to change with the times then, if that's the case.
Yeah. Lou says, I like that y'all camp and review and show plain life. Yeah.
Yeah. It's relatable. It's really nice to relate to something,
Yeah, and like we talked about earlier, there's a lot of people that are starting to get out and venture out just because they see that it can be done by people just like me,
Average Joe,
yeah, and can do very good. If Steve or Tony made a video of a snail race, I would watch it. I'm gonna have to look for some snails now.
There's people that collect slime mold.
Really?
It's a hobby.
Wow.
And they raise it like a pet. Slime mold it's an amoebic animal, but it turns into a fungal structure to reproduce. So it's like an amoeba that turns into a fungus, and they call it a slime mold. But people will take these real close-up microscopic pictures, and it's like beautiful, like some kind of alien planet trees or something. It's like crazy.
Wow.
Little puffballs and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'll tell
Back
you
in
what,
our
Mike.
day, we had sea monkeys.
Yeah,
Yes.
sea monkeys.
Oh yeah, 10
Weren't they
cents
some
and a
kind of
first class stamp and a self-addressed return
Sea monkey.
envelope. You get your sea monkeys.
Right?
I used to read those ads in the like Scrooge McDuck and stuff, but I was already like past those times. There was like my parents' comics, you know, so they didn't have that stuff. You couldn't call those places or write those places.
Right.
And I would read those ads like, oh man, I want to get X-ray glasses. Man, I want to get the money printer.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, you know what? I was just thinking that, you know, if I got a real fine paintbrush, I could probably paint numbers on them snails.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do them up like little NASCARs.
Yeah, you could put
I've seen people paint
spray
33.
Pam on the bottom of them.
Yeah.
Spray Pam and Crisco and stuff and make them go faster.
Oh, hey, that'll work.
Next thing you're gonna do, Tony, is a flea circus.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah. An ant farm.
Simple
Yeah,
Outdoors says, I
right.
like the different variety everyone does on their channel. Even day hikes are enjoyable. Takes me with them and get to see different scenery in their area. Yeah, day hikes. I haven't done any day hikes for quite some time, just because I can't hike too far yet. Yeah, here's my day hike.
Yeah, you know, a short day, like, you know, talking about how you get different camera angles and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, you'll get on something and it'll be like, well, it's a 3 mile hike. Well, for me, that's going to be like a 6 mile hike because you get different. It takes a while.
It does. You want to get. You're always walking.
Mike's going. Tony, Mike.
So you guys can talk while I'm doing this.
Okay.
Now, Stitch, you
Sir.
said, did you used to fly planes? You were a pilot?
Yeah. I
Did
still
you ever see
fly.
an SR-71 when you were in?
Not actually flying, but I've seen a few of them. Yeah.
You have.
Yeah, they had them up in. Actually, when I was a kid, they had them up in. I lived in Okinawa, and they had them in Kadena Air Base, is where they based those guys out during the Vietnam War.
Yeah.
And then the other place, I can't think of the name of it, but it's in California. Was another place that they flew out of. The U-2s flew out of there
take
too.
out of in the Philippines.
Really?
Yeah, and
That's
actually,
unusual.
when we were leaving Okinawa,
Yeah.
there was one on the airfield taking off when I was there the second time. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where they flew all the Habu guys out of, was Okinawa.
Okay.
Yeah, during Vietnam. So for all the surveillance stuff that they were doing. But
Wow.
yeah, they're pretty interesting aerospace vehicles now, no longer, but most on a stick.
They had a good career though.
They did. Well, it's an amazing aircraft, really. When you think about it, it's still amazing. I don't even know if we could build something like that now. It's.
That's a good point.
It was built with slide rules and smart guys, intuitive engineers. And, you know, now they rely on the computer so much. I don't know. I don't know if they could pull it off.
You know,
well, that's done in a helmet too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm antiquarian when it comes to that kind of stuff now. It's all gone past me.
You know,
Okay, Stitch, hold on. You're going to have to explain what that word means.
Which word is that?
Whatever you just said.
Antiquated?
Antiquated.
I don't think that was it. Was it antiquated?
Antiquarian.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I enjoy the old things.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay. That's simple. I understood that.
Yeah. Yeah, the SR-71 was cool.
Old
Each
Kraken
is
David
cool.
said my first computer was a slide rule.
Yeah, mine was as well.
Yeah. So, sorry, I dipped away from the camera a minute ago. So now you pretty much know when my tree watering time is. So, I had to go water a tree. Well, being
I
practiced.
thought it was See a Man About a Horse. Is that what it was?
There you go.
Well, yeah, I could have done that too. I was tree watering, and it wasn't this one either.
That's
That's
good.
good.
You got to keep it
'Cause
standing straight up, right?
Yeah, we would have seen you.
Yeah, you were. Well, that's why I put the camera over this way. So,
Oh.
yeah. I figured I'd do that while we're fixing the sound. But hey, this is an awesome bracelet that Dan had made.
Yeah, that's nice. I like
Yeah,
the
put them on.
colors.
Yeah, I really like that.
Yeah, them colors are nice. Those are my really favorite colors. Yeah, very nice. He did a good job on it too.
He did very good job.
Well, what'd you do the one that you and Dave made for you? You still have
That
that, yeah?
one there is right over here.
Okay,
It's right.
all right.
It's right over here. It's on my desk. Yeah. That one's not going anywhere. But I gotta wash that one because I haven't taken it off since I made it.
Oh yeah, you might want to do that.
Yeah. I got horses, but don't come see. I've got horses, but don't come see me. This is old Dragon Day. Yeah. Oh, that's funny.
Oh. Yeah. Or an airplane will fall on you.
That's it.
Oh, what's he doing now? Oh Lord.
I'm getting water.
Okay, all right. I thought you were seeing
I
another
gotta
man
get-
about another horse or something.
No, I gotta fill up so I can go see a man about a horse, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
You're-
Frank says, careful, you will get the SCPA down on you for snail abuse.
Yeah, if you paint numbers on snails, you probably would.
Yeah. All right. No, I won't do that.
And yet they don't care about fleas. You can, glue fleas to things, and they're perfectly okay with that.
You know what? Down south, like in South Carolina and stuff like that, it was the first time that I ever, as a kid, my mom told me that they used to do this as kids. They got those big June beetles.
I already know what you're going to say. I already know. There's a lot of three-legged June bugs flying around the house.
Where you tie the thread on.
Yeah.
You take him for a walk.
You take it for a walk, and then that thing would fly real hard, and then boom, you'd have a leg on a string. That'd be about
right. Yeah. It's a little different than frog legs. Yeah.
Yeah, we used to catch lightning bugs and everything,
Right. KN says Crackedated needs to get on sometime. Oh, always funny comments. Yes, old Crackedated is going to get on one of these days, hopefully.
Oh, Tony, KN had commented about maybe in the future when you set up your hammock next time.
Yeah.
You could actually do zoom in on how you attach the straps to the trees.
Okay.
So she could see it and understand it a little better.
Yeah, actually, the way that I do have a video of when I started using those cam jams, and as a new hammocker, I didn't realize that you don't really use paracord around trees anymore, or it's not a good idea. You'll offend a lot of people, and it can hurt the trees. And I didn't know that. I was novice at it. I didn't really know. So since then, Dennis has educated me, and as well as others. So then I started using a strap, and then still using the paracord. But now that Dennis has sent me a few already geared up hammocks, I'm
With
using
the straps
buckle
on.
straps. Yeah, the buckle strap. And on the one end of the buckle strap, he has a carabiner. They just wrap the carabiner around the tree and hook the carabiner to the strap.
Right.
I'm like, why in the heck didn't I think of that? I'm going through a little loop and pulling it this way and trying to wrap it around again. And all you do is wrap it around and carabiner it to yourself. But yes, I will definitely do that. KN, I will definitely do some close-ups of the hammock.
Yeah, there's a right way to do that and a wrong way to do that. And you'll figure out the wrong way when you're sleeping in the middle of the night. So
yeah. But I'll tell you what, since I'm using those, yeah, those buckle straps, I am in love with those things. Really am in love with those.
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to try whoopee slings.
Yeah, he said later today, you're going to see me open a box. He sent me a single hammock, and he said he included some whoopee slings in there for me to play around with. But this hammock's for the grandkids. It's a smaller one to start encouraging them to come out.
That when it comes down, they bounce, so it'd be good.
Oh, you know what? When I was did the camp, when I had the hard hat and vest on, and I camped in between those two businesses in there, I climbed in the hammock and I laid down in the hammock. All right, and then all of a sudden I heard snap, and my back hit the ground just like that, and I hit the ground flat, and it was it was like a muddy area, but it was no longer mud. It had dried up, and it was solid ground. And I was probably 2 foot off the ground, and I cannot believe how flat I hit the ground. Mm-hmm. And my back had been hurting for 2 weeks. And prior to that, when I hit that ground, it knocked my back into place or something. But I bit my tongue, all kind of stuff. Yeah. And I was like, oh my goodness. It was a slam too. And KN says, yep, thank you, Alpine Warrior. And Lou says, June bug tight. What's it?
With the Uno, the Eagle's Nest company, Eno.
Yes.
Right. Okay, they make the Atlas straps, but they also make what they call Helios straps that they've come out with that are basically like whoopee slings on each end. You familiar with those, Stitch?
Yeah.
They work pretty good too, but they attach like onto a toggle. Like for the Jungle Nest hammock, they slip onto they put a metal toggle on either end of the Jungle Nest hammock, and that's what that slips on. Yeah. Very quick. And they're, super strong because it's Dyneema cord. I think they make that stuff out of.
Yeah, Spectra, Dyneema. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I don't know a lot. Like, people are like, oh my gosh, you know so much about hammocks. I don't. I don't know hardly anything about hammocks. I know, hey, this strap goes around this tree. It should hold this up.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm new to hammocking. I just got my first. I hung in a tree. I set that hammock up in November of last year. Was the first time I ever set a hammock up and laid in a hammock. And I just did that 1 day trip, and it's the very first video on my hammock series. I never hammock camped before in my life. My first hammock overnight in that winter storm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that?
You've come a long ways, Tony.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm still a novice at it. When you guys start talking about whoopies and this and that, and I'm like, well, who's that? What's this? And Dyneema cord, and it's like, oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Great.
Yeah.
It can be pretty fiddly. I think those buckle straps, though, if you're just a beginning hammocker, I think the buckle straps are probably the best and easiest way to get yourself set up. You start dealing with whoopee slings and stuff, that gets you. It's lighter in weight. That's why a lot of people like them. You can pack lightweight.
But it takes a lot of minor adjustments with them.
You do. It's more
Yeah.
fiddly. You have to be very comfortable with playing with that.
Right.
You know, similar to like now you're running like a continuous ridge line, you know, for your tarp and stuff, and then you've got, you know, you can slide your tarp back and forth once you set that ridge line up. You know, and
Yeah.
you're getting to do that, and I think that's kind of like the way I prefer to do it. I know other people that want to try to stretch it out and just kind of adjust it, but I like the continuous ridge line personally. So.
Yeah, and there's so many different ways to do things, and I'm finding that Persic knot is the ultimate. I'm loving that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so simple, and yet it's so versatile.
It
and you
slips
can
and
do
it bites.
so many nice
You know,
adjustments.
it's easy to
with it.
move. Right.
Yeah. And it gives you a water stop too, which is real nice, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
so when the
didn't
water
think of
comes
that.
down the line, it
Almost
helps in
makes
that
like
regard.
a little drip line.
Yep, drip
Yeah.
line.
Yep.
Yeah, and if you noticed in that video Thursday night, I ended up using 2 Persic knots to do that hammock, and that was great. You know, because I didn't. But now I'll probably use a strap next time to go from tree to tree. You know, maybe just to try that out, because the end of this tent has 2 straps.
Right.
And I thought, why does it have 2 straps? So there's a reason for it, and I don't know what it is yet. Yeah.
But like you said, Tony, using the Prusik knots.
Yes.
Right? If you're going to use them on paracord, the Prusik knots should be tied with a thinner diameter cord, and they'll grab better, like you did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Instead of using a paracord for the Prusik knots too, use something a little thinner, like you did. The Kevlar cord, not grab.
Yeah.
Even when it's wet, it'll still grab it, which is good.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, they lock into place too. I mean, when you slide it, it's done. It is really done.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing how you deal with whoopee slings. They're a whole. They're great. They're great, but there's a learning curve for them as well. They're magic. They're magic.
I think Alpine Warrior, and is that similar to what's in between the hammock that Dennis sent me for my ridgeline?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, if that's the case, it is going to be a learning curve because I had to. He's got one of those between the straps, the buckle straps. He's got one run already between there, and I've did the fine adjustments.
Yeah, you have a fixed ridge line for the hammock, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but you can adjust that a little bit depending on what you want. But the nice thing about it is every time you hang your hammock, that stays fixed. So when you lay diagonal in your hammock, you should be right on.
Yeah.
So it just depends on people. Some people want it, it's like 82% or something. Is that right? Alpine Warrior, something like that. That's like the rule of thumb. But then you just experiment. You go from 82% and you go out or in, and you go,
because that helps with the tension of the hammock.
Yep,
it helps
exactly.
with the tension of the hammock. So however you like to lay, how tight you want to make that, that's what helps that.
And it'll stay the same. So every time you rig your hammock, that'll always be the same.
Right. It's there.
Right?
Once it's
so
set.
It's not like rigging 2 ends of the hammock and then changing the tension on the hammock. The hammock tension stays the same.
Right.
And so it's always going to have the same lay. Once you get it the way you want it, it'll be your perfect lay.
Yeah, and I noticed that after the first night I went out with it, and it was not adjusted for me.
Yeah, right.
And,
that's what you said. Right.
Yeah, and then I started fooling around with it, and then I got it to where I thought it would be good. Set it up, did a minor adjustment. Now every time I've used it, I just pull them buckle straps and it's there.
Yep,
it's there every
That's how
time.
it's supposed to be. Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome.
So you're trying to reduce the fiddling.
And Grant, in the future, if you're looking into hammocks yourself, you should look into a double nest, a double wide.
I was looking at one the other day. Actually, I'm looking at getting a new one. Yeah.
Right. I mean, you're a big guy, but when you're laying in it, you want to lay opposite.
You're more flat, right?
And you have more room.
Yeah.
Which is nice. You can spread out more. That's the point I'm trying to make. So and I was
So was it you that told me this? Might have been Dennis. The looser your hammock is, the flatter you'll lay.
To a certain extent, you start to get calf ridge and stuff if you get too loose, right?
Right.
Is
So,
it? Okay.
yeah, and you'll notice that, and you'll go,
Well,
oh,
that
this
depends.
doesn't-
I mean, if you're doing the banana lay, but then if you take yourself and you turn yourself like this,
Yeah.
if it's looser, you'll have more leeway to go this
More
way.
turn. Yeah.
Yeah.
And lay flat. So that way he's correct. Right. But if you want to lay normally like this, like the banana lay, straight back and forth, the tighter it is, the flatter you're going to lay.
Yeah.
So,
Now you're almost going into bridge hammock mode.
You're doing burrito mode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I always end up scrunched up in the bottom. Like if I lay like that, you're always scooted down, right into the bottom.
Yeah, you want to be
Right.
you want to be twisted in the thing.
Yep.
And then, but that's the nice thing with when you have a continuous line
Ridge
rig
line.
you can move that
Yeah.
to adjust to how you want it, because some people kind of they don't want a wide lay, or the size of their body doesn't allow them, and the width of the hammock doesn't allow them to have as a big of an angle of a lay, and they kind of have to tweak it back. It really, and that's the fun thing about it, is you experiment. It's fiddling with it, and
Oh, absolutely.
you
Absolutely.
figure out what works best for you. Yeah.
Yeah. And now that I have a double, I'll never go to a single. Maybe in the summer. Maybe in the
Tony,
summer.
you can always, use the single for just the seat.
Oh,
Say you're in a situation and the ground is wet, and you don't want it. You could just set that up and use it as a seat and sit in it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do that.
Yeah, I have not a horsey sat yet. So
Well, it's not.
I haven't rode the horse yet. So, but I want to try that sometime. I don't know what that kind of sit's called, but I like to do that.
I don't know about horse. I mean, you're kind of your hammock's here, and you're kind of you're sitting like this in your hammock. You're sitting sideways in your hammock.
Yeah, sit, but I've seen it in the one book Dennis sent me. He says it's going through like you're riding a horse. Like
you don't want to do that.
No,
you're too old for that.
No.
Okay, so Lou says side sleeper here. What is a hammock? What is the hammock to look?
Bridge hammock.
Bridge hammock.
Yep.
Hmm.
So
Yeah,
it
I'm a
has
side
struts
sleeper.
at the end. It has struts at the end, so it holds the hammock out kind of flat. So it keeps it flat. So you're not having to worry about your lay. If that makes
it's
sense.
reversed. It goes
Yep.
the opposite way and it lays flat.
Yeah.
Yeah. They use those a lot, like in New Zealand over there.
Yeah. Some people, that's all they can sleep in is a bridge hammock. But
Right.
if you can get and then some people can side sleep in a diagonal lay in the hammock. They figure out how to do that. You can still pull it off.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people, I've heard several hammockers that have said, hey, in my bed I sleep on my side, but in my hammock I get that lay set right, I can sleep on my back, and I'm super comfortable. So
That's me. Like I sleep on my stomach. If I were to go to bed right now, I would start out on my back just for about 2 seconds, and then I flip over to my stomach, and I kick my one right leg out. It's just the way I sleep.
Just like a 2.0 grilled cheese sandwich.
Just like a 2.0 grilled cheese. And in the hammock, though, I can lay on my back all night long.
Yeah. I think maybe
if
that's
I can stay without having to get up to go to the bathroom. I can lay in it all night long, but I end up.
So I think if you're worried, if you're a side sleeper and you're worried if you can do that in the hammock, I'd just give it a go and see if you can sleep on your back, and you may find in a diagonal lay that you're quite comfortable and you're happy.
Right.
Yeah. So. Now, originally in that one that we have, GM, that black one.
Yeah, the COVID cure.
Yeah. Now that one, when I first laid in that, it really hurt my back. Because I was like this, and then till I got the set right, and then I could lay on the side. But I ended up flipping all the way over onto my stomach on that thing. My feet were up in the air back there.
Yeah.
I was reverse bowed.
Yeah. First time you ever lay with you slept with your feet behind your head.
Yeah, right. Simple Outdoors says goodnight, everyone. Simple Outdoors, goodnight. And Jess did pop off. He was having trouble with his microphone. Hopefully we can get that fixed another time. But with pillow, it slides down and out from under my head. Yes. Let's see. Good night, Simple Outdoors. KN says that's another question I had on hammock size. So 9 and 11 and is there a 13?
Yes.
Yeah. So I believe
I'm kind of a 13er. I'm 6.5 feet tall. So
yeah, wow.
I have to go with a really the challenge is you sometimes can't find the fabric wide enough for a tall guy in like a 11-footer.
Yeah.
You have to have really wide fabric and the fabric when you're
have you heard of Superior Hammock?
Oh yeah, Superior Gear. Those
They'll
guys
custom
are great.
make one for you.
Yeah, no, I've written to the gent back and forth.
Okay.
I've been trying to figure that one out.
Yeah.
That was something I was thinking Tony should get because that's got the built-in underquilt and stuff.
Right.
Really?
They're pretty sweet. Pretty sweet.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
all,
I mean, you pay for it, but it's good quality.
You do. But it's a built-in underquilt, so you rig that up and you just, there's something to be said for that.
Messing around with, yeah.
Yep. Not getting cold over here and having to try to reach over and jerk the thing up.
Yeah.
I got to do that.
And that's one of the issues I had the other night in that hammock tent. I was for some reason in that hammock. I have it laying so flat now. I don't dip down into the underquilt, and I was having to pull it up on the sides to get a little closer. But yes, I saw a question here. Old Kraken David said a 9-footer is most common. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Me, I am 5'8". Well, I'm 5'7"3/4. I used to be 5'8". So, yeah. But 9-footer for me is fine. I can lay sideways in that thing. It can be one kind where it's you guys are talking about the sideways hammock.
Now, Stitch, have you ever heard of the company called Crua? CRUA?
No, I haven't.
They're a company that comes out of Ireland.
Oh, okay.
They specialize in insulated tents.
Oh,
and they make something which is like a cocoon that goes around the whole hammock.
Right.
It sits on its own ridge line. I have one. The thing works great. I got to tell you. I mean, they use a new type of insulation in it, and it's amazing how it works. But they're one of the only ones that makes a cocoon goes around the whole thing. So
that goes up to the ridge line, because I know some people will actually just take a regular sleeping bag, a big one,
right,
and just kind of thread it through and climb it. Still have an underquilt, still have a top quilt, but they'll have this over the top. And then some of them
designed, but believe it or not, you can use it as an underquilt, as a top quilt, or you can zip it in half and make a poncho out of it.
Yeah. There you go, Tony.
Yeah. Yo, Lou says he's 6'2". Would you say 11 probably for a 6'2" person, or?
I think so. It depends on the width of the because it's the fabric width. So 54 inches is normally, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, Alpine Warrior, but I think 54 inches is kind of like a normal width, but you can get like 60 plus, but you have to get the special fabric because it's just how it's manufactured, right? It's just manufactured that, and then you got to hem the ends in, so that takes a little bit of the edges,
right,
and that takes a little bit out of the width. So if you're really tall and you want to try to get a good lay, it's a little bit harder on a shorter hammock because you just don't have as much fabric going this way.
And you don't have that much room to adjust.
Right.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
And you got to
So-
keep in mind too, like Tony, you experienced, okay, is the fact that, let's say you go for a larger hammock, you know, a 12-footer, all right? When you go to get your tarp, you want to put a tarp over it. You got to keep that in mind. You want to get a tarp that's larger than the hammock. You have at least a foot on each end.
Yep.
So it encompasses the whole hammock.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's something to keep in mind.
Yeah, that's why I asked you that one question one time, Tony, was what was your hammock length? Because I was looking to find you a tarp, but somebody beat me to it. So
Yeah.
because that Tigris tarp that AW got you is that's pretty sweet, and it covers you quite well. So
oh my goodness, it covers.
That's a 12-foot tarp, was it? Alpine Warrior or something close to that?
I think it's a little bigger than that.
Was it?
I think it's 13.
13. Yeah.
Maybe 13 to one way, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
13 by 10, I think it is.
10 by 13, right. Okay.
Yeah, 10 by 13. Yeah. Yeah, big, nice. Yeah, that's a very, very big big tarp.
Yeah, it looked way because the attachments it had. It looked to me like you could almost rig it and you use the edge as doors.
Oh yeah, when I walked through.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
And close in on the wind side or whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I forget how many.
Close the ends, crossing this way, and close the ends.
It would shape like this, but they would still close off for you and kind of seal you in if it's super windy or rainy and windy.
Yeah. Lou says, "Thanks again, guys. Already. I like a diamond set on a tarp. Keeps my head and feet dry."
Yeah.
Says, Kraken dated. Yeah. So Chia, I think that company also makes a Chia, Tony. Carl says. Yeah. Chia. Let's see. I prefer. Kraken dated says, I prefer a double hammock. It allows me to get turned to get me a real flat. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Like I said, I will only do a double hammock now that I've experienced it. Like I said, I didn't know any different. And, what I knew, I enjoyed. And I still enjoy it. If I went out in it now, I would enjoy in it. I just wouldn't be as comfortable.
You can't miss what you never had, right?
Right. Now that I know, I'd be laying there going, "Oh man, I wish I had this other hammock."
Yeah, that's why a lot of people have like several hammocks. Right. Most dedicated hammockers will have like a bunch of hammocks.
Yeah, like Dennis, he said he's got 20.
Yeah,
over 20. He said
it's a bit
he's been
extreme, but
for 20 years, and he said he's probably gained a hammock a year.
Yeah,
that's what I was about to say. A hammock a year, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, given that they're not super expensive, particularly if you make your own. I mean, you can go to Walmart and get the fabric and do a gathered in hammock pretty easy. You don't even really have to sew it if you do it right, but it's better if you do.
But the double wide, what's also nice about the double wide ones is, like, say if you have one and it doesn't have a bug net on it. Usually if you lay flat in the center of it, you have enough material to crisscross it over you in the summertime, let's say. And then you'd be covered. Bugs wouldn't get you that way. So you can do that because there's enough material to flip-flop it over you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to just say, looks like Hammock Mountain is back on. And he says, "Okay, guys, I'm here for day 2.
I'm still here for day 1, though.
Yeah.
I got another hour.
Oh, yeah, you do. Yeah. This is
Tony, we break a record on this now?
Oh, yeah. I think so. Yeah, we're at 5 hours and 3 minutes.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
God.
Yeah. I think our longest was 4 hours and 20 minutes.
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Mayo Monday. Hey, Jay and Knight, how you doing? It's 1 a.m. here.
Boy.
Yeah. Jess says, yeah, it's only 11:03 here. So,
Yep.
yeah, and if Green Hubs was on, it would be 10:03 there.
Yep. That's slacker.
Boy. Okay.
Yeah. If somebody was on here from Hawaii, that would be cool, because it would be what in Hawaii. We're gonna tax our brains here real quick, because that's about what 6 hour behind.
It's 4 or 5 from me. So yeah, maybe 6.
Yeah, I think it's 6 for us. Yeah.
Yeah. And you know what's weird is I always thought East Coast time, and then when I found out that Texas was only an hour difference, like they're in the hour time zone.
Yeah, they're central time.
Yeah, I actually thought they would have been more than that. And
they're not mountain time. They're not in the mountains, Tony. I'm in the mountains.
Yeah, you are. Hey, how's your hiker friend? How did he make out? Did he ever get back on trail?
He did. I got him. He did an episode. He kind of had me in it a little bit. I was getting him back on trail. Picked him up from his parents' house, and then took him back. And he made it for like 2 days, and he still wasn't feeling good. So the COVID was still kicking his butt.
Yeah.
So he had to bail off a trail, and I wrote him a note, and I said, "Bro, this is you're done. You're done. Pick it up next year, please, because you're not. This is going to get worse." And so he did opt to do that. So. Yeah. He did a paddle just over Christmas, and they paddled the Sewanee in practice. They're fixing to do this summer. They'll do from the headwaters of the Mississippi down to the Gulf of Mexico. So they wanted to do a canoe run down the Sewanee, as a test things out and stuff like that. And they just finished that here a bit ago. Yeah, before the new year. So it was a while ago. So
yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah. No, I had a good time. Although you got that, Grant, you'll agree with me. You guys probably had some pretty chilly weather here, probably right after Christmas, and he was on the Sewanee for that one. So
that's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's crazy. I can't imagine. You'd be breaking ice at the front of the canoe there.
Yeah. Yeah, that was unseasonably cold even for that.
Yeah.
Hey, good night, Lou. Lou is saying good night. He said he's got bad duty in the AM. Yeah, and Hammock Mountain says good night, Lou. I'm surrounded by mountains, and I have a cesspool next to me. Yeah, Jess. Yeah. Let's see. Frank says I've got to get out of here, have an early trip in the morning. All right, Frank, take care, brother. And I did make that recipe, and I'm going to attempt to do maybe that recipe in the car camp. So stay tuned. He gave me a recipe for, he knows I like chicken and dumplings, and he gave me a family heirloom for the dumplings. And I did make it just the other night, which I ate for 3 days. So I took the chicken thighs. I made chicken, boiled them till they were just falling off the bone, and then got my good chicken stock out of that, and then went through and made the dumplings, which was really good.
Said you teach a man to fish.
Yeah. And that was I was pretty rough, like for 2 days. So like I didn't get out of bed, I don't think, except for to go to the bathroom and then back into bed. That was Monday. Tuesday, I think I was just up, but I didn't get out of bed until like 2:00, and then I got a shower, and then I thought, came in the studio, and then I went back and laid back down because I got worn out real quick.
Then I think it was Wednesday. I was talking to him Wednesday, and he told me about this, and I'm like, ooh, I might have to go make that. So I got a shower and ran to the store quick, grabbed the stuff, came home, and stood in front of the stove for 3 hours making it. And then I ate it. I ate like 4 bowls of it, but because I hadn't really eaten for about 3 days. And we just kept the whole pot. I made a huge pot of it, and I just worked on that for 3 days. And I actually a big old pot I used as a big cup because I couldn't get the last of it out of the thing with the ladle. So I just picked up this big old metal pot, and I'm sipping out of it like a big cup. And it was funny. Yeah, that's not on video. So
yeah, that's too bad. That would have been a good video.
Yeah. That would have been. It would have. It's like my sippy cup. So it was a huge sippy bowl.
Yeah, no, it definitely looked delicious.
Yeah, it was. And I think I'm going to go a little smaller on the dumplings next time, but they were actually really good, big. Yeah. It says, when I moved here and game warden killed a 12-foot alligator when it tried to eat him. Oh, wow. So, yeah, old Krakendade's got some gators down there.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Yeah, you got farm animals, too. We already know you got horses, and we're not supposed to talk
he's got 6 tractors, too.
Oh, that's right. He does have 6 tractors and a beard. I think he said he's got a beard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering
how
many
nice to
people
come out
would
by you and do some kayak fishing in the summer.
Ooh. Yeah.
On that lake by you. Grant.
Huh?
I said in the future, it'd be great to come out by you and do some kayak fishing on the lake by you.
Oh yeah, I'd love to. I'm down. I love floating the river. We float the Clinch River here all the time. It's down the road from us. The Powell River and the Clinch River. We do about an 8-hour float, sometimes a 12-hour float.
Nice.
And I've actually made like a 3-day trip out of it and camped on the like some kind of sandbanks or in a little island in the middle of the river. We've camped on it before. That was a few years back. Yeah. I look forward. I love that. I love that out there
What
by
do they
yourself.
have in there as far as fish goes?
Any kind of trout, bass.
Bass?
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's largemouth, smallmouth, all up through there. Yellow,
nice.
Sunfish, perch, hybrids, bluegill. There's all kinds in there. Yeah. We've even got some muskie down into there.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Great big old muskies. I mean, like as long as your leg muskies. It would shock you what's in there. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
People going down there to the river to go fishing and taking, 65-pound tests with a leader on them. You're like, what are you doing? Got a lure about that long? Yeah. Going down the river. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. You hook up with one of them. They're nice.
Yeah. Yeah. I've never caught one, but I've seen it. I've seen pictures and I'm thinking, man, I used to go swimming there. Makes you not want to get in the water. They got teeth, they're bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Not good.
Pike kind of look like them too. Northern pike can get that big too, but the muskie has a wider head on it.
Yep, big old head, huge head.
And teeth.
Yeah, they got the teeth go backward. Yeah, they'll get you, man. Yeah.
Old Krakendated says he sold his cows 10 years ago, so he had cows too.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, my phone's fixing to die here. I got 4% left, so I'm gonna hop off here and call tonight.
All right.
Hey, great to see you, Grant.
Yeah, it's very good being on here. I tell you, if you'd have told me 3 months ago I'd been doing live on here, I wouldn't believe you.
Right. Well, good night, brother, and you take care, and you tell your family we said hi.
Oh, of course, I sure will. Yeah, and I can't wait to show my wife this, and she sees it. She's gonna be like, "You did what?" So I can't wait.
Yeah. For 5 hours.
For 5 hours, marathon. Yeah.
Right.
I'll see y'all next Wednesday on the video there, and I appreciate y'all having me.
All right. Good night.
Yeah. See you. Good night.
Good to see you, Grant. Cheers.
All right.
Now I'm the pillar.
Yes, you are. Well, you're only holding up 2. This is getting easier.
It is
when I was in Yukon, we got salmon right out of the Yukon River. I'm not a salmon fan, but them's are good eatings.
Oh,
yeah. So simply exploring. Lewis asked me to ask you, Alpine Warrior. Hey Tony asked. Oh no, asked Stitch if he's talking about a guy named Masochist.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Masochist.
Masochist.
Mm-hmm. It's a strange story. I talked to him about his channel name and everything like that when I was hanging out with him a little bit, but he's kind of wedded to that now. It's an old joke, is what it is. But it's a joke to us that know you joke, but when you look at it, it's kind of like, I don't want to watch this guy.
Right.
So, yeah, whatever. It's his thing. He's a good dude.
Yeah. Let's see.
He's doing much better though, Tony. To answer your question, yeah, I think he's fully recovered. But he's still, even on the Swanee thing, he thought he had some sort of cold sensitivities as a result of the COVID activity. Like his feet were very cold. So it was kind of a strange sensation for him. So he was attributing it to that. It could be that he wasn't actually hiking, right? He's always been hiking.
Yeah.
He's done the PCT. He did the Eastern Continental Trail, where the Appalachian Trail is a section of that, right?
Yes.
So he started at Key West and went all the way up to Newfoundland.
Oh, wow.
And that was last year. So
yeah, I remember that. Ramdino was reporting on him, I think, wasn't he?
Yeah, he would. Yeah. Ramdino would check up on him.
Yeah. Because Ramdino said, I usually don't, but because he's including part of, it's including, I wanted to. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. So I did Key West to the Florida Trail to the Pinhoti.
Yeah.
Pinhoti to the, it's the one that connects to Amacola. I can't think of it. Mackay Trail.
Benton Mackay Trail?
Yeah, the Benton Mackay. Did the Benton Mackay, and then connected into the AT, and then continued on past the AT, and then up through Canada. So.
Got it. Yeah. I was gonna say, there you go. You wanted to be on hold us up for a while. We appreciate that.
Hey, I know how to do that too. But he's doing good.
Good. Does he have any plans besides the kayaking one, or is he going to do any? Because he finished that fairly quickly last year.
Well, his idea, he wants to come back next season and then restart and try to redline from basically north up by Estes Park here in Colorado. So he kind of made a detour because logistics were a little weird, and he kind of made a cutoff, and then the weather was starting to turn bad, and he talked to me, and I said, go this way because that way is not going to be good, but he wants to go that way, and so he has to do it with a right weather window. So he's gonna do that. He's gonna do that Mississippi thing, and then once he finishes that, he's gonna come back here to Colorado and restart the CDT and try to finish it going on the red line route.
Wow. So,
he's kind of a stickler for being on the actual route and not doing because CDT is the worst. You can take all sorts of cutoffs and it all counts. It's like you can make it from Canada down to Mexico or Mexico to Canada. However you do it, it's fine.
Really?
But there is kind of a route. Kind of a route that's established that is kind of the red line. That's what he wants to try to do. So
Christiana 3852 says hi.
Hi, Christiana. 3852.
Yes, wherever you're from, maybe post that in the comments. And if this is your first time visiting, let us know that too. I visited Stanleytown, Virginia quite a few times. Old Kraken Dated says. Hammock Mountain, good night. Or no, he says good night, Grant. All right. Good night, Grant. Good night, Grant.
What about the rest of us, bro?
Right?
Oh, he's not leaving. That's why. How many viewers have you got left, Tony?
Just looking up here, got 16.
Okay.
So we dropped below 20.
Yeah, I may bail here soon because my
me too.
My sweet Frau is probably wondering what I'm doing.
All right. So old Kraken David says, I did the AT from DC south by air. had a big round window to watch the whole way.
I thought you didn't fly.
5,000 feet. That was prior to it crashing. So I'm thinking, Hammock Mountain says I'm still here for a minute. Jess says we're in Suite 16. Yes, 16 people. Yes. Still 16 at 5 hours and 19 minutes.
Oh my God.
Yeah. All right. So what time is it here? It's only 1:19 here. I usually don't go to bed. I usually don't go to bed till 2. Yeah, maybe just let's says I can't even read that. Christian 3852 says I'm going to spell it WIOW and then an I and then AGRE. Wheel Agre. Maybe that's where they're from.
Oh.
Maybe.
Mike's going out, Tony.
Okay. So I'll fix it one last time.
One last time.
One last time.
So Stitch, if you were going to do the AT today,
would
you do it in a hammock or would you bring a tent?
Hammock.
You would. Okay.
I think you got a lot more flexibility.
Yeah.
With the AT, definitely you can always find a place. And I think it's a more comfortable, particularly my age. I think it's a much more comfortable sleep.
Yeah.
And then trying to get down, crawl around in a tent and stuff. It's hard. So hammock's easy, set it up, and then particularly with sometimes where they're making you stay at certain areas, you can always rig up a hammock someplace and get out of the way of the massive tents and things like that.
Well, it's easy to pack too. I mean,
I think
you can get it down small.
Yeah, you can. I think it might be a little heavier than some of the Dyneema, tents that use your trekking poles for poles and that kind of stuff. You start. You're young. You're young. You can go out there with a piece of plastic and set up a tarp and sleep on the ground. But for me, I got to carry some comfort with me. So
I hear you.
I do want to say that Kay-Ann is a great interpreter. So she says she thinks that was a typo, and it says, "Wow, I agree." So I was going WIOW and then I and then AGRE. So now let's see. Probably wow, I agree. Now Christiana 3852 asks Stitch, "What hammock do you have?"
Well, I've been using the what are those guys' names? Jeez, had it forever. I have one hammock that I made, a gathered end guy, and then I've got a what the heck is their names? They've been around forever. I can think of the owner's name, and I can't even think of his company's name.
Do 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 do.
It is late. It'll come to me.
It will. Let's see.
I'll answer that in a minute once my brain engages fully.
There we go. Jay and Knight. I like that name, Jay and Knight. Says, I'm too fat for a hammock. I'd be on the ground by morning. Ha, 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 ha. No, actually, no. You wouldn't. No, they're actually, they'll hold more than you think. They're but don't get a little tear in one. There was a guy and lady that we did when we interviewed Velcro on the Appalachian Trail 2 years ago. In that video, I mentioned a guy and his girl. They were they were hammockers, and his name was something like Fallout or something, because he was
a bad
sleeping in
hammocker
the
name.
Yeah, and he fell through the hammock.
That does happen, yeah.
Yeah, and then he got his trail name that way.
So Dutch wear is, I've got one of Dutch's chameleon.
Oh, Dutch wear.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, sorry. I don't know why I couldn't. I'm like going, I know the guy's name, and it's like, it's actually the name of the company too, so.
Right.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, I'm 220 pounds, Jay says. Oh, my gosh, that's nothing.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. No,
they'll actually, if you go on, some of the manufacturers of the hammocks will have like max weight for the hammock, because it's based, you can get some super thin hammocks for the ultralight hammock guys.
Yeah.
And they are pretty weight sensitive, but you start to get some of the higher weight fabrics, they handle,
400 pounds.
400,
Yep.
500 pounds.
I would say that's probably average is 400.
Most of them, I think most of them do. Yeah.
But
you start getting into the ultralight stuff, those guys are using like
String.
4-ounce fabric and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I mean, how much weight do you really save with a hammock? Because hammocks are pretty light.
You can save some, but yeah, you get some of the ultralight guys are they go a little overboard, I suspect. Like I said, they're young, they can do that, but they're also
they drill holes in their toothbrushes and all kinds of stuff to save weight.
Yeah, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But those are also the hammocks that you get a little bit of it. You sit in your hammock with something in your pocket, and you put a little pokey hole in that thing, and you go to sleep, and you'll wake up on the ground in the morning.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, Hammock Mountain says his is rated for 350 pounds. Let's see. And he also says my Sun Year is rated for 600 pounds.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hammocks are heavier. Christiana 3852. Yeah, you could get different weighted, different poundage. They have them 500 pound capacity. So there's really, like Stitch said, the manufacturer will usually put on there what theirs weighs. My cot is too comfy, Jess says. I'll carry the 4.8 pounds. Yeah. So Jess has a cot.
Yeah, so I think my next hammock is going to be one of those Superior Gear hammock stuff, just because I'm getting old and I like the comfort. So, do you have one of those, Alpine, or
not a Superior? No.
Yeah.
No, I have a Crua, I have One Winds, I have Enos.
Yeah.
But I don't have one of those. I got a bunch of Dutch wear stuff, not one of their hammocks, but a lot of the gear that they make,
their
the
connectors
ridge lines,
and stuff,
the little hooks and everything. I mean, all that stuff's awesome. So
the Dutch Beetles and stuff like that.
Yes. Yeah.
Those things are key.
Yeah, Christiana.
Wasp, the old Wasp.
The Wasp, right.
Yeah.
Right.
Christiana says tents are usually lighter and you don't have to carry an underquilt.
True. But you have to carry a pad of some kind.
Yeah, ground cover.
Well, no, you need a pad. You need a sleeping pad, right?
Oh, true. And a ground cloth too to put down, right?
Depends on the tent, yeah.
Really?
Well, most
I have the Dutch wasp for my war bonnet tarp.
There you go.
Very
the
nice.
war bonnets. Those
Yeah.
are the. Can't even think of their guys. They're They're just up the road from me.
Really?
Yeah, the guys that make the war bonnet.
Okay.
What the heck's their names? Geez, this is the kind of night I'm having. They're just up the road from me. Those are good hammocks, though.
Yeah, I've heard of that. And then Dutchware, I heard of that one.
Yeah, Dutch has been around for a while.
Yeah.
Stitch, if you look at Adventures with a Marine, if you ever look at his channel, he's got all that superior hammock gear.
Yeah.
And he talks about that all the time. So
I think it's for old guys like myself. I won't include you two, but I think that superior gear hammock is like the key.
Yeah.
Just ease in setting it up, and the underquilt's built in, and it's perfect.
Wow.
The only downside is trying to pick and you can still put another underquilt in there, right? So you can, that's what I'm mulling over is what degree do I want that built-in underquilt? Because what I'm going to camp in, and then should I decide to go colder, I can always get another underquilt that you can, you just rig like a regular underquilt under that, and that actually doubles up the insulation. So that's an approach.
Point. Right.
So who is in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, as far as hammock company?
Well, Dutchware is in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I think Dutch is in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's Lancaster.
I think that's who. Because when we started doing Trail Magic, even before I bought a hammock, we met Crusher. He was doing Trail Magic, and he had a tarp off of his car, and he said he was hiking and he was sleeping in a hammock on the trail, but then had to get off trail, and he was just now supporting some of his tramley. And he was telling me about Dutchware to look them up.
Yeah.
No, it's good. There's a lot of good cottage hammock manufacturers. Dutch has been around for a while, and they've got good stuff. And they provide really great service and customer service and everything. So, but most of them do. Most of the cottage guys do. Like the Superior Gear hammock guy.
UK, you got Snug Pack. I'm sure you've heard of them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, goodbye, Hammock Mountain. God bless you. Have a great night. He says he's got to go to work at 7. Good night.
Take care, buddy.
Yeah. I've got enough tents to house 1,000 people, says old Kraken Baby. He's got hammocks from A to Z.
Yeah, probably does.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of Z-named hammock, but I'm sure it's there. There's one.
Does Z-Pack make one?
No, they don't.
No? Well, you could if you put a string on 2 ends of their tent.
I don't know if anybody's... Well, there's maybe some do-it-yourselfers that have tried to make a Dyneema hammock.
Yeah.
But I don't know how good that would... It wouldn't breathe very well, and I don't know if that would be that super comfortable.
Well, that the Dyneema tents and tarps that they make, they look like a clear plastic bag. I mean, that's how light they are.
Yeah.
And that's all fine and well, but in the cold weather, in extreme cold weather, that stuff gets to the point where it's cracking all night long.
Yeah.
Crack, 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 because of the way the material is, so it's something to keep in mind.
Snow slides off it pretty easy though.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's kind of crackly.
Yeah.
Christiana asks, do you guys use pillows in your hammock?
Yeah.
Nope. I don't.
You can get one of those little tiny ones, and then you just you need a piece of line and then tie it up to the gathered end to just keep it so it doesn't like wander too far down.
Yeah,
it just kind of keeps it up right there.
Yeah, and it doesn't become a lumbar support at the middle of the night.
That crew hammock has actual pockets in it that you can put the pillow in.
Yeah.
And that holds it in place.
Mm.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, you were
mine. I
telling
just
me
tie a
about
little
that.
string, just tether it, and then works.
Yeah, tethering. Speaking of tethering, wasn't there a game where tetherball?
Tetherball.
Yeah, yeah.
Go
That
around the
metal
pole.
light smacking it around. Yeah, that's how it'd be around the hammock. Me trying to get it in the right spot. Yeah, I've never used a pillow in the hammock. I just haven't needed one.
You don't need a big one, but I think it'll work.
Yeah,
you might try it. You might try just a small one.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's just that I just never did because I don't know what I don't have. Right.
Right.
Like you said earlier. So.
Right.
Well, that's the beauty, I think, of that, of doing the whole hammock thing, is it's a learning experience. That's why people have 20 hammocks, is because they're trying different things and they get different
it's
gear.
definitely
And
trial and error. Absolutely.
yeah, different kind of tree straps, different types of connectors, carabiners, Dutch beetles,
It goes
wasps,
on and on and
whoopee
on.
slings.
Right.
You can, because everybody's got a solution.
Right. And make something that works, and then you got to try it, and then you realize it doesn't really work that great.
Yeah, and I think it's one of the few things you actually can completely do it yourself. Your tarp, your hammock. I don't know about underquilts. That's a lot of work. I'm sure you can do it, but you know.
Well, like the sleeping bag, just that sleeping bag solution.
Yeah.
Running up that actually sounds pretty good.
Stitch, you could take a poncho liner and use it as an underquilt, and just tie it on top of you like this. Be the same thing, basically.
Yeah, it's almost, and that's why you're getting all these solutions, is because people, it's lends itself to do it. So when you start doing tents, though, I don't know as many people make their own tents.
True.
So people, because of all the geometry and.
I wouldn't say tents. I'd say they do it with tarps.
Tarps, yeah, definitely tarps. You can do it yourself. Tarps.
Form those a million ways.
Yeah. But the hammockers have latched onto tarps, obviously, because it lends itself to hammocking.
Right.
But then you can make your own tarps. You can cut catenaries in the the edges of the tarp.
Yeah.
You can do all that stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Put doors on it. Don't put doors on it. Make it bigger. Make it wider. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah. As far as if I was going to be hiking the Appalachian Trail, I would be doing a hammock as well.
Probably for the same reason, Tony.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard, kind of crumbling around on the ground anymore.
Yeah. And
the beauty of it is, if you set your tent up and you're like with some sloping terrain, it's not flat out there, right? So you're going to end up head up, head down, rolling off to the side. With a hammock, you never have that problem.
No, and you always got a seat.
You always have a seat. You always have a nice flat lay, and you're always kind of sleeping the way you do every night.
Yeah, and when you walk up to a shelter and there's no place to no flat spots left,
I don't like.
You always got trees.
Like shelters.
No, don't go into shelters.
I don't like them.
Yeah,
mice running over your head in the middle of the night.
Yeah, the one guy I'm watching on trail, he just filmed a skunk running around inside of the shelter, and it looked like a sweater. It had a sweater on, but it wasn't a sweater. It was just the pattern of his fur. But it looked like an ugly sweater. But it was a skunk running around the sides. He was filming it. And he said it ran over his face. Walked over his face in the shelter.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be something, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have too many skunks running over your face in a hammock.
No, maybe spiders. So
that's what the bug net's for.
Yeah.
Or the iguanas.
There you go.
Right.
Come down the tree and get you.
Dropping out of the trees.
Centipedes.
Oh, I hate centipedes.
Oh, Viegas Island. They're all over the place.
Yeah, they're
Really?
nasty. You don't want to get stung by one of those things.
No.
They're nasty.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You both went, oh, yeah. Yeah. I have not been there and done that. Me. I'm looking at this here. Old Kraken Dated says, I like different stuff. In my first tent, I made myself an old Threadell Singer. Oh, yeah. Sewing machine. So
Singer. Okay.
Yep. Old Singer sewing machine. Yeah, and he says he likes to lay on the ground. He's laid on the ground already without a pillow. And Simple Exploring Venturing says, Old Kraken Dated, that's cowboy camping. Yep. Peanut butter sandwiches. Speaking about peanut butter, I love peanut butter. Oh, my gosh. Yeah. All right. So it actually gets closed off sometimes. All right. So I'm just looking at the comments. It looks like we're pretty much commenting out. No more questions in there. Say we are, 5 hours and 39 minutes.
Oh, boy.
We're going to hit 40 in 6 seconds, 5 seconds. And we still got 14 people watching.
They have no place else to go.
Right? They're in other countries. Yeah, the sun.
I mean, I say that, but I'm here right with them. So
right?
Oh.
Yeah. Laugh out loud. I'm addicted to peanut butter. Yeah, me too, Jess. I love peanut butter. Sometimes it doesn't. As I'm getting older, it's not loving me as much. But I have a spoon that says Dad's peanut butter spoon. Simply Venturing and Exploring Outdoors says, I'm heading out, Tony. All right. God bless you, brother. Thanks for coming on, Lewis, and staying
Take care,
and hanging
Lewis.
with us. All righty. All right, guys, why don't we call it a night? Or do we make it right till 5:45? Wouldn't that? Well, it's only like 4 more minutes.
well, I'm willing to. I'm here for you, Tony. Whatever you want to do.
Thank you. Yeah, whatever, guys. Christiana is asking a question to Stitch. Stitch, what's your channel?
I don't have one.
Doesn't have one. Yep.
No.
Okay, so
I only got here because Ramdino mentioned Tony's plight, and I immediately showed up, and I've been here ever since. Sucked me in with his Tony Wales.
Oh, Mary says, what an insult, Stitch. I got somewhere to go. I'm here.
Oh.
God bless you, Mary. Yeah. It's pile on Stitch night. No, just kidding.
It's all right.
Well, we appreciate it. Yeah, no, I remember when you came over from Ramdino, Stitch. And actually, I have to say that Stitch was my very first Patreon member. Yes.
That's true.
Yep.
I was also the first person to buy a T-shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the old T-shirt, so I think it's you and me have the only copies of the original.
Yeah.
Random Adventures T-shirts.
Oh, Alpine Warriors pointing himself there. Yeah.
You got one of those, the originals?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The gray one.
Yeah, the gray one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The gray one with green and
green and yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was my Sprite impression. Green and yellow.
Well, I just wanted to support you, so I bought a T-shirt, and then I bought a T-shirt, and Tony goes, "Really? Nobody's bought a T-shirt. You're the first to buy a T-shirt."
Right? Yeah. I've just been here. Yeah, you got that cup, yeah. And let's see, and listening to you guys, been a lot of fun, to be honest. Jay and Knight says, I've just been here coloring and listening to you guys. Been a lot of fun, to be honest. Well, we appreciate you being on.
We appreciate you being honest.
Yeah. Oh, yes, it says, been a lot of fun, to be honest. Yes. And thank you for being honest. Yes. We'll be watching it. Have hobbies. Laugh out loud. Are you American? Christiana 3852 is asking, are you American? I'm not sure who Christiana is asking that to, but me personally, I am American. However, if you look real close, my dad was in the Air Force stationed over in the Philippines, and somewhere on here, I don't remember where it's at, there's a little tattoo that says made in the Philippines. So, because he told me I was made in the Philippines, but I was born in the United States. So, so yes, but I am American, yes. Well, we're coming close. 30 seconds left, and we hit the 5:45. All right.
It's been fun, Tony. I just popped on to see if you could get 7 people on Yardstream, and then I got stuck. I just had to
Yeah, you did. But at least you're not holding.
I think it's great you
holding
came on,
people up
Stitch. It's good
anymore.
to see you.
Yes, definitely.
Always good to see you guys.
Yeah, no, I really
Definitely.
appreciate you, Stitch, and coming on here. And let's say Crayola probably sells us a lot of crayons. Hey, there's a crayon factory in Easton. Is the Crayola Crown Factory down in Easton, Pennsylvania. So I'm supposed to be. Lisa and I were going to do a tour of it one time, but we didn't get.
Oh, I thought you were going to stealth camp there or something. Is what you were going to say.
Yeah, they got these big crayons, and I was going to string up a hammock in between them.
There you go.
I like that idea.
Oh, there you go. Christiana 3852 says you look like an angel, Stitch, with a halo of light. You do have a halo of light around you.
I'm no angel, but thank you.
Actually, my last name in German, Engelka, is how it's pronounced, means little angel. Yeah. Alrighty. I'd like to do a video about local businesses and stuff around here. There you go, Jess. Oh, we're gonna hit 6 hours here soon, so maybe we better get off.
Yeah.
6 hours would be neat.
It would be, but maybe you need another night to break that record.
Yeah, and it just went up in views. It's going up. Well, if you just jumped on, we appreciate you, but we're all getting off. So good night. Yeah, so hey, guys, I really appreciate you coming on tonight, and everybody that watched. Hey, I'm going to close this out, all right? You guys ready?
Okay.
All right. So thanks a lot, obviously, for jumping on and staying with us for 5 hours and 47 minutes and 3 seconds, continuing to count as I talk. But hey, in a little while, we've got Mail Monday coming up, so that's all scheduled and ready to come. So go grab something to drink and sit back down and hit play. But no, that'll be 12 hours, less than 12 hours away.
Wow.
That will be on. So thank you, everybody, and pray for me as I think about getting out there. I got to do a video for Thursday. Yeah. All right. So I'm
Be
continuing
saying prayers and good luck with that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. And I got to reach for that mouse, and I got to go up there and I got to click that. But yeah, everybody, good night, and thank you very much for staying along with us. And you guys take care, and we will see you on the next random adventure. All right, Tony 2.0
Take care, Stitch. Good night.
Take care.
Good night, brother.
All right. Good night, everybody.